uh, are kind of. I mean, I think Turd Force kind of says it the best right there in his comment earlier. He said, "Zulu, NASA doesn't use the sorrow cycle. Don't let them lie to you, fam. But I implore you, go look at NASA's own website, and
I'll pull it up.
they literally tell you how they make their these measurements and calculations. By the way, which they are still off. Remember the last one in April 8th? They changed the time 3 times as far as, the positions that they were saying is going to be. Don't let
Sorry.
Turd Force say, don't let Turd Force tell you, no, that's a lie. Just keep believing how we believe, bro. Like, he is a crab. He is a literal crab pulling you back down into the bucket of lies and saying, don't let them tell you the truth, fam. Come back. And so that's what we deal with all the time, every fucking day and night. People like
No,
him
yeah.
that try to keep the truth, like that Mickey's been telling you. He's telling you facts, logic, truth, and then he's like, you have the Zulu. I'm sorry, the people like Tard Force always chiming in on the sides, saying, "No, don't, that's not true.
Okay,
That's not
can
true."
you back up what you said and show a prediction using the Saros cycle for the path of the
We're
eclipse?
not gonna do that because you guys are the ones that say that the Saros cycle was not being done by the Chaldeans, and it was done by.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so then you do agree that it's been done by the Chaldeans?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
care about who knew about the Saros cycle. I never made any claim about that.
I do, because see, the problem is they didn't have to think of the Earth as a globe, did they, Bacon?
For the Saros cycles, it's not necessary to think of the Earth as a globe.
All right, thank you.
That's not my point.
That's my
that's
point.
a straw man on my point.
No, it's not. It's my point.
What I say has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but it needs to be, because the Earth is not a globe with the Saros cycle that NASA's using, and NASA's using the same Saros cycle. Thank you.
It's not only using the Saros cycle. That's why I'm challenging
Oh, really? What else is it using?
That the predictions. It uses the globe model.
No, globe model.
Oh my god,
no,
bro.
It doesn't.
He's lost.
Okay, show then how the Saros cycle is being used to get a totality path, because I only managed to do that using the globe model.
Yeah, look at you continue, Bacon, to preach this globe model.
No, I'm asking you to back up your claim.
Okay, so you continue to use this globe model is the proof of how they're calculating these things. Let's okay, Bacon, you're a math guy, right? Bacon, you love math, right? That's your thing. That's your shtick, right? That's your MO, all about.
I'd say coding is my thing, but math is cool too.
Okay. So coding, math. Okay, so in math, are numbers absolute?
I don't care about the philosophy of math.
Okay, so for instance,
I'm just trying to validate your claim that Saros cycles can be used.
Okay, so Bacon, so you just walk with me down. This is going to take like maybe a minute. Just walk with me. Look at, if I say to walk from point A to point B, it takes 10 steps. Would you agree that math can compute that, and then we'd validate that and say, yes, we can mathematically come to a point to where time over distance, knowing its trajectory, we know that it will be in a specific place based upon the calculations of its trajectory. Yes or no?
We're talking about eclipses. I have no idea why you're talking about that instead.
Okay, hold on. Please just answer the questions and don't try to fucking run away right now.
Just changing the subject.
Now I got you. No, because now I got you. I got you exactly where I need you to be. But you just got to down. Walk with me on it, okay? Look at an eclipse.
Well, as long as at the end of it you provide evidence for your claim, I'm fine. But let's
Bacon. I'm going to destroy you right now, but let me just do it. Okay? Check it out.
What do you mean destroy me? I'm challenging your claim.
Okay, check it out.
I'm not on trial here. You are.
Bacon. You're a numbers guy, right? An eclipse is a mathematical. They could do this, right? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it not mathematical to how they can predict the time and date it's going to be in a particular position from a particular coordinates on the ground? Yes or no, Bacon? Be honest here.
The question is, they use math for that? Then yes.
Apocalypse, it's too easy to do it. From your room, you don't need any telescope. You just need a calculator and a piece of paper and a pen, and you can predict eclipses just from your room. You can
Right.
predict the eclipses. You can predict the position of the eclipses, the hour of the eclipse, when it will happen. Just you
Right.
need
Yeah,
a
let
list
me see how you
of
do that using the
Okay.
Ceros.
you,
Okay. So
you need, you need I will tell you, it's too easy. You just need 18 years of observations of eclipses. So, for example, I need the 18 years before for the eclipses. So you can do it now. So to predict the eclipses in 2014, you will go back 18 years. So you will go back to 2006. You check the eclipses that happened in 2006. So, for example, the first one that happened in March, you will add 18 years to that date. You take the date, you take the year, you take the month, the day, and the hour of the previous eclipse, the one of 2006. You add to that 18 years, 10 days, and 8 hours. Add to that eclipse 18
Or it might be
years,
more.
10 days, and 8 hour, and tell me if it's not the eclipse that happened the 8th April.
Oh, the path is different. The times are different.
Doesn't matter. I'm telling you. Add to that
Well,
time.
that's what I'm challenging. That's
Okay.
what I'm challenging, to predict the path and the time.
So you will find that the eclipse happened in 2006 in March.
We
So
all
Okay.
know that. We all know. Hey, wait a second. We all know that every cycle, almost every eclipse, is going to repeat after one Saros. Everyone knows that. But you
No,
have at least three problems there. One is that doesn't tell you when Saros starts, because the Saros has a limited duration. You only have a couple hundred eclipses before the Saros is over, and then that Saros doesn't repeat anymore. Now, but there are other Saros starting, and you don't know where they're starting using your method.
we are using
The other
now.
problem is that doesn't tell you. That doesn't tell you the.
So that we are just using the same Saros cycle that was used by the Babylonians. So now we are in 2024, and I want to check in 2024. So you are telling me that the Saros cycle ended in the Babylonians' times, 100 years after they created the Saros cycle. So now we will try to use it and see if it's working or not, because I predicted using it, and then I checked with the prediction that NASA put it in internet, and I found that it's concordant. You didn't check. You heard someone telling you the sentence that you are telling me. You didn't check.
No,
You
no,
don't use the
I
Saros
checked my
cycle.
predictions.
No, use the Saros cycle now, and to just find
I agree you can do that. I'm
that
not
happened-
disagreeing.
happened
I'm
in
not disagreeing. Hang on, please. I'm not disagreeing that if you get an eclipse, you move further in time by one Saros, you get a similar eclipse. I'm not disagreeing with that. Everyone knows that. Like,
even two
this is not new information here. That's not what's being challenged.
Saros cycles. 4 Saros cycles.
Well,
It means 18 years times 4. Yeah, you can do
What?
it. You can predict till 4 Saros cycles.
No, you can do more than that, but that's not the point. The point is not whether you can tell if an eclipse will happen based on previous eclipse and the site. Can you stop
And
interrupting?
you know about the how we predict the location of the eclipse
What?
using the same cycle. You know how we predict, because you seems to know how we predict the dates. I know that you don't know because you never checked that. You never tested that for 2 cycles, 3 cycles, 4 cycles. You didn't never check that, but you are telling me that
I
it's not.
just agreed.
Do
I
you
just
know
agreed.
how we can check the position using just mathematics? Piece of paper.
Is that a question?
Yeah,
Hey,
it's a question.
going back.
Do you
Okay,
know
going
how
back to
we
my
can
argument.
check
Okay,
how we can
Necros.
predict the position just using the
All
cycles?
right, Necros. Hold on. Okay, I let you talk for a little bit because I still didn't get to my point though here because see, you got to understand, Necros. Bacon is a mathematical dude. Okay, everything is numbers to this guy, right? And that's why he has a globe model, because mathematically it makes sense to him mathematically. The reason why I was trying to get you, Bacon, to understand in your own logic, mathematically, if there is an Earth with a certain
Funny how
size,
many times you say mathematics.
and
But go
there's
ahead.
a certain so there's a certain size to your globe model here, and then the math of how you're going to calculate the way things are going around it and around it, and you have idiots like McToon saying we can predict the sunrise down to the second because we know we use globe math. Now the problem with that is that I implore everybody tonight to go check out your own sunset and look at what they tell you on Google. It hardly ever matches up because they're not always down to the second. But the point here, Bacon, is that in math, do you think that that's normal? That you're going to be off? Like, for instance, let's say you're like, well, 5 plus 5 is 10. Okay. But when it equals 11, oh, my bad. It was 6 plus 5 equals 11. So I fucked up. I messed up. I wasn't accurate in my math. But when they tell you, though, that no, it's globe, it's calculated, there's math to it, it fixed perfectly, it's a model, and they're always off. What does that tell you, Bacon? Who's wrong here, the math or the people that are trying to say that they're invoking math based upon this model that
Well,
they
you're
have?
wrong
Oh, how am I
because
wrong? Go
the
ahead.
models there's not a single model, a unique model. There are variations of the model. Some have more nuances than others. If you, for example, are modeling the Earth without an atmosphere, you're going to have one type of prediction. If you're modeling it with what's understood as a standard atmosphere, you're going to get another prediction. But none of those are exact reality is because one doesn't have an atmosphere, so obviously that's not reality, and one has the atmosphere in standard conditions, which is most of the case not reality.
Why do you have
So
a model
depending
without
on
an
how,
atmosphere?
huh?
Why would you have a model without an atmosphere? Why? What would be the purpose of that?
Because it's way simpler, and for many things it doesn't make a hell of a difference. Like my model for predicting eclipses doesn't have an atmosphere, and it's good down to 30 seconds.
Okay, so but again, your model's calculated mathematically, right? Because you just said it's got it down to 30 seconds, right?
Yeah,
So you have
comparing to
a model.
reality, it was
So you have
close
a
within 30
model.
seconds.
So you have a model. Okay, put it this way. Miggy said it to you earlier, but I think it went over your head. Once upon a time, Bacon, there was people that had a model as well, but they weren't basing it off of a globe, yet they were accurate. So why does that make sense to you that because you do it mathematically of a globe and you're saying it's accurate, but how does that negate the fact that they did it without a globe? So in this case, if it
No,
was a
what they
globe,
did was just to find a cycle.
if it
That's
was
not
a
something that depends
if
on the
it
shape of the Earth.
if it was a globe, okay, if it was a globe, then what they were doing way back then, it wouldn't it wouldn't make it wouldn't model out. It wouldn't make sense. They
No,
wouldn't be able to do
it's
that. Okay,
irrelevant. The shape of the
well,
Earth is irrelevant to
okay.
find
Oh,
cycles.
it is. Oh, okay. Really,
For
really.
cycles, if you want to find cycles, the
So
shape of the
would
Earth
you?
doesn't care less.
Okay. I feel like you're throwing yourself under the bus here. Now it's kind of funny. So look at you're saying that you don't need the globe to come up with the Saros cycle, and then you're
Exactly.
saying, and then you're saying,
You need data.
but then you're saying is that the rotation, the spinning, the eclipse, all these factors come into play to create what the Saros cycle is already providing. Yes or no?
They explain the zeros.
Okay, so what you're so you're literally making your argument equal to somebody just saying, "Oh, all we have to do is just keep observing the skies, and it's a cycle. It goes around and around and around and around."
Oh, you forgot
This
one difference.
this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, which you said earlier, and I agree. You said it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth. You're right. You're
But you
absolutely right.
forgot one
But
difference.
the only difference here, Bacon, is that you were as a
No, that's
child.
not the only difference.
Here's the only difference. As a child, you were told this is what is, and then now, as you're traveling through life in your higher education as well, and you're studying even more, you're being told more that it's a globe, and here's mathematically
Well,
why, and that is your belief. So you're in a cult, you're in a religious
you just
belief.
forgot the
That's what
most
I'm pointing
important
out.
part of my argument here.
Oh, that your
That
belief,
we're not
the
just
argument, yeah.
predicting. Yeah, we're not just predicting that an eclipse will happen. We're giving you the full totality path, and at which point in time you get at which point of the path, down to
Okay,
less than a minute.
but that's all
That's
data.
not
That's all
something.
data.
That's not something the ancients were doing. If you think they were, then
No,
show that.
but they can though. But they can though. They can though.
Let me see that. Show it.
Guess what? Guess what? Think about this, Bacon. They were able to come up with this cycle without today's technology. Are you telling me that if you didn't give them today's technology to them back then, you're telling me they wouldn't have been able to understand that, okay, if we were to plot out this land and give it numbers based upon a flat planar Earth in all directions from a center, and we gave it these coordinate systems, which is, you want to say it's because of globe, but it's actually modeled to a flat planar system. That's how you get the angles and straight lines create those. But you're telling me that if you didn't give the guys of yesterday the equipment of today, dude, they probably would have even been better at it because they understood it better. They're the fucking creators. They're the authors of it. But they didn't have the technology to tell them, oh, hey, here's the coordinate system. Like, you know, that city, or I guess in this case, that village that's 1,000 miles away from you. Okay, so like the total this path, it's going to go over them, and we know the distance to them, and here's the system that we're going to set up, and then they themselves can plot it over a planar
I think I'm
Earth.
a bit lost. Let me see if I understand what you're arguing right now.
Makes sense. You're lost. But go ahead.
Why
Let me
insulting?
see if I'm following.
Jesus, this is
No, no, no,
unnecessary.
Yeah, let me see if I'm following. Are you speculating about what the ancients would do if you brought them from the past to today's technology?
I'm
Is
speculating
that
that
your argument?
I'm speculating that they're the ones that created it. Now imagine if they had our technology to
They
enforce it.
figured out a cycle. Yeah, well, the fact that they figured out a cycle doesn't mean that if you bring them to the present, they will continue to be flat earthers and still be able to predict eclipses down to half a minute. That's just you speculating that that's possible. That means nothing.
No. On the contrary, you're wholly hand waving the fact that they didn't believe it was a globe, and they were still able to have a cycle.
I just mentioned that.
And they were able to predict it. That NASA's even using they're copying their homework and then trying to make
Where
it
did
their
they say
claim.
they're using the Ceros?
Mickey
I mean, even if
posted
there is
the
the Ceros for the day, that's not
Mickey
that's not the
posted
same
for you,
thing
man.
as that's saying what day it's going to happen is not the same thing as saying where it's going to happen and at which minute or at which second. Those are not the same thing.
Bacon, you're not getting it, dude. You're literally fucking not getting it. In today's world, we have technology to take all the observations and the guess that like they literally are predicting the time and day of it going to come across their sky, right? They have these, and they got it down really fucking good, by the way. Now, but the only thing they didn't have is the gathered information from all the tribes to where they can say, hey, what time did you see it? Okay, what time did I see it? Okay, what time did you see it? Okay, what time did you see it? Okay, they could have created a path but they didn't live. It wasn't the internet, bro, back then. They didn't all talk to each other.
issue.
Bro, they didn't all talk.
You're assuming.
No.
You're
The
just
reason why we
assuming
know
this
that,
is possible.
the reason why we know that to be is because they didn't have that. So it's very, very good deductive reasoning to say
No,
it's safe to say that they didn't have from across the world everyone's timing and position of when they saw it, because the ones that were actually doing it wasn't millions of these people that were doing it. The people, it was just a position on a continent. Those people were doing it. Not every fucking culture was doing it. Not everybody was fucking even understood it. It was a knowledge that was shared from a people. You understand that?
I understand your argument. It's just completely fallacious.
It's no. What's
First of all,
what's
I'll
what's
grant you.
fallacious is okay. Go ahead.
Let me explain why it's fallacious. I'm trying
Necros, you're
to
hot
address
micing.
it.
Necros, you're hot micing. Necros, you're hot micing.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know if you're listening. No worries. Just mean yourself. Go ahead, Bacon. What were you
Thanks.
going to say?
Right. So yeah, I'll grant you that they were flat earthers. I'm not sure if that's true, but I don't really care because the Saros doesn't depend on the shape of the Earth. There's nothing about the shape of the Earth you're using to figure out the Saros. You're simply noting down lots of eclipses, and someone's noticing, okay, there's a pattern between. And we can see that the moon has a pattern and the sun has a pattern. And when you can cross those patterns, when everything aligns the same thing happens in the sky. Fine. They figured that out. Now, your argument is because they were flat earthers and they managed to figure that out, I don't know how many thousand years ago, then if they had today's technology, they would continue to be flat earthers and they would be able to do the water predictions because they did the Saros at the time. So they would be able to figure out the rest of it. That's just your bold claim. Just because they figured out a cycle doesn't mean they will be able to, without using the globe model, predict eclipses down to 30 seconds.
Let me explain.
One thing is a cycle between 18 years that eclipses repeat. The other thing is figuring out from each location on Earth, which requires you to understand Earth's geometry, and which point in time, which requires you to understand how they're moving precisely, and where the shadow is going to be, which also requires you to understand the geometry between the Earth, the Moon, and the Earth and the Sun. They would have to have all that, and if they have all that on a flat Earth, that's different than having all that on a globe Earth. So the predictions would be different.
That's false. That's completely false. Yeah, how can you say they're going to be different when they already proved to you that your world model of a globe is using their cycle and it matches up? So, but here's the main thing I want to say.
Because it's just a cycle. It's not a flat Earth cycle. It's just a cycle.
Dude, if you ran around your house every fucking hour and your brother saw you run around the fucking house every hour, he would be able to say, hey, he fucking comes around every hour, on the hour, okay? And then he could document that. And then he could predict, right? Like 5 minutes goes by and he looks at your fucking sister. He says, I guarantee you in 55 minutes, we're going to see our brother. And sure enough, like fucking clockwork, you come around again. Now, with that being said, does that make your house, front yard, backyard, and the neighbor's side, does that make it a ball? No, it doesn't matter.
No, that's exactly my point. It's exactly my point. Knowing the cycle doesn't require you to understand the shape of your house.
Okay, so
just like it doesn't require you to understand the shape of your
why do you?
So wait a second.
So you're invoking a bias that you've been told.
I'm not using the Saros for anything.
Bacon. Let me finish. You're saying it has to be a globe because it's a globe, even though the predictive fucking cycles have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. But so what you're doing is you're instilling a bias, you're instilling an ideology into the reality that these guys were actually just seeing it go around and around and around according to so many years it took, or months, or days, or minutes, or hours. But the point is that when you have something, Bacon, that you consistently, you're always saying, we know it's a globe because of this, but in the same breath,
I didn't say that.
Okay, do we know it's a globe because of eclipse? Yes or no?
I think that's strong evidence for it.
Okay. So in other words, yes. Okay, so let me repeat myself. You say we know it's a globe because of this, right? Now, but in the same breath, you're going to say, but I agree that they didn't have to believe it was a globe and they still figured it out. So it's you literally contradict yourself.
You're merging.
You're merging. Listen, you know it's a globe.
I am listening. That's why I want to address.
But you know it's a globe by this evidence, yet the evidence was discovered without it being a globe. Do you not see the fucking
incorrect?
Okay.
Yeah, if it was the way you're
discovered before something else was discovered, things need to be discovered before some other discoveries can be made. Isn't that the nature of discovery? Or am I just being mad?
Well, you're not understanding, though. Okay, look at, for instance, okay, Let's actually put a ball out there, okay? Let's actually go discover a ball. Let's say there's a ball in the cave, right? And then you go out there and you say, "Oh, check it out! Like the way we see the ceiling of the cave walls from this ball, this is what we discovered, and we actually discovered a ball." Then you make an entire system based upon that ball, right? But now rewind the tape, and now you come into a cave, and someone sees a completely flat floor, and then says, "Oh wow, look at this is the way we see all the cave walls all around us, according to this flat floor." Now, the latter was the original way everything that we know today was at least believed to be our
No,
reality,
I get you,
because
but that's
that's
the
what it was.
nature of discovery. Some people discover something, another person sees another way. They collaborate. They see a third way, and the third way might be empirically true or
But here's
objectively true. I don't know what.
here's the problem though. Here's the problem with that, okay? Because now, if the original discovery was this planar Earth, right? There was no globe involved there. There was no spinning, heliocentric model back then. But then, once upon a time, a man came around and said, "Oh, hey, we know it's a ball spinning and the sun is the center." Matter of fact, today's model isn't even the original heliocentric model. It's not even that model no more. We come in here day and day, and we're arguing with you guys about a model that doesn't even exist even in your own paradigm anymore, because that's not what they believe in anymore. The sun isn't the fucking center, just staying right there. Now they're like, it's hurling fucking X amount of miles per hour because there's a new fucking dragging. Now we're being dragged by the sun like a shooting bullet, and then like everything just kind of keeping to it, and that's a whole nother fucking world of math that they have to go in and calculate shit.
Can I ask you a question? How old do you think the Earth is, or how old have you
I
measured the Earth?
I don't have an answer apart from my belief.
I'm
So
asking
like
you. I don't
so like
know
for
what-
instance,
I'm not
so
gonna
for
judge
instance,
you. I just wanna
so
understand.
so for instance, if I had a child, okay, and I know the day that I have the child on, right? And
Yeah.
then not me had it, but me and the woman had it, because obviously men don't have babies.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
let's say now, and then 10 years later, to that day, okay, you asked me, "How old's your child?" And I say, "Oh, the child's 10." That's because I witnessed the birth, and I'm now at the day of you asking me that question. So to say, how old is the Earth?
Yeah.
That is a question that nobody can answer, because nobody was there. Now,
Okay.
we could
That's fair
believe
enough. That's fair
we
enough.
could
Then can I
believe
ask
the
a follow-up
stories.
question?
We could
I
believe the
can.
stories. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I understand. I mean, some people believe it's 6,000 years old. Some people believe it's 6 billion years old or 14 billion years old. It's again, it's difficult. But and again, I'm not trying to accuse anyone here. Does the way the flat Earth community look at things does it have to be physically observed by you to be objectively true?
If you're gonna fucking die on the hill and say that it's absolutely this, then I would think it would be in the best interest to have a very, very good understanding. Like, let's say you say, let me put it to you this way. Imagine you heard a woman scream from the room, you run in, and there's a guy laying down on the floor, dead, and there's a guy standing up. And she says, he murdered him. Then
Yeah.
she told you that. You didn't see it, but she told you. Now you go outside, and the cop says, what happened? And you're like, that guy murdered him, because someone told you that. But she's the one that murdered him. Now she gets away with it because you're a witness to a falsehood, because
Yeah.
you believe the lie.
I
So
get you.
I think it's safe. I think it's safe to say, don't die on the hill saying we know it to be true when you don't fucking know it to be true. And Miggy was saying it earlier, like, what senses did you see this globe Earth? And you're like,
Okay.
with my eyes. Okay.
Okay.
Well, then,
How many people would need to observe this phenomenon or objective truth that we're trying to get to for people to come to a
one person needs it.
consensus?
One person needs to. One, and that's you. Only
but
one
then,
person needs to do that. That's
how
you.
does knowledge get transferred? If I tell someone else, well, I can't believe that's true. I have to see it myself, so I
Well,
can't replicate it because I was just
well,
in space and I'm back down on Earth, and
well.
I
That's
can't
why.
actually show it to you.
Well, that's why in school. That's why this lie is very well trusted and believed to be true because you go to school expecting to learn what is true, validated. You don't have to be there to see it or believe it. Like when they say, okay, so guess what, class? Back in this year, there was a guy called John F. Kennedy. He was assassinated. This story, we don't know how. Might be CIA, might be the Lone Ranger, who knows? But this day happened. You, being a student, you're gonna say, okay, I wasn't there. I'm a young kid. I'm going to believe my teachers telling me something true of which they've been told. What they've been told. It's a story that's passed down, and somebody was there. Somebody witnessed it, and it was truth. It wasn't a lie. On that day, it's not like he burned up in flames. No, it's very. They have a video of it. He was shot in the head. But with that being said, that's why in the educational system, when you go and talk to a teacher, you are giving them that respect that they are not lying to you. When they say a square is a square, it's a fucking square. When they say red is red and green is green, well, that's red and that's green. And you put your trust into the educational system to steer you with knowledge. Knowledge is the key here. But the fucked up part about this is that they can lie to you and you believe it to be true because you've given that respect, the authority. Why would they lie to me? Why? They're here for my best interest. So when they tell you a lie, like they're like, oh yeah, dinosaurs are like here 253 million years ago. That's a lie. It's a story. Now you either believe it to be true or you don't. Why wouldn't you believe it? We all believed it. Why? Because that was our. They were telling us this. It must be true because why would they lie to us? But guess what? That same teacher grew up also in the same system, and then they were told that. Then when they got to they went to college because they go, I want to teach this shit too. It's fun. I love teaching. And then they come back with the same bullshit, and they're passing on the lie. So generation after generation, there's lie after organizations like NASA proved to be lying to us through camera tricks, CGI, video, photos, fake, all this bullshit. But yet we still believe them? No, as adults, it's shame on us if we still believe them because they've been proven to be liars. If you've been proven to be liars, then why can you? Go ahead.
No, okay, but then why is there? And I agree. Obviously, the best form of proof is just see it with your own fucking eyes. I don't really get the whole atoms thing, or because honestly, I don't know why you would not think those exist. Then, by the same breath, you could say bacteria and viruses don't exist because you can't observe them. But why is there an objection then to going to on this back to the original question on this trip to the Antarctic and checking out for yourselves? Why is there resistance?
Okay. Going back to that, you were talking to Megan bit on that because I do have something to say about that. Okay, I will say this. First of all, David Weiss in one of his videos, he interviewed this one guy. It was either 15 weeks or 15 months. I don't remember how long that this guy was down there where he would have seen a 24-hour sun. And he himself said, I didn't see a 24-hour sun. He said there's 24-hour daylight, like it's light, but you don't see a sun. And then that gets into I think it's called the Kopsis cup effect. I forgot what the fucking name is, but it's where like a ring of light. If there is a container around us, like a dome, a firmament, whatever, or there is a way to where light at the edge of the earth or towards the edge, it will shine, like it'll make a ring around it, kind of like a cup. If you put a flashlight in a cup, it'll shine all around it, around the circle. Anyways, that would be an explanation for it. But again, I don't know. Been there, haven't witnessed it, seen it. I think that would be an awesome thing to go down there and prove that you're not going to see a 24 hours because we don't have to go see a 24-hour sun in a place that shouldn't even exist when we locally can see that there's no curving away from us. There's no curve measured. There's nothing curving away from us other than topography. If you live on a high elevation and there's a low elevation away from, yeah, it can obviously drop down. But across water, this and that, every position that we're talking about these things, if there's no curve locally here in North America, what makes you think that miles and miles of a sudden there's going to be this like ball that's going to come back around the other side of fucking America? Are we special here? Are we just like one big flat fucking continent and everything else is a ball underneath? Like that makes zero sense. I don't think we have to do that,
Okay,
but it would be cool. I do agree. It would be awesome.
Yeah,
Matter of fact,
conceive a few experiments you could do there that doesn't just depend on going to see a sun going around a small circle.
yeah. Well, here's the point, though.
Some of your own. I mean, fuck it. It's like what a wonderful opportunity to.
I do agree, and you can do it. You can do it for $31,000. You can join them on that day if you want to, front the money up. I believe I think they chose Whitsitt. I think he ended up getting the position for the flat earther. But they're going to pay for one flat earther and one glober. I don't know what glober's going to go, but I think Whitsitt was the one that they chose. I think I could be wrong, but
sorry, I thought it was. I didn't think it was that expensive. Sorry. Okay, that makes perfect sense now that no one wants to.
yeah, exactly.
One thing that's objectively true is death and taxes.
Yeah, there you go. So here's the point.
Those are two hard truths.
So now, the creator of this, the final experiment, I guess he's collecting money, or he's collected enough money to pay for two people, one representing each side of the position, but then anyone else that wants to go and join them has to pay their own way, and I think it's $31,000. Here's the thing, though. Here's what I trip out on. Something that's in the fine print on that. He's using the Antarctic logistics, and I forgot the name of it. But that company, though, one bad thing about that is you have to give them a credit card, because anything outside of the said, like, tour or trip, you have to cover the cost. So, like, for instance, let's say you go down there and they're like, all right, guys, we're going to go home now. And then, like, a storm hits and then the plane can't land. They charge you per day what if you get stuck down for 2 weeks in a fucking in conditions that they cannot fly to get you?
Okay, no, fair enough. Okay,
so that's kind of fucked up for the people that are even like given the that aren't getting this trip paid for. And I don't know if the creator of it is going to cover those costs or put that on whoever the two guys are chosen. But you would think, though, they should cover. But anyways.
I would love to go, I must say, but I'm not. I think invested enough in the subject to really warrant it.
Right.
I'd fucking love to go.
Well, again, David Weiss interviewed a guy that already was. I think it's either 15 weeks or 15 months. I don't remember, which is a huge difference, by the way. But still, nonetheless, he was saying, "How are you going to send some down? Because that trip for $31,000 is only 5 days." What if it's fucking cloudy for 5 days and you never fucking get to see it? Then there's a waste of money. But that's why I think the guy that David Weiss interviewed, he already did the experiment. He already did the final experiment on his fucking time, for his own reasons. And he came back saying, "No, I never once saw a 24-hour sun." So technically, the final experiment's already been done. The only place that exists, the 24-hour sun, is on those videos that were posted and now proven to be falsified, as well as even acknowledged that they did have to loop it because they couldn't get the sun all in one shot. So anyways, it is what it is. It is interesting. I ain't going to lie. I would love to go too myself. Matter of fact, if they're going December 14th, I might be able to go, but I don't know how far in advance you have to pay. Oh, shit. Nice.
Maybe I should.
Go for your birthday.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, that's the next exposition that they have, December 14th. And I believe you land on a base that's just south of New Zealand, because it's a New Zealand base. But
is it?
Yeah.
Why they come from South Africa? Isn't South Africa closer? Or is it maybe I'm wrong?
Well, there's a specific spot that has been known. So, for instance, that one video with the watch and they show a 24-hour sun, that's taken from the base. So if you notice the elevation of the sun in the sky, even though it's faked and looped, it's still it's in the right position. So like you don't want to go somewhere where you're surrounded by a mountain that's going to block off the sun in the distance because now it's behind the sun. You can't capture it. You want to get the 24-hour sun accurately. So I think that base, Mercator base or whatever base it was, it's out of New Zealand though, or considered New Zealand territory. But that I guess was the best place, and that's where the tour takes you. The tour actually takes you to that place, and they have like a camping ground, and you will have a clear view of the sun going around you if that's what truly happened. Now again, the guy already said no, it doesn't. So, and I even personally talked to a guy that was doing some ice. He was doing some, they take out the ice cores and they do some science on them and measure and stuff. And I asked him, I said, hey, have you ever seen the 24-hour sun? And he's like, it's 24-hour daylight. But he's like, but I say I've never seen the sun. He's like, because I do go to sleep. So he's like, I don't know, I don't pay attention to that because
if it's daylight for 24 hours, then I guess it is at least proximity towards the sun. It's facing the sun at some point for 24 hours. Can I ask you a question? One thing I do remember now that you just reminded me, in the southern hemisphere, water goes through the tap, the sink, clockwise.
This
I
is-
was told in North America, or in the north, it goes counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's an old myth. It's kind of like one of those old jokes, if you will. They say, "Oh, it spins the opposite way," but it's actually created that way. You could literally reverse that based upon how you direct the water. For instance, if you were to fill up a sink of water in Australia, and then like if you were to like make a whirlwind, you can even do it here in North America. If you live in the north, you can do it the same thing. In a sink of water, if you spin your hand to the left, you're going to create a vortex that's going to go that direction. If you spin your hand to the right, it's going to create a vortex that's going to go in that direction. Has nothing to do with this so-called falsehood of it spinning.
Okay, so
It
that's
depends.
not in any way a good experiment to do. You say?
Yeah, no, it's the way the water comes out of the toilet bowl. So, like in Australia, if
No,
they had
I'm just doing what I think. I was actually just washing my
Yeah.
hands just now. Oh fuck yeah! Let's ask you guys. I mean,
Yeah.
isn't your sink
If-
symmetrical?
if I took my toilet right down to fucking south of the equator, it's because my toilet, the way the water spews out, that's just the way it's designed, which is really weird. That makes me think too, like why would they literally purposely design items to go the
It
opposite
wouldn't.
way?
That makes no sense. Why would they possibly do that? I mean, I've got
Yeah,
this building.
why would
It
they do
doesn't
that?
make any sense, but it is hilarious that it's true. It doesn't make any sense, but it is funny that it is true. You need to accept that, dude.
Well, the fact is, like, there's these guys that stand on the equator and they rip off tourists because they show them, look it, we have water on the left side and the north side, and we have water on the south side, and here's the equator, and they put a flower in a puddle of water and they release it, and on the right side the water spins one way, and on the left side the water spins the other way, and in the middle it doesn't spin at all; it goes straight down. But it's literally a gimmick. It's the way they created these little drains with the flower in it. There's probably a video of it too. You can probably check that out.
Like a parlor trick.
Exactly,
You're-
it's a parlor
I
trick.
guess it's a parlor trick.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it's
Well-
one of those.
Oh, that's true. From a just to give a global side here, if you're doing that close to the equator, that's a trick. That's not any real effect there.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, but I'm quite far south. You guys are quite far north, right?
Well, also there's also this understanding that I think always gets missed too. So like a lot of the times people say, "Oh, hey, like if you look at hurricanes or tornadoes, like and south of the equator, they spin the opposite direction of north of the equator." And then they say it never will be the opposite or different because of the nature of the Coriolis, that it has to be a pseudo force in place, right? Because it has to. It has to be. If that's the
Okay, do
case.
you know what? Do you know what? I'm gonna swap to my to my phone. I'm going to go to my bathroom. I'm going to do this. Do you want to do it with your side? Let's just let's have fun. Let's check it out. Just see
No,
if
I know,
actually
I know it's going to spin that way. Matter of fact, here's a better way: get a sink, plug it up,
Yeah,
and fill it with water. Okay,
that's what I was about to do. Yeah,
I can literally make the water go reverse by just literally creating a vortex that's reversed. It's as simple as that.
I just think of
Zulu.
pulling it up a bit and pulling out the plug and just watching it go. But
Yeah, Zulu. The direction in which the water is gonna spin when it's sinking, it's very sensitive to everything. Like if you're not doing that with a perfectly symmetrical, whatever it is that you're putting the water in, that itself might influence the direction
Yeah,
which it spins.
exactly.
It's
Exactly. The shape
almost
of the
anything,
I'm doing it in good faith.
almost everything.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Look, fair enough. I just reminded me from school. I said, well, fuck, we can do that right this second.
Yeah.
we both. That's it. We couldn't do this shit 10 years
Guys.
ago. We didn't have like all
Guys.
this wonderful shit just a few years ago. Now we can, like in real
That's
time.
true.
Do you want me to do that?
This reminds me of an episode of The Simpsons, though, where Bart goes to Australia and he wants to see the toilet flush backwards, but then they give him an American toilet or something that flushes the right way, so they feel comfortable.
Right. Exactly.
No, I don't know. My building was built in like the 60s. I don't know.
So-
It's quite a
so
big
just-
stink.
So one
I
thing
don't
I
know.
want to just finish real quick, if that's okay, Lula. Zulu. I mean, I said Lula. Zulu. The thing about it is that you can actually see in history times when there's been tornadoes and hurricanes and even just storm systems itself that they are literally going the opposite direction.
Mhm.
So they're called like anti-cyclones, and like which now they're technically in a globe Earth. They're not supposed to be doing that, but they're doing that. And it's one of those things they're like, well, wait, how that happened? Well, if you look further into it, you will see that the sun was maybe further north of the equator or further south of the equator at that given moment, to where it's literally the sun overhead, which is literally something obviously that's making things to spin opposite outside from the direction of the sun. No, the same thing as a boat going through water, Zulu. Because when a boat goes through water, it's going to create a whirlwind in one direction on one side and a whirlwind on the other side. And there's these vortexes because you're passing through it. So when the sun's going,
I'm glad you said that because I was thinking the same thing, bro. Like with a paddle and with a boat, like
exactly. So when the sun is north of the equator, right? Then when that means that you're gonna be able to still have the opposite spinning of something that's south of the equator, but being recorded north of the equator, because the sun is also north and opposite. When the sun is further south of the equator,
I'm not trying to make a fuss. I'm just saying it might be quite fun. Can I put my camera on him in this place? I mean,
it depends on if you are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. You can't, because there's more than 25.
I just wanted
there's only 19.
stop for a second and say I like this guy. He seems chill for this like flat Earth, globe Earth conversation. Usually there's a lot of rude globe Earthers.
Fuck it.
This dude seems very polite and cool.
Wait.
Right.
Hold on. Okay, here's my sink. Is that even enough?
Okay, yeah, it's even. Turn on the blue one. Or no, wait, no. We could just try it just first before you fill it up. Just try it. Turn on the right one first. So take out the plug. No, take out the plug of the sink. Yeah. Turn on the right one first. Let's see. Go ahead. Turn it on. Yeah, turn on. What direction is it spinning?
Spinning clockwise.
Okay, now turn on the left one.
Yeah, but that's not what I wanted to do.
No, I'm showing you.
This one looks like it's trying to go clockwise, but it's not.
Okay, exactly. So the reason why is because it's the position.
No, hang on. We aren't finished. That's not
we're not done. Yeah, we're not done. No, we're not done. We're not done. This is showing you one thing. Now plug it up. Now fill it up with water, and then unplug it.
Yeah, hold on.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just getting some lights. Yeah. Okay, so this one looked like it was trying to go right. This one was definitely going right. Okay, so hold on. Okay, I'll do it from both, just so it's fair. How's that?
Yeah, no, you're actually going to let
Just
the
so
water
it's fair.
settle. Yeah, you're going to let the water settle to us
I will.
dead still.
You'll direct it. I'm not going to do it without your say. Okay. Is this enough water? Is this enough
Probably,
water?
yeah. Probably, yeah. That should be enough.
Okay, you tell me when to pull this thing out.
No, go ahead. I mean, it should be fine.
Tell me when.
Yeah, pull it.
Tell me.
Pull it. Yeah, sure. Can you tell?
Okay.
Is it creating? There he goes. It's creating clockwise, right?
Yeah.
All right. So it created clockwise. Let's see here. Let me see here.
Let's see yours. Let's see yours now.
Hold on. I don't. Is there enough people? Are we good?
Yeah, let's check this out. Okay, so I'll switch back to my computer. Hold on.
Oh, that was fair. Okay, I guess. Let's check yours. Yeah, let's check this out. I think maybe pull yours up a little bit taller, because mine
Well, I'm
went
trying to. I don't have a plug.
Oh, fuck.
Hold on. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me see.
Yeah, put in.
You couldn't see it. It's in fucking. I don't have a plug. I need to get
This
a
is
plug.
fucking from people all over the world. Does yours spin right? Does yours spin left? No,
But the point, though,
okay, so it spins
would
right
be,
because of the Coriolis effect. How does it? Why does it spin right? Why does mine spin right and yours left?
again, it's because the design of the bathtub.
Yeah, that's
or
probably not
steam
the Coriolis.
I mean, I'm
yeah,
not
that's
saying
not-
it's distinct proof, but mine definitely goes clockwise for what it's
Right.
worth.
And by the way, so does mine. So what does that tell you?
I don't know. I'm asking you. That's
Yeah,
what I
you're
asked
in
you.
the south and you don't know it.
No, in the south.
I guess.
No, I'm in the south.
I guess
It's meant to spin
California is
clockwise.
south.
You meant to spin counterclockwise, right? But your
Wait,
plug
where do
doesn't
you
have like
live?
a buffer. I'm in
Wait.
Johannesburg.
Okay, so then, yeah. So, I don't know. I
Oh.
think it goes to prove that is a total bullshit claim. It has nothing to do with it. The
But, I mean,
water.
All right, whatever. I just
most
thought it was fun.
most
It was fun to
Globers,
dispute.
yeah, most Globers in the arena, there has been looking into Coriolis and all that stuff, knows that like this is just something the average Joes doesn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and again,
I thought so. So, but on a flat Earth model, it shouldn't theoretically spin. It shouldn't have a distinct spin. It should just have a chaotic spin, I guess, as to be random. How does it work on flat Earth?
let's see this real quick. Let me see here. Yep, it's totally going clockwise. Yep, completely went clockwise.
Is it going clockwise?
Yep, I flushed the
can't
toilet.
see.
It went clockwise.
You didn't show us, dude. Come on.
But that's just showing you though that that's not a fact that is having it because guess what? Because guess what? If the Earth was a globe and Coriolis was a thing, and they're telling you this is why water goes opposite because the forces that are happening, like that's all obviously bullshit. That's
Okay,
not
but
what it is.
another question: would it be so bad if the world was round? Why do we care so much? I mean, okay. Let me turn it the other way. Would it be so bad? Why do you care so much that the world is flat?
Well, the truth is what we're really caring about. Prove me wrong that it's
I'm not
a globe.
trying.
Prove
I'm
me
just
wrong
trying
and
have a conversation.
tell me that it's wrong.
Look, I think honestly, I'm not being a dick here, but probably the onus is on you guys because I think the vast majority of Earth, and I think the entire science community probably is in agreement that the world is a spherical Earth. Or am I
Well,
wrong? I
there's
don't think
no doubt. Okay, one thing you have to understand. There's no doubt that this lie is the greatest lie ever to mankind because
Oh,
it's
okay.
been
Why?
a long lasting thing.
But for what purpose? I mean, how expensive must this lie
Control,
be?
control,
But controlling what?
control,
Our
and money.
mind?
What do you mean? What do you mean? How expensive? We know how expensive they charge American paper. I think for America, they charge $60 million, $70 million a day. I don't know how much they charge over there for you guys, but the program for space is a very, very expensive program that they take from the taxpayers' dollars.
No, we don't have a space program here, buddy. we got
Well,
bigger problems.
you ever hear that term? Like, when the United States sneezes, the world gets sick. Everybody kind of follows what we do, and we come up with this, this lie. I guess you can say Russia also too, but maybe Russia's also part of that. Whatever they do, maybe that they handle the
And
east, we
India
handle the
and
west.
China and even fucking everyone has put up a satellite. Must be in on it.
No. That's the thing. Like criminals, they're all going to be criminals together. They're not going to fucking rat each other out. If you have a scheme and I know you're scheming, and then I'm like, hey, get me in on the scheme. Like, I'm not going to go tell everybody that you're lying. I'm making money off of it too. You get that?
Yeah. Okay, look, I mean, it's been a great conversation, guys. Thank you very much. You give me lots to think
Yeah.
about. I'm sure
All right.
I'll pop in once in a while to give you some shit, I guess.
Sounds
I've
good.
got one more question before you go, Zulu. So you live in the supposed southern hemisphere. I'm wondering what the flat Earth explanation would be for, like, why Zulu can't see the North Star.
He's too far
Why
away.
can't see Polaris? What would be the flat Earth explanation for why?
He's too far away. Too far away.
I'm too far away.
It's too far away.
He's too far away to see it. Yeah.
So, like, the sky in like Argentina and Australia resemble each other more than the sky in the northern hemisphere. So, what explanation? Like, according to the map,
okay. So
Argentina and Australia are very far from each other.
Okay, so put it this way. Okay, let's say you know what? Are you from North America?
Originally, yeah.
Okay, so you know what a Home Depot is, right?
Yep.
Okay, so like when you're in the center of that humongous warehouse, okay, let's say they have a fan that's blue, okay, and we're obviously, for all intents and purposes, we're going to make this Home Depot like the size of a state, okay. Now the blue fans that are in the center, that's visible from everybody standing underneath it, and even to a certain distance away from it, you can no longer see that fan on the ceiling because you're not underneath it, or you're just not able to see it. So then, but all around this humongous warehouse, size of a state, let's say Texas, right? This huge warehouse, you're all the way on the outsides of it. You're not towards the center. So that means you're going to see the red fans that are going around the entire building on their circuits. So like when the red fans are over the north side of the building, everyone's going to look up and say, oh, there's those red fans. And then when they rotate and they come around the south side of the building, everybody over there is like, there's those red fans. But they're never going to see the blue fans because they're not in a position to see them. That's kind of like the most lamest, easiest fucking way to explain it.
I mean, can't that be verified? I mean, can't we look at
It is verified.
A planetarium, sorry, an astronomy. Oh, fuck, man, my language. Sorry, not my first language. The observational domes.
Right, observatories?
Yeah, observatories. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Observatories in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. There must be some in South America. Can't you see from there? I mean, surely that information is absolutely available.
No, it has to do with the how far away it is from where you're standing. Like, for instance, you could put an observatory like really high, but it still doesn't mean that it's going to fucking see China from America. Just because you said, hey, my observatory is really high.
Polaris.
They're still, yeah, exactly. So, like, for instance, we know. Okay, well, let's think of it locally to make it easier for you. Okay, Let's say a street pole. We put it in the middle of the desert, right? A light pole, okay, and it's 3 stories high, okay. And if we were able to measure the desert to be like, let's say in Kansas, and it's like there's no elevation change, like for miles and miles and miles, it's just flat as fuck, okay. Or I think even Florida's even flatter. But here's the point. If you were on one side of the street pole and I was on the other side of the street pole, and we both walked away from one another's point, as we're both walking away, we're still the same elevation, by the way. There's no dipping, there's no curvy, there's no change. It's just flat across. But eventually, when we look back, we're both going to see it lower to the horizon. Then when we get further back, we're both going to be seeing it in a straight line, looking back at one another. That light pole is eventually going to get so low because we're so far away from it that it's going to just disappear into our horizon. Now, then if we were to mark where it disappears for me and where it disappears for you, and we'll give that a distance, and we'll say, this is how many miles we are from one another, okay? And we cannot see something that we know we're not taller than, and we know that the Earth wasn't fucking curving down away from us because it could be measured that way, transferring benchmarks across a fucking horizontal plane. That's just the way it works in real life. So if we know that's just the way things optically happen. Like that's the way our eyes work. So if a 3-story building can be shrunken down to horizon at miles away from each other, now imagine thousands of miles away from each other, and we're talking about something that is up in the sky. We don't know how high it is. We can assume, but when they say, "Oh, that is 400 trillion miles away from us," like that's just all bullshit. You're now dipping into the falsehoods to make it not make sense when we're trying to tell you the reality and how it does make sense. Does that make sense? A lot of sense.
What I don't get is so on the flat Earth model, like South America, let's say Argentina and Australia are about as far away as one can get from each other. Yet both of those countries can view like the Southern Cross. Like, what explanation is there?
So once again, they are not seeing that particular thing at the same exact time from the same exact perspective, obviously, right? As time goes through the night, right, those stars that are moving, they're eventually going to be in your view. Like, for instance, you know that when the sun is up in the sky, you know there's stars behind it, right? Like, if you watch the last eclipse, like you saw all the stars that were in the sky, but you just can't see them because there's a great light in the sky. But over 6 months later, when the sun is now going on a different speed than the stars behind it, then all of a sudden you're seeing a different set of stars, right? But that's because the sun itself is lighting up at a different time during the day, technically, because of its travel as its circuit goes around and around. So now you're seeing a different zodiac, like 6 months later, that you didn't see 6 months prior. And it's because like the sun is going a certain speed according to the stars, the way their speed is. But the fact is that they're still going around and around regardless. So like the person in Argentina is going to see the same thing as the person, in the southernmost tip of Africa, because that set of stars that's going around and around you is going to come back eventually. You're going to come by eventually. That's I think a huge like deceptive way of trying to prove the globe. They say that there's 3 positions, like person Australia, Argentina, Africa, they all see it at the same time. Dude, it's not even nighttime at the same time for all 3 of those places. So it's a very deceptive thing to say, but it's an argument that they're trying to.
Places, then.
Even still, you're not seeing it from the same perspective. Like that's like saying Orion when it's in the, or even the moon, bro. We don't have to use a star; we use the moon. When someone's on the in Arkansas looking at the moon, and I'm in California, or vice versa, when I'm in Arkansas and they're in California, and we can both say, "Oh yeah, we see the moon at the same time." Well, that's pretty crazy. We're 1,600 miles apart, and we can see the moon, but it's way to the fucking edge, like as if it's rising on one side and it's setting on the other. Like we're not saying like we're both looking at it dead head, like right above us. That's bullshit. That's a lie. That's the deceptive part that goes on, and a lot of Globers that kind of goes over their head because you kind of have a bias, so you just accept it. But it is what it is.
But it seems like when we talk about stars in the quote unquote northern hemisphere, like we use the excuse that it's very far away. But as soon as we're talking about, which I don't get, stars that are even supposedly farther, or sorry, lands that are even farther away, like Argentina and Australia on the map, on the flat Earth map, they're even farther away. We don't use that. We can't see them because they're far away. We're saying something else now. Like we're saying.
Wait a second, can I?
It's two different. No, because it's all about the relative position. That's what you're not getting.
I
don't know. Go ahead.
You need to point out something because I just opened Stellarium and while you guys are speaking, and just like tonight, they're in the exact same moment. You can see the Southern Cross from South Africa, Argentina, and Australia at the same time. So yes, you can see from those three at the same time, and it's nighttime for the three of them.
So it's nighttime for Argentina and Australia and Africa, and they're all seeing it in the same position, the same way.
That Not in the same position.
So now we're going back to my point. It's in the moon.
Why would they see the same position?
Well, that's what I'm saying though. But you're trying to say that you can't see that, so it must be a globe. No, we're saying
no. That's not the argument.
You are able to see the stars in the sky. You are able to see the stars in the sky, but they're going to be from different perspectives. He's talking about from north to south. He's saying why can't if it's so far away from the left to right, why can't we see the one in the center? He's not understanding that you are not in the center to see the center. You're way on the outskirts, and everybody else that's on the outskirts is also too far away to see Polaris. They're too far from that position. Does that make sense?
When we ask if from these three southern points we can all see the Southern Cross at the same time, they're all looking south, and I think Gonzo is trying to make sense out of that on the flat Earth. Like how if the North Pole is in the center, then looking south is looking away from the center.
Okay, that's like
three
saying
points very far away from each other, seeing the same star looking away from the center. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you though. I mean, if you're looking at an object from a position that's up in the sky and you are closer to it in the sense of like laterally, I guess you would say. You're closer to that side of the fucking room, and all you guys on the left side are going to see the shit on the left side. Everybody on the right side is going to see the shit on the right side. I mean, I don't know what you don't get about that. It's kind of weird, but I don't know. Maybe my brain it's no longer stuck in the globe bias, so it doesn't block it anymore. I don't know. It's very simple to me to get it. Like, yeah, it makes sense. When you're farther out, you're going to see the things farther away from you.
Yeah, the question is like you have three people that are looking away from a central point, and each one is looking in a different direction.
No, but that's the lie. That's the deceiving lie. They're not looking away. They're literally looking at an angle, and that's okay.
Yeah,
that's south. Where the lie comes. For instance, what we would all need to see, right? Okay, here's what we need, Bacon. Here's what we need to prove this. Here's what we need. We need a person from Australia, a person from Africa, and a person from South America.
I'm here. I'm ready to do it.
To look at hold a compass. To hold a compass and prove their eyeballs are only looking south, not southwest and not southeast. The second you are now looking southwest or southeast, you're proving my point. Because we would have to wait until we would have to wait till Africa, until the Southern Cross that's in the sky, this clusters of stars. We have to wait till Africa looking straight south for then everybody, the other two, to say, okay, now you look. Now, I will say this. That is a great experiment, which I already know the outcome. But I'm just saying, for you to go find people to do that with you, and I want you to prove to yourself, Bacon, that it's not a ball. Because technically, if it was a ball, all three of those people should be looking due south to see.
No, not due south.
I'm sorry, not the North Pole. Why not North South? Why not? Because it's off because of the tilting axis.
No, because each one of those stars is in a different direction. None of them are going to be exactly due south.
Okay,
And
welcome to it not being a globe.
yeah, the direction what you would expect to see the Southern Cross on the globe is the same as the direction of the geographical position of those stars. And none of those are above the South Pole.
Okay, bacon.
So you wouldn't be due south for everybody.
Bacon. Hold on. You literally you're walking over. You're debunking yourself. But here's the thing. Here's the point. If we took a basketball, Bacon,
Sure.
okay? If we took a basketball and we took better yet, let's take an apple and we're gonna stick a fucking a shish kebab fucking stick through the middle of it, through the center of it, okay? And then we're gonna put 3 people on the north side of that apple and 3 people on the south side of the apple. All 3 people on the north side, when they look directly north, they're gonna see the stick in the middle. Okay. Same thing with the people in the south. When they look directly south, they're gonna see the stick in the middle.
Yeah, but the Southern Cross is not a stick in the middle.
Oh, okay. It's off by a degree, right? It's off, right?
No, the Southern Cross is like a 20-something degrees or 30-something degrees off the South Celestial Pole.
So we can't even use it. Okay. Well, back to the
Of course you can. Of course you can. Where you see it, it still doesn't make any sense on flat Earth. We don't need something you have to be dead center.
You're not getting it, Bacon. You're not. Okay. Okay. Let me put it this way. What star can we use? What fixed position thing? See, this is why globe Earth is bullshit. Because this is the old argument. We're telling globers there is nothing in the south that you're creating to be circling optically. So think about it. Remember the apple with the shish kebab in it? There should definitely be at least one star dead center that people can fit. Guess what? There's trillions and trillions of stars all around us, right? Trillions of them all around us.
Not that we can see. We don't see trillions of stars.
Okay. So we can see the North Pole. I'm sorry, the Northern Star, right? Polaris, right? We could see it.
Which is also not dead center.
Okay. So we can see it. And we use that as the North Star, right? Okay. What star is the south one? What is antipodal to it? What is the opposite, the direct one, to where we can actually prove it? There isn't one, right, Bacon? Yeah. Welcome to it not being a globe.
What? Why would the globe necessitate? Well, first of all, Polaris is not dead center in the source.
Because when the ball's spinning,
dude, stop cutting me off every time.
On its axis, when the ball's spinning in the south, there should be. You know how you guys say, hey, the stars, they reverse the opposite way and they're going this way. Then there should be a center point of which is represented.
Yeah. That's like the South Celestial Pole. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you have those 2 poles?
So all those stars, out of all those stars, what star do you fixate on due south for all 3 positions so that way they know they're on a ball?
For the same star to be due south for all observers, you have to be dead center, which you don't have a star dead center.
How unfortunate.
Just like you don't have a dead center star on the north. That's why the azimuth of Polaris is not due.
But yet we use Polaris. But yet we can Russia can see it, China can see it, America can see it.
Yeah, because it's 22 arc minutes. Sorry, it's 38 arc minutes from the. It's 38 arc minutes from the pole.
Everybody can look due north. Everybody can look due north and see
That's not due north. No, that's not due north. That can be up to 38 arc minutes off due north.
How far is that? Tell me.
38 arc minutes. That's how far it is.
How far would the compass change?
Huh?
How far would the compass change?
The compass doesn't care about polarities. I'm not sure what you're asking there.
Okay.
Oh, compasses vary by degrees. Compasses vary by degrees.
Okay. If I had a compass in front of me and I looked up at Polaris and I put my camera showing that I'm looking north and then I tilt my camera up and I see Polaris, is it safe to say that Polaris is due north?
Within 38 arc minutes, yes.
That's not okay. Okay, here's my point, Bacon. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go on mute because I've been talking too long. Here's what I'm gonna say. It's not like my compass is saying I'm looking northeast. It's not like my compass is saying I'm looking northwest. It's definitely saying I'm looking north. Now, if you were to get a compass down the south in America, South America, Africa, and Australia, you're going to have two people saying, I'm looking southeast and southwest. And then the other person saying, I'm looking directly south. That's because you're fixating your position on a star in the sky that's going around and around and around. But you don't want to admit that. Welcome to it not being a
I'm
globe.
not denying
I don't
that.
want to say
I
flat Earth
actually,
you agree, I know,
yeah.
because it's not a globe. But you can't agree that it's not a globe.
Why does that make it not a globe?
Because oh my God, when Russia looks at the star due north, when Europe looks at the star due north, when America, Canada, and
That's not due
China,
north.
when they're all looking at Polaris, it's due north to them. If that's their position, if
That's
that's
not
where
due
they're living
north.
at. Okay,
That's
all
only
right.
due north twice a day.
Okay,
In the winter, and in the summer is once a day.
Okay, got it.
But twice a day, that's 38 minutes off.
Okay, got it. You're still looking north, though. Oh, okay. So let me say it. Are you telling me, Bacon, that twice a day it's going to be off? So now all of a sudden, your compass, when you look at the camera and you look up at the star and you look down at your compass, you're telling me that it's going to say northeast or northwest, or is it still
It
going to say
already
north?
does that because the compasses can be off by several degrees, which is way less than Polaris. Polaris is just off a couple arc minutes.
Okay. So, Bacon, either you're not getting it or you're just refusing to get it. In the South, if someone's looking southeast to look at that star, then you're not on a ball.
What star?
You're just on a big record. The
What
cluster
star?
of stars. The cluster of stars. What you guys have as a Southern Cross.
Yeah, that's not
because the Southern Cross are the stars.
The Southern Cross is several degrees away from
you're
the
not getting
South Celestial
it,
Pole.
You're not getting it. You're not going to get out. You just can't grasp it because you're too biased and you're too indoctrinated.
You're not making any sense. Like
Bacon. Well, let me put it this way. Let's get a record. You know what a record is, Bacon? You know what a record is?
Something you record.
Okay. Okay. On a record, if you put a toothpick with a lime pushed into it and you put it at the edge of the record, okay, then you had a person standing on the opposite side of the record, then also on all four quadrants, let's say.
I don't think I know what you mean by a record, actually.
You don't know what a record player is? A record where music, you play it, record, music, it's flat, disc, round.
Vinyl disc. It's a big vinyl disc.
You know what a vinyl is? Okay.
The disc. Yeah.
Okay. Let's say a frisbee. You know what a frisbee is? Okay, let's use a frisbee.
I get it.
Okay.
I know what you mean now.
If you have a toothpick into the frisbee with a lime on top, we're gonna say that's representing the Southern Cross that person is seeing from looking due south to it, just directly at it on a frisbee. And when I say south, because now I'm saying that the middle is north. And every direction away from it would be south. Okay, now we're going to put someone that's south east from that position. And then we're going to put a person that's southwest from that position. So now we have a frisbee with 3 dots on it, right? Like 3 positions. And then you're going to give them a compass. Now, when they look at it, at that star that's originally, let's say we're going to put in Africa. Okay, we're going to represent this as Africa. When it's due south in Africa, the person in South America is going to look at it southeast, and the person that's in Australia is going to look at it southwest. That's because it's not a ball. Because let me explain to you, if it was a ball, then now we get a ball, right? Then we put a toothpick, then we get a fucking lime again, same experiment. Then we put 3 parts on the ball. They're all going to be looking south because that is the physical fucking way that they will be seeing something.
Yeah,
I have a question.
If 3 observers are pointing at the celestial south, then all of those are pointing due south. But if you're
Yeah,
picking a
if
star
you
like in the Southern Cross, that's not on the South Celestial Pole, so
You're
obviously
not
that
getting
won't
it.
be due south for the
Getting
three
it.
observed at the same time.
if you don't mind, can I just ask you guys a question? If
Guess we
you
don't have an
want to
option.
prove that the world is flat, do you have to raise your voice and almost shout to convince everyone? Is that a thing you got to do, or else it won't work?
Some of these guys have to. I think some of these guys are compelled to. This chap who's talking is actually quite a nice guy.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we've
Just
cleared
to
doors
answer your
here.
question fairly.
Well, Bacon, I think I could probably draw it for you. I probably have to do some math for you because you speak math all the time. Maybe I could show you like numbers looking instead of people. I don't know, like whatever it's got to be for you to grasp what I'm saying. But it's very, very simple in my head. Again, because I've been washed and cleansed of the globe bias nonsense. So then it just makes sense what I'm saying. Like I can totally get what
I
I'm
can do
saying.
this on Blender. I can do this on Blender. Like
You know,
really easily.
when you washed yourself of the total global Earth stuff, did you like scrape out bits of your brain?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, the parts
Well-
that were lied and deceived to. That's what happened.
Yeah, actually, let me replicate this on Blender live. Let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, I can.
Duke, are you in Oz? You sound Aussie.
Yeah, I'm an Aussie.
We were talking about experimentation, about seeing Polaris from the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere. I think Bacon is currently in negotiation with Apro Cryphon about
Right.
Apocryphon.
The
So-
way I see it, each hemisphere, northern and southern, gets to see it at a different time because the Earth is round and spinning. That's why I see it.
Okay, that's a fair comment.
Yeah. It's just as simple
so
as, all
what
comes
star do we
razor.
see- Bacon, what do we see in the southern hemisphere? What's our southern star?
I'm picking Acrux.
I beg your pardon?
No, for the southern star. No, the closest
Sigma
star to the southern
Octavius.
hemisphere. Sorry.
Sigma Octavius, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
that's Sigma Octantis is close, but Sigma Octantis isn't bright enough to see it with a naked eye. You need a telescope to see Sigma.
Okay.
Well, my very calm question is, have you ever seen a flat molecule? Or a flat cell? Or a girl with a flat ass? I have some of them.
Oh, dude, I
Flat
started there.
boobs.
I got shouted at.
Oh, yeah, no.
I got shouted at.
You ever seen a flat moon? You ever seen a flat soccer ball? Flat tennis ball? Flat squash ball? Nah, you don't see
You're
these.
gonna get shouted at. You're gonna get shouted at. No, honestly, I'm
people
not
that-
trying to get him. I've been
The people that would shout at him are not here right now.
All right, okay, fair enough. He was
Lucky me.
Yeah, lucky you. Oh.
Anyway, I didn't
Alpha would have
shout
shot
my
you down real
point.
quick.
I did not need to shout my point. I said it calmly and pleasantly because I don't need to scream at people to make them agree with my point of view. They'll take it or leave it as they see fit.
Oh, Duke, you sound like you've been on the sauce all day. Have you had a
Oh,
barbie?
fuck yeah, mate.
Nice. Nice.
But that's no excuse to be rude on the internet, is it?
Oh, no, I agree. Oh, my Australian brother. Good. We've got some Southern Hemisphere representing.
All right, represent. Cheers.
Chin chin.
You know, flat earthers globally all disagree with me.
Say again?
Pretty funny.
I said
You're
the
being
flat
funny.
earthers globally disagree with me.
Yeah, you're being funny.
No, I get it.
Fuck you guys. That's what
Yeah,
I
man,
call
no,
you that
I
are,
want
I'm
to try
stupid.
recreate. I want to try recreate that spinny basin trick. I don't think it's a pilot trick. Mine distinctly went fucking clockwise. We just missed the experiment. I was actually just thinking about it.
My
going, okay.
shin goes clockwise too. So does my toilet.
You want to
I'm
know
not-
what
I'm
I
not
would
down
do?
there.
If I was a flat earther, I would fly into outer space and look back down and go, ah, fuck.
You can do it.
I love the way Ozzy's saying, fuck. Fuck. Now, there's a reason why we love the Australians and hate them. They're bloody funny. They got some hot chicks, and they shit at cricket and rugby.
There's the planet Earth. Oh, it's not flat. I'm going to tell it it's round. Oh, crikey, it's cranky now.
I was thinking, what if the world started off as flat and then became a bit rounder as we went along? And maybe we're both right.
What if all the fat people lived on the edges and bent it into a circle?
Yeah, true.
Fucking fat people.
Fatties, yeah. Fuck 'em.
Fatties. Fuck 'em.
Has
Should ban
South
them
Africa
from-
won the Rugby World Cup since Morgan Freeman was president?
We've just smashed them. We just literally won the World Cup right now, a few months ago. Yeah. So yes, we did. Right now. Right now. Hey.
I didn't know that.
There is a problem if the world is round, because in the flat Earth theology, you get to live on the back of a turtle, which sounds pretty fucking cool.
I always loved Terry Pratchett, man. I honestly, that's what actually got me thinking about it. I was thinking of Terry Pratchett. I said, well, let me check out Flat Earth. Let's see. Have you guys ever read Terry Pratchett?
Yeah, but if you're round, you don't get to live on the back of a turtle. You just have to float around.
Yeah.
Yep. Sucks to be
Made a-
you.
I know. He's one of the funniest writers that ever lived. Terry Pratchett. He made a whole brilliant universe, and he had fun with the concepts around science and magic and mysticism and spirituality. It's very, very funny. Good stuff.
Well, it's safe to say that I mean, obviously, even within this server, there's people from everywhere.
Yeah.
And obviously the truth has reached, to the corners of the earth as written. But it's just what comes into the room though is the bias against what that truth has been, shared, and then you have the Globers that are like, hey, whoa. So I heard about this flat Earth. I'm here to tell you that it's not flat. It's a globe, man. I could tell you. I could prove to you. And then you guys use all this fake falsehoods and fake math.
But you've just got to fly up into space, and then you'll know for sure, right? It's just like that simple.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because we can get into a long
Oh, we don't
discussion or
need to
debate.
get in an argument.
No,
that
I
won't
know.
help anyone.
That's why I said discussion or debate. We can get into a long debate or discussion in regards to how you going up and seeing the world around you in a 360-degree view as our eyes see, then it doesn't mean that it's a curved ball Earth. Now,
What if
I
you
would
were to
agree.
fly around it, all the way around in orbit?
It's
What
still
about that?
it's still the same thing. To give you an example, I could take I have a drone, right? And I can go into the middle of a huge soccer field, and I could fly it in circles around a center point at the middle of the field, and it doesn't make the field a ball. All I did was drive it, keep my same distance, equal distance in a circumference around the center. That is what we call circumnavigating.
All right, I've got
That's
a
what we
question
do.
about
Oh. Yeah.
Apo.
Apocryphon. You call me APOC if you can't say it.
Yeah, APOC's good for me.
Okay.
Do you believe the International Space Station exists?
It definitely does. It's in Houston. It's underwater sometimes. Sometimes they have it outside in the studio with a green screen behind it. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
It definitely does exist.
Okay, that's funny. But hold it. But do you believe we? Okay, then you clearly don't believe we went to the moon for sure, right?
Absolutely not. That was one of the earliest lies that America sold to the public. Yeah, and they've been lying.
Orbit, do you think we've been out of the atmosphere into orbit, or whatever orbit is to you.
Well, in the understanding of it way back then, they believed because it's what was being pushed upon everybody, that the moon was in space, or what we would call, I guess, deep space, being 240,000 miles away. But they understood that there is no atmosphere out there. But guess what? Like not too long ago, within within 5 years, the news reported that NASA scientists now say that the atmosphere goes even beyond the moon. It's just very, very, very thin, and you can very, very, very get it.
Yeah, but where the fuck is heaven? If you can fly to the moon, where the fuck is heaven?
Above,
Okay.
above the crystalline sea.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're doing a common mistake that a lot of Globers jump in here and do. And it's okay though, we're used to it. So what you're doing is you're taking the reality of the moon not being far away, but then you're mixing it with the globe falsehood that the moon is really far away. So then you're saying, well, wait, if
Hold
the
on.
moon is really far away in your paradigm, and we're saying heaven's right above us, they're saying like, well, then there's the moon beyond heaven. So like that's kind of like you're misconstruing the two together. You're mushing them, two false models. You're making it into one model.
No, this makes no sense. The only advantage you've got going from the moon to the moon from a globe is that you get half the diameter of the Earth advantage in the distance that's being shorted. If it's flat, you don't get that shit, right? But it's still pretty much the same fucking distance.
More like 27%.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same far away.
I'm
Doesn't
sorry,
matter.
I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying, is that supporting the shape of the Earth in any way, or no?
No, I'm just measuring the distance to the moon.
Okay, so you measured it how? Let's go through that. Let's walk through that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that the global people, the soccer ball heads, think they've got an advantage going to the moon, and I'm saying yes, they do, because from a flat Earth, which doesn't have a radius, you get half the radius of closeness more to the moon when you launch your rocket. So you're half a globe, an imaginary globe, closer to the moon. So it's gonna.
So, but you're still okay. So once again, you're mixing the two worlds together. We're saying, or I'm saying, I can't even speak for everybody. Let me speak for myself. I'm saying we never landed on the. We never went to it. We don't know that it's 240,000 miles away. You ever heard of scaling variance?
Yeah.
Okay. If it makes sense that we can make the moon to be only a couple thousand miles away optically, but we could also make it be hundreds of thousands of miles away, shouldn't that raise a red flag to you that we don't know what it is? Because it could be either or. Other than the story of we've been there. Go ahead.
I have a simple question for you. What makes the tides go?
Oh my god.
Definitely not the moon, but
definitely not the moon. What makes
definitely
the tides work then?
Well, it probably has to do with
let me respond to this for a second. Let's talk about cause and effect. So you're saying the moon, or the gravity from the moon, whatever, causes the tides, right? That's what you believe? Affirmative?
Yes, I believe that.
So let's talk about setting up or not setting up a scientific experiment to demonstrate this to be true. So in order to conduct a scientific experiment to demonstrate that the tides are caused by the gravity of the moon, we would have to first remove the moon from the situation and observe the tides not happening, and then put the moon with its gravity back into the situation and observe the tides happening in order to demonstrate that cause and effect relationship.
You don't always get an opportunity to observe the body in zero state. It's going to be in fluctuating moontide state. You're gonna just have to observe it with the empirical data you got. You can't turn the moon off.
Sure. No, but hold on, buddy. I'm
That'd
still
be as
talking about the
crazy
science. I'm
as
still talking about the
making
scientific
the
method
Earth
here.
flat.
So,
Okay.
so my
But-
question is simple.
No, but
Can I
it's not
remove the?
scientific to turn the moon off. You have to
Yeah, I
deal
know
with
that's
the
my.
conditions
Buddy, listen,
presented.
listen. You're not listening, buddy. Listen. I'm trying to
I'm
tell you exactly
listening.
that. It's not scientific. There's no science involved with that. That's why it's pseudoscience to even infer such a thing and call it science. That's what I'm trying to tell
Okay.
you. You can't
Right.
do that. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. You cannot demonstrate that the moon causes the tides. You cannot demonstrate that with the scientific method. So it's just a blind belief.
Well, I guess don't talk to Google about that because you'll be disappointed.
Hey, one thing you can't. Here, I'll say this. One thing you can Google is, and which was, it just completely destroys your theory here. By the way, why don't you go Google a tidal node? Because that just completely destroys your argument that the moon is pulling on the tides, because it just does. Have you ever heard of what a tidal node is?
Oh no, but I will Google it
So,
right now.
okay, so, yeah, no, awesome. Look into it, study it. Maybe don't just read one sentence and say, "Oh, I understand it." Look into it, and then maybe you could come back and use that same argument. I would.
Oh man, it's a Lagrange point, you idiot.
Oh, it's Lagrange point. That's
Yep.
what it is. So
Yep.
you read one sentence and you knew the whole thing.
Yep.
All right. So and that makes sense to you then.
Yeah.
Really? Explain to me how.
Well,
Make that make sense.
well, it's really hard because but
Oh, but
in
you
my
understand it, though.
world, yeah, it's a Lagrange point. It means that the gravitational effects on that location are equal from every direction, except down, because otherwise you'd float into the sky.
Okay, so did you see the graphic of where all the tidal nodes are recorded? Does that still represent the Lagrange point that you're saying that's what's going down? So let me give you for instance. You laughed about it, which is kind of comical. But here, let me give you for instance. Let's say I had a magnet, okay, and
No,
every time.
what are you gonna do with a magnet, man? I'm scared.
Okay, so hold on.
Oh,
Let's say I have a magnet, right? And
Yeah.
every time I go over this particular part on a toy that has these metal shards underneath the plastic, it literally will raise up all those shards because they're attracted to my magnet. And then as I pass by, it will rise and then they'll drop because I'm now out. I'm getting away from that position of that thing that's going up and down. And then as
Yeah.
I go around and around and around, so it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. But let's say using that same toy, one day I have the magnet and I go over them, but they don't rise. So then I would say, well, then wait. So it's supposed to be rising right here because my magnet, my moon, which has a gravity that's pulling on the tides, counterpart to the Earth pulling on the moon. So funny story right there. But the pull of the moon, or the pull of my little stick with the magnet at the end, it's not pulling on certain parts that are below it, but other parts it's pulling on.
I'm really
I
sorry that your magnet broke, man.
Oh, so the moon broke. Got it. That makes sense. I agree with you. We'll just leave it at that. What the moon's broken.
If the moon was broken and didn't have gravity, it would just fly off.
There you
It
go.
would just
There
be
you go.
like, see ya.
See, once again, you're bringing your glober viewpoint into reality, and it cannot make sense because, like you said, if the moon didn't have gravity pulling on the Earth, then it's broken. But then that means it's going to fly off into the vacuum of space. See, again,
It'll just be
defining
like, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
Obviously,
once
sad
again,
if we lose the moon. If you flat earthers make the moon leave, I'll be mad.
So,
Well, you better respect her then.
Can I understand what you're saying, then? Like, I really just I want to point out that gravity is basically the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. So you, as a glober, and the globe is the claim, you would have to then prove the cause and effect relationship of what gravity actually is from your perspective.
Hey
Because I'm just
guys,
saying that it's the weight or seriousness
I
of a
would
person,
like to
place, or thing.
think that even though I've honestly put my perspective that I'm a glober, I'm not picking on you. Why are you picking on me? I'm not saying anything bad to you guys. Apart from
No, I'm not targeting. I
make the
don't want you to feel
moon
like I'm
leave.
targeting you specifically, dude. No, I'm not targeting you
He's just saying
specifically.
a
I'm trying to
glober would have to.
say that in general, the way that this argument works.
Yeah,
This
glober.
conversation does not have to be an argument. Like, why should it be?
Yeah, no one's arguing. We're just talking. An
Well, just
argument
don't
usually
make the
ends up
moon
with
leave.
I'm just All right,
Seriously?
Duke. I'm sorry if I come off as being abrasive or anything. I'm just
No,
pointing out
you're
the
fine. I'm just
nature of the
teasing you.
discussion here.
You're fine. I'm tough.
Yeah, the Aussies are basically bulletproof.
Give me
You
shit.
can mock them all day and night. They're good. They're good spirited. Generally, unless you annoy them, then they'll fuck you up.
I don't know. If you come into a call called Flat Earthers and want to win a conversation, you're a fucking idiot. I'm here for the conversation.
you know the funny thing about that is that we should be focused on sharing just the truth with everybody that comes within these these paths here, because
Be
you come
careful
in
of
with
religion, man, because
I understand what you're saying, but on the same coin, on the same on the other side, should I say, the globe cult is kind of a religion, it being that they are convincing you using lies. Now, if you don't think they're lying to you, well, you might be in an abusive relationship. You should probably seek help, because they are lying to you, and they have lied to you, and they continue to lie to you. And the proof is in their own documents and their own videos and their own photos and their own words of their own mouth. They are lying to us, and they have been for many, many years.
can
And
I give
if
you
you
a different perspective, man?
sure, go ahead.
Well, as you know, I believe the world is round. You believe the world is flat.
No, I'm just
But
kidding. Go ahead.
but both of us are comfortable in our beliefs, right? We're not hurting anyone. So
Well,
it's what we
no,
think.
hold on. No, I want to say this. I used to believe that the Earth was a globe, but then I learned that it wasn't. And then I don't believe it to be flat. I just know that it's not a 25,000 mile circumference oblate spheroid spinning, rotating, orbiting in an infinite vacuum. That's what I
Whatever you
know it's
want.
not. Right.
It's whatever you think it is, man. But the problem is, and this is
Well,
why I brought this up, is when you start saying that you're going to tell people the truth.
Dude.
No one actually knows the truth about anything. So why bother?
Hey, let me ask you something. Are you religious?
Let me ask.
No, I'm God. So
If I measure a 2x4, is that 2x4 is what it is?
Well, how long is your 2x4?
Again, 3x4. That makes no difference. You can call it a different language, it becomes a different thing.
No.
Different
What's the phone number for 911?
I just wanted to ask if I measure a 2x4, is it 2x4 or is it whatever I imagine?
All right, 2x4 is the rectangular dimension. The length is not stated in that
Because
equation.
the measurement
we don't measure. That's in freedom
matter.
units. We measure in meters and centimeters.
Hey, the funny thing is that a 2x4 is not even
what I'm
2
saying
inches by
is,
4 inches.
if you make measurements on if we make measurements, never mind. Go.
You broke up, bud.
Yeah,
it's a shame about that.
Go ahead, Parker. I'm gonna digress from the combo because I'm lagging a bit and I don't want to be roboting. So I'll return later.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're kind of
Well,
roboting,
anyway, guys,
but
I just want to say, lovely to meet you. I'm also going to bounce. I've got shit
all right,
to
take it easy.
investigate. I will probably catch up with you guys. And thanks for the conversation, and thanks for not
No
shouting
problem.
too much. Okay.
Cheers. Cheers,
All
man.
right,
just
guys. Have fun.
And all right, take it easy. I just want to add too, by the way, if you're as a builder, we know and understand that a 2x4, I hope you never put a 2x4 up and use it as a measurement, because it's not 2 inches by 4 inches. It's just a name given to it. I hope you guys understand that. But anyways, so yeah.
That's
Go-
true.
go-
It's approximately 2x4, right?
Done so many
It's-
2x4s that we're not.
It's a two.
Yeah.
When they say 2x4, you're assuming it's 2 inches by 4 inches, but really it's only an inch and a half by 3.5 inches. So don't ever use a 2x4 as a 2 inch or 4 inch. Anyways,
Yeah.
I was going to ask you if you're religious.
That is true. Because
Yeah, I'm not religious, apart from the
I've
fact
done-
that I
I've made
believe
that
I am
mistake.
God. But only God of my world, not your world.
Okay, do you believe in God?
Yeah, me.
Okay, so you created the world. Got it. Hey, thanks a lot. You fucked it up. Just kidding. I'm glad I
Yeah,
could
well,
talk.
it's not. I didn't. No, it's only my world, not your world, not your
I'm
God.
No, but what I want to say to you though, so since you don't believe in the scriptures or the word, but I'm still going to say it. So there's a particular scripture in there from a prophet, and God told him to write this down. This story, you got to believe or you don't. It is what it is. But there's a scripture in there that says that if the day comes to where men can measure the heights and the depths, then he will take man out of the land for what they have done. So,
Oh, you mean the
another,
Great Flood? Yeah, right. Yeah,
no,
we had that. That's
no,
already happened.
no. This is not the Great Flood. This is talking about saying that we will never know the heights or the depths or the length. We will never know that. That's not something that we can ever know. But we live in a
Why can't we
time.
just fly into space in a rocket?
Okay,
I can
let me
fly.
ask you this. Let me
I
ask
can
you
make
this.
a rocket.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Everything about the sky above us is calculated, right? It's not
Everything about
physically.
the
It's not.
entire universe is a
It's
predefined
calculated.
mathematical equation.
Right. Exactly. Nothing physical, right? Nothing. It's just a thought experiment with the numbers that they match up on a piece of paper. So they say. So, for instance,
Oh, lordy.
what is the? How deep did we go physically? How deep? How deep did we go into the earth in all of known history? How far have we gone?
All right, I've
Boy,
got
well,
an
we can't go
argument
deep
that's
enough because we'll melt. If we go too deep, we'll
7.8
melt.
miles.
You know,
I've
okay.
got an
I
argument that
was hoping he knew
supports.
that answer, but he doesn't.
I've got an
Okay,
I
argument
can give
that
it to you.
I do know the answer. I'm just segueing into a more interesting answer.
Okay, well,
I
the reason why, hold on. The reason why, before you segue, let me stick to this point. And I don't like
Okay.
that you're trying to get away from it because it's actually going to prove to you something. So,
Okay, go on, man.
the fact that we've only gone 7.8 miles down, and by the way, it is recorded that they were wrong for most of the way when they were assuming what the conditions were supposed to be at a certain depth because of who only they know why. But here's the thing, though. Here's the point.
Yeah.
It
How
gets
are we
hotter
then?
because they're getting closer to the core. That's
Hold
why.
on with your bullshit. It's core hot lava. Just calm down, bro. It's bullshit. But hold on, though. We'll get there. We'll get there.
I'm
So here's
trying
the
to
thing, though.
figure out how far you got to dig down to find help.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm curious how far you got to dig into his head.
They
to
are
actually make
telling.
him
Okay, here's the
think
thing.
right.
Let me talk. Okay, let me talk real quick. Let me finish my point, please. Thank you. So they're trying to tell you what is 4,000 miles away from the surface, yet they can't even tell you what is 5, 6, 7 miles away accurately. Okay, that should raise a red flag in everybody's brains. But I'm pretty sure a Glober's brain, if you hear that, it goes right to the other fucking side. Only those who
Oh
are
yeah.
really listening are really going to say, wait, hold up. So you're going to fucking tell us what is 4,000 miles away, like as a fact, by the way. Look at you hear this guy. Oh, you're going to burn. It's a lava. It's a core. How do you know that? Why? Because you believe that's what they told you, yet they couldn't even tell you what was 5 miles away. Now think about that. 5 miles and then 4,000 miles.
Okay,
Hey, if I can, if I can
think
just ask you a question, if I can just ask you a quick question, I'm gonna be very, very simple with this, and I'm not gonna use like, random ways to prove that the Earth is a globe. But when it comes to flying patterns, why would they go? Why would they choose to go even further than what is necessary? Like, why would they go in this this circle-looking pattern? Like, isn't it just useless? Like, if you're going from between London and New York, you fly over Greenland, but you can just fly in the middle of the Atlantic Sea.
Because on a flat model, all routes are in a straight line or almost a perfect straight line, which is the fastest way to get to from point A to point B. That's why.
Yes, but why when they fly do they go in like a curve?
Because
in a global model, you can fly from the left-hand side of the map to the right-hand side of the map in 6 minutes.
I'm just simply asking, why would you go on a curve? Wouldn't it be statistically faster to go
once
straight?
again, okay, so hold on. So let me pause you there just real quick. Once again, you are asking for the globe model to make sense, and so you want one fake model to make sense in another fake model. So what you're doing is you're misconstruing.
The globe is real. It's that the fake one you're talking about is not real.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying that under your model.
Circles. Look at, listen, buddy.
Okay,
let's
look at flight patterns.
Okay, look, I had enough, bro. I've been talking for a long time. There's other people that can talk to you. I personally, you are like saying the globe is real, dude. We're here to tell you that it's. You are now jumping in the room, acting like it is, like you're holding on to it. But even though it's already been proved fucking wrong, but you are new to this argument, jumping in as if you've discovered something new, as if we haven't had every single thing that you can point out. We've already talked about that 100 times.
I bet you it's been talked about 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Is that pretty damning indictment on your level of intelligence that you got to that we got to explain stuff to you 1,000 times?
It's just no.
It just goes in one ear, goes out the other.
What it is that you are I could already tell. We've come across so many of your characters. See, the other guy, he was chill, he was joking. I got it. Like, we could have a conversation because he's not.
Me.
Yeah, exactly. He's not in this pompous position saying, "Well, we know it's," even though even though he's indirectly saying that, because we know that, we understand that, but we can tolerate him because he's not being a dick about it. Kind of like what you are. You're being like a complete dick about it. So here's the point.
How am I being a dick? I'm just asking why. How am I being a dick by just saying that it's inconsistent to fly in a curving pattern than a straight pattern?
Here's how. Let me say like 2 sentences. Then I'm really going to mute myself. That's all. But let me say this real quick.
No, don't mute yourself, Aprok.
Okay, I won't mute myself.
I've been waiting my turn to talk to you.
Okay. So let me say maybe 3 sentences. Look at the fact is that we have made this discussion and had this argument plenty of times, and we've come to the conclusion every time that we now know you're not flying over a globe, spheroid, blah blah blah. We know that to be a fact. Now we can even go into the arguments as to how what you're explaining to make it make sense. We can make it make sense for you, but you're stuck in a bias that still believes it's a globe, so you're not maybe going to grasp it.
Tell me, enlighten me. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just curious how you would fly from London to New York, or New York to Istanbul.
Okay. So
you just got to fly around the back of the globe.
put it this way. Okay. Just real quick. Listen to this. I'm pretty sure that you've heard. If you're in this server, you've probably heard the argument of this book that was written. I think it's called The 16 Emergency Landings That Prove It's Flat. Have you ever heard of that book? Okay. If you're still questioning us here, how does this make sense? Then that means you didn't get what you were reading. That means it came in one ear or it went into your eyes, and then somehow your brain just like you probably shit it out, and you just like that knowledge and
It could
information.
mean that you
Okay,
read it and just went, nah, it's shit. I don't believe in that crap.
Exactly.
That's what
That's
it could
exactly what I
mean.
mean. Yeah, that's exactly what it means. It means your bias read it and said nope.
Everyone's biased. Everyone in the whole world is biased.
Yeah, in one way or another. You're right. And then you said, "Nuh-uh," because it's a globe. So this can't be true because I know it to be a globe true. But see, that's your downfall. That's where you fucked up because
I
that's
thought of a
what that
way.
means.
I've just waited too long to say this point. I've
Go
thought
ahead.
of a way that flat Earth could be completely real. Because
Oh.
something you mentioned earlier made me think of sim theory. So, you were talking about probabilities and that kind of stuff, which is really based, if we're living in a
Send me that
simulation,
book. I'm curious.
there would be some simulations where the Earth is flat.
But in every single simulation, it proves the Earth is a curve, even when you have people go into the horizon on water.
Using the word simulation. See, in order for something to be a simulation or established as a simulation, you have to establish a world outside of that in which you can
Absolutely.
look back at the simulation and refer to the simulation as a simulation. So if you don't have a world outside of this to look back at this world from, then you're misusing the word simulation. We need to find a different word.
No, I'm not. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
you're using the English
fishing a
language
fish
is what you're
tank.
doing.
No, not
No,
really. I mean,
because he's
they
Australian,
call
that's why.
they call it military
Just
simulation.
kidding, dude.
They simulate how an invasion would go. They get a group of advisors and group of people that go in a war room and simulate how a battle would occur with pretty real things. That's a simulation. Doesn't mean I have to go out of the world to do that.
Well, speaking of simulations, there has been game developers that have come across these arguments as well, and they have been asked, "Hey, why are games made horizontal and not curved?" And the reason why is because they say, "Well, everything about the measurements in the coding is on a XYZ. You have a infinite checkerboard, if you will, and the only thing that changes for everything is the Z, the elevation. And then you have the distances from all these squares, like all these checkerboards, and that's why the video games are created that way. So like when you're a soldier running into the open land on a video game and it's generating in front of you, it's not curving away from you even in the program. It's just a planar system, a checkerboard system. So even in the real world of simulations, because technically all video games would be some form of simulation, right? Because it's just a digital created world. Even in that aspect, it's all fucking flat planar XYZ. Nowhere
Yeah,
do
but
they have a
there's
curve. But then they made.
Video
But then they
games
did.
are completely different to the real world. If I say
You're the one that brought up
real.
simulations. You're the one that brought up
No,
simulations. bro.
I
I'm just
brought
bringing
it
it
up.
up.
It's me. It's me that brought
I
it
meant
up.
when I.
Well,
I'm sorry.
let me put this very simple proposition towards you. Video games are fundamentally different to real life. It's like saying that the Matrix is real just because I say it's real. Okay, well,
I
X, Y,
would,
Z. There's a whole difference. There's a whole difference between coding a video game and the
Okay.
real world. Yeah, they have
I'm not talking about playing video games. I'm talking about
Duke.
living in a simulation.
Yeah, Duke.
But
Duke. You hold on, real quick, Duke. You brought up living in a simulation, and then Chairman Rudd.
No, I never did.
Hold on. Duke brought up living in a simulation, and then you brought up how all the games are spherical. Let me. I'm telling you what. Let me go listen to the play.
Wait, what?
You said
okay.
You didn't give me spherical. That's why I'm saying. Let me go re-listen to it again. It's recorded, so let me go listen to it. But
Okay,
right after Duke
what
said
did you
that,
say? But never ever said any of that. Never did.
Anyway, there's a point I'd like to make while he goes and re-listens to that.
Chairman's the one that brought up the video games or simulations.
No,
so
I didn't.
But he doesn't realize he's supporting my theory because video games do one amazing thing. They have a massive space in which you can inhabit, but they only render the view portal. And this is how light works as well. If
I
you
guess
can't
we're not
see
recording.
light or observe light, it's a wave. If you can see it or observe it, it's a particle. So the machine starts rendering it as soon as you pay attention to it.
So does anybody have anything to say about the surface of the Earth?
I don't know.
I guess
It's
we're not
really
recording on
flat,
that.
man.
Oh, yeah, we
Like,
are.
you know,
Right there.
you can walk forever. You'll never fall off the edge.
I'm trying to find it.
I want to address something that we were discussing before. If that's fine. I don't understand what a Pokemon said would debunk the globe if we don't see the star in the
I don't think we should
Southern
really
Cross.
worry about it tonight. I mean, fuck it. It's either flat or round. Who really gives a shit? What are we going to do about it?
We all give a shit. We're all here.
I mean, seriously, if it's flat, are we going to
I'll
get
draw
more
for you
money?
right now, Bacon. I'll draw for you, then you'll understand it. I'm gonna go on Deafin though, because
I just modeled it. I just modeled it in Blender. I put
Okay,
the
let's check it
Earth.
out. Let's
I
check it out.
put
Let's see. I'm looking. Go ahead. I'm looking.
yeah. There you go. You have Earth here, and you have one. I will put one dot here for the.
Oh, God, you're all over the place. Get your shit together,
Yeah,
Bacon.
this is rotating weirdly. I don't know why exactly. But anyway,
How
yeah,
come he can stream? Can I stream?
the ball there.
No.
The ball there.
You can
That's
stream,
the.
just don't do your video.
I can't stream.
Oh, then you might have to. You're probably not on the server long enough.
Oh, for fuck's
It's the
sake.
server default thing. But go ahead,
That's the
Bacon.
Southern Cross. That
who is that?
that little
Dukart?
ball there.
Who was talking
Yeah,
about that build stream?
Dukart.
Yeah, you have to get level 2.
Yeah.
That you can't stream with level 2. You have to be here longer.
Fucking A. I guess I have to fucking
Fuck's
draw it for
sake.
you, bro. 'Cause you're not getting it, Bacon. You're just not getting it. But go ahead. Continue with their simulation, and I'll fucking take a picture and I'll fucking send it to you.
Let me ask this this guy a question. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Or either
Who
one.
cares? Let it be flat. I don't give a fuck if it's flat.
Oh yeah, all right. I mean, but what?
I mean-
that doesn't answer my question though. My question is, what reason do I have to doubt that it's flat, if any? Do I have any
because
reason?
because it's round.
That was the most globery thing a glober could say. Because it's
Yeah.
round.
It doesn't get more globery than
What?
that, does it?
Round is still
It's round,
flat.
you silly flat earthers. It's just round.
Round is still flat, dude. Like a coin.
When does it?
Yeah, round things can have flat surfaces, technically.
Okay, so I, in my mind, equate it to a soccer ball, tennis ball, squash ball, grape, ovary, testicle.
Which are all spheres, not
Spherical.
circle.
Spherical. So,
Yeah,
but
that's-
still, you still haven't given me any reason, though. Like, even an attempt at a reason.
Is there a
What
reason?
reason do I have to doubt that it's flat?
I don't know. I'm not here to convince you of nothing.
But you still continue to believe it's a ball, right? Spherical.
Yeah, but you can believe it's flat and it doesn't bother me.
Well, no,
I
but I
can't
mean, like,
believe
here,
it's
let me
round.
ask you. Let me just ask you that. I'm curious. What's the number one reason that you believe it's spherical, the Earth?
Because we have satellites orbiting it.
Holy fuck.
So just people told you that there's pieces of hardware really far above your head that are falling around the Earth in an orbit. Because someone told you that story, maybe showed you some pictures.
Hey.
You're like, oh yeah, it's gotta be real, right?
No, I use them for internet access.
Well, yeah, but you're not. That's all at a distance. How do you know you're even using it, internet access?
Most of
How
the
do you know
internet
I'm not?
is under the
Well,
ocean.
how do I know you're not? I'm not claiming a
these cables
negative.
that
You're
sharks
claiming a
chew on.
positive. I'm asking you to prove you're positive. Like, I'm just pointing out you can't prove you're positive, but I'm not
All right.
claiming a negative.
All right, let me say this. I don't want to prove anything. I'm comfortable with my belief, and I'm here because I have an open mind, all right? Is that fair and reasonable? I don't want to convince anyone of anything.
You can be here for any reason you want to be here, and then adjudicate it at any method or practice you want to adjudicate it.
A lot of people, I think, come here because they want to convince someone of something. Convincing people of something can never be done directly anyway. Never
No, they
works.
want to exterminate. If you generally ask them why they're here, they find flat Earth insensible, like an insult to humanity. And
Well,
they
they're
want
idiots.
to, what they want to do is destroy any worldview that they think disagrees with them. They want to have just one idea, and it must be echoed across all of humanity. If they don't
I think,
have that, a guy Britnat, you'll come in here every so often, and they'll ask him,
yeah.
"Why do you care so much?" He goes, "I'm not going to move. I'm going to make sure humanity stays stuck in the mud until every single human professes to mount high that the Earth is a globe." So
You
that's
know,
kind of what you're dealing with, and why people come here. They come here because it's a seek and destroy mission.
that's a lot of that'll get your defenses up too, won't it? Because people are always coming in to attack. Because flat earthers are a minority, right? I mean, I think that's logic.
Yeah, that's
Well,
their third proof. See, this is generally the globalists come in here. They tell you photographs from space. Why would they lie? In minority opinions are stupid. So they tell you right from the very beginning, if they can deem it a minority, just wave a magic wand, they can say that it's wrong. Because minority, in their worldview, anything that's less than 51% is a conspiracy theory.
That's
Yeah.
right. And not only that, they can just come in and make people. They don't understand that there's a reason that you have your beliefs, and it's not a bad reason. It's not hurting anyone. And like you say, you could be right, I could be right. We don't actually know who's right or care. But yeah,
You
I
use the
mean,
word belief a lot, but there's something important about that. Like, this isn't about belief, at least for the flat Earth side of it.
Yep.
Belief comes with the heliocentric side, the claim there. And I don't think that the official narrative is true. So for me, it's not about belief. You could say I'm a non-believer and an anti-globalist.
I understand what you're saying, but for me, I have a different perspective because I take responsibility for everything in my life. So for me, everything I perceive is my belief and my fault. Make sense?
Yeah, exactly. That it's hard to get globalists to understand that you're responsible for your own ideas. What they'll do, they'll come in here and say the reason why they're acting like an asshole is because they hate flat earthers, and it's flat earthers are to blame for that. Oh, how can I be responsible for what you like or what you don't like? See, that's how far away they are from science. They're so far away that they can't even adjudicate the cause of themselves. Even their own actions are a complete mystery to themselves.
To be honest, flat earthers look like easy pickings for globalists. It's like, okay, there's the nuts. I'm drunk. Let's go and tease them. You know, this is why you get so much crap going on in here, right? And it's not fair. I don't agree with it. But that's what they do.
The funny part, though, is when somebody comes in with that bully mentality and they want to try and pick on somebody, and then they end up getting leg sweeps and drop kicked on the floor. And that usually happens. Like, they'll assume that, oh, getting shown who knows what reality actually is like.
Well, we're all smart people.
Dude,
We know
most
that
people, they just make assumptions here, dude. And they appeal to authority. They hop
we're all
on
smart
a
people. We can get on perfectly.
bandwagon
Sorry,
Yeah,
you're just breaking up so bad,
I
man.
appreciate people who question things.
I mean, you really shouldn't
Now,
connect to
see
the
if this
internet
helps.
via
I
a
would
coconut.
just want to tell you, I appreciate people who. Yeah, my internet's crap. I'm sorry.
You're good, man.
I was just telling you, I appreciate people who question things. But that's it's a good trait for folks to have. Question everything.
I think the important thing, and I'm old, I'm like 53 now, is just to accept that everyone has a different perspective on life. Don't tell them they're wrong. How do you know they're wrong? How do you know you're right? No one knows. You know? And I know you guys feel like, oh, well, no, it's absolute proven. But since I don't
Let me ask you a
believe
question about
that
this.
the world exists at all, except in my mind, to me, it's irrelevant. Yeah, go
So,
on,
do you
man.
think it can't be proven, one way or the other? Like, do you think there's no way to actually know if the Earth is curved or not?
No, I think it could probably be proven.
Yeah, like via direct measurement or observation over long distances.
I don't know. Like I said, fly into space and have a look.
No, I don't mean like that. I mean on the surface of the Earth, like on the surface of the Earth while you're standing on it. Is it possible to figure out if it's curved or not? Like, think about
look, that's really dragging me into the heart of the debate, and I don't want to go there. I know that.
Well, I'm just saying it'd be kind of crazy to say that you can't. Seems kind of crazy, especially with like the modern era.
It's
just
not
insane.
dragging you into the debate. It's just asking you, is it possible to determine one way or the other what the surface of the Earth is?
Yes, it's possible, but you cannot allow line of sight to be a indication of flatness due to the atmospheric curvature of light. So that doesn't work. Now, in order
Hold on,
to
quick question about
measure,
that. Quick question. Does that apply over any distance? Is that
I'm
true
not
over
really
any
sure.
distance?
I'm not sure, man. But
So
I do have one
for
way.
instance, I'll give you an example. Like let's say I had a photograph of a mountain taken from somewhere, and it was in excess of 200 miles away. The mountain. So is that refraction that's allowing you to see that mountain 200 miles away plus?
I don't know, man. But I do have a solution to your question you asked me. Let's say you were to be standing in a spot anywhere, and you walked exactly west, and you might have to swim through a couple of oceans and shit, and then get on land, walk some more, and then swim some more, and you keep going exactly west. Now, if you get back eventually to the same spot, it's round. If you don't, it's not round. But if you die during the
Navigation.
experiment,
Do you know that no one has ever claimed to circumnavigate the Earth north to south? Are you aware of
well,
that?
yeah, because it's fucking freezing on the North and South Pole.
Oh,
That's
Actually, it's
why I
colder in
said
Russia
west.
than it is in
Dude,
I wasn't trying to
slow
kill
down,
you,
slow
man.
down. Slow down, buddy. Chill. Do you have you ever heard of this invention called an aeroplane? An airplane. You've heard of an airplane, right? Have you ever been on an airplane? You know what an airplane is? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that no one's ever claimed to circumnavigate north to south on an airplane or with any other method.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
north to
letting you know
south
that.
is a stupid flight to take. You're probably going to die.
Yeah.
Go
So
west.
the point, but buddy, the point I'm trying to make is you can stay warm and cozy and drink your hot cocoa in the aeroplane while you have enough fuel to do such a thing. If the Earth were a globe, the thing is, the Earth is not a ball. It's not a spherical object, so you can't circumnavigate north to south. That's why no one's ever claimed to.
Why do
No one
you
ever
keep
plans
saying
to.
north to south? I just want the subject to go west. That's all. Just west.
Yeah, I know, but that's just it. That's not in contention. Us flat earthers aren't saying you can't go in a big circle east or west and come back to where you are. But by the way, that's not a straight line necessarily. That's just going east or west. And well, anyway.
Is it like Pac-Man? You go out the side of the game. Is it like Pac-Man? You go out the side and come in the other side. Is that how it works?
Dude, I think maybe you're a little. I mean, are you sober or what?
I would like to propose my idea of a square-shaped Earth. I'm an adherent of the idea of a square-shaped world. The Earth is essentially the shape of a square. I would say rectangles
this.
exist.
Say it again. Say it a couple more times.
Yeah, the world is a square. I mean, there is many square worlds.
You're a square. I think this guy's a square.
I am a square.
Like a brick.
That's why you're a globe believer. That's why you're a globe believer, because globe believers are squares. Usually.
Well, the edges of squares are flat.
You're like a
rectangle. Dude, in a square worldview, we call people who are really
Oh no, I wanted to learn more about this square world.
It was all about people. It was a drama playbook.
About square people. Fucking
Yeah.
suck
It was-
to be a square person.
It was going into a freak out. We tried to shut that shit down. He
Did
can
you throw
take
him
that.
out?
He can take that bullshit and fuck off. And when he gets there, he can fuck off again.
I think
I
it'd
don't
be great if these Globers, if one of them came in here and had their abilities matched, their ability to, you know, be willing to be funny, and their ability to be funny. I think it'd be
I'm
great if
funny.
those things were matched.
What
It
the
says-
hell? I'm really funny.
It says right in the channel rules, no memeing. The Earth is dinosaur shaped, whatever, X shaped. They just can't even read. It's like I'd be interested in a globalist who is able to even read words and know what words mean after they read them.
What if you shot a laser beam off a beach, off the sand, and its height went up? What would that mean? Sorry, I'm just thinking this through. I haven't thought about this for ages.
Well, that's just it. Is we know of people that do that, but it doesn't go up. It doesn't deviate off into space. We know of people that shine lasers up to 30 miles and hit targets 30 miles away over bodies of water. You know, the laser being less than 20 or less than 30, whatever, feet above the water.
But yeah, but what about 3,000 miles?
Because you don't need it to go that far to falsify the radius. Do you know how much curvature there should be over 10 miles, take for instance?
I don't know the gradient at all. Like, I'm not that interested in the world being round.
Well, I mean, you're
but-
talking about it. You're actually bothering to talk about it. So what do you mean you're not interested? You're talking about it.
I just always assumed it was, you know what I mean? It's not a big deal.
Well, here, I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you about it. Like, take for instance, over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So if you can see someone 10 miles away, or shine a laser 10 miles across a lake, then if it hits a target on an opposing shoreline, or your line of sight hits a target, you can see a target on an opposing shoreline 10 miles away. If you're, say, 10 feet above the surface of the water, or 15 feet above the surface of the water, and the target is, then that observation technically falsifies the radius. That's not possible on a spherical surface with the radius of 3,959 miles. And anybody telling
Yeah.
you otherwise is just talking out their ass.
Have you ever heard of a mirage? You know, from when you're walking in the desert?
Yeah, I've heard of mirages and I've seen them. Mirages don't allow you to see around corners.
But they do allow you to see over the horizon.
They don't allow you to see around corners. You're talking about a corner. They don't allow you to do that. That has never been demonstrated. If it could be demonstrated, that would be amazing and everyone would know it. But it's never been demonstrated. So you're talking about Harry Potter magic.
Hey man, I'm from Australia. Don't talk about corners. You know, snakes only bite you if they're cornered. Let's stay away from corners. Mirages aren't about corners. They're about seeing over the horizon. You know, if a horizon exists.
Is the horizon optical or physical?
I don't know. I don't know what's true. I'm not here to win an argument.
Is it apparent? Is the horizon physical or apparent? Do you know the difference?
Between physical and apparent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the difference.
So is the horizon physical or apparent?
Well, it's my belief system that it's physical, but it's my experience that it's apparent.
Yeah, it's also by definition apparent.
Yeah.
So now you're arguing with the dictionary, or at least your globe is. Your globe.
I'm not arguing.
No, but
I'm telling you what I believe.
You aren't. Hold on, you aren't. But the other Glovers that come through here, they are technically, because they'll say that the horizon is a geometric curve of the Earth, geometric edge of the Earth, geometric edge of a globe Earth. But that's not how it's defined in the dictionary. It's defined as apparent, the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground.
So, if I ever was to want to prove or disprove this theory, I would look at the NASA's, which you guys think is a made-up organization. I would look at their estimation of what asteroids are going to hit the Earth, and their approximation of where it's going to hit, which includes the Earth's rotation in the computation, because that's actually a thing. They really do that. But as you guys say, NASA is a conspiracy, right? Well, it doesn't even show us the pictures. Fucking cuts half the shit out. Fucking NASA. And don't you think that by now we should have pictures of space aliens since everyone's got a mobile phone? Hello? I guess I won.
Well, no, I mean, what are you talking about? Like, you see, the thing is, like, let's go through this for a second. No, let's imagine this for a second, because it's just a ruse. It's just a ruse. So let's say they showed us, a picture of an alien, and people would be like, okay, can we see it in person? Like, no, you can't. Like, what? Wait, why? You can get a picture, but we can't see it in person. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it would just kind of, when you got a lie going, you got to really be careful about what you add to the lie to keep the lie going. Because if you add the wrong things to the lie, I think it's harder to keep the lie going. So I don't think NASA's ever gonna show us like any actual pictures of aliens, because they'd have to make it up, and they'd have to, I think the idea is the idea is to keep people thinking, oh, there could be life out there somewhere, but we haven't found it yet. And the idea is just keep that going, for as long as they can.
Look, if you're just walking around having a beer or two and you see a space alien, pull out your phone, and the most important thing to do is wiggle your camera so much that the video is unviewable and the audio is fucked.
If you wanted to really prove it to other people, you'd have to do something other than that. If you wanted to prove it to other people, you'd have to go whip out a cage and put the damn thing in a cage so you can show other people.
What about unidentified aerial phenomenon?
Well, it's just unidentified aerial phenomena.
It's kind of like
Probably
the UFO
drones.
thing. It's an unidentified flying object. If I literally grab an actual dish out of the cupboard and throw it, it's an actual flying saucer. It's a UFO.
That's right.
Especially
They
if you don't see it
renamed
coming.
it to
Like, what was that?
UAF.
That's unidentified.
No, UFO was pissing
Yep,
them
that's
off,
why
so
they
they
changed the name.
renamed it. What about crop circles? They're pretty fucking cool. 99% man-made, apparently. But some of them, ooh, doo 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 doo.
Maybe those ones are just made by smart people.
I always have wanted to believe
Definitely
the
a
crop.
funny prank.
I've always wanted to believe in crop circles being messages from aliens. I like aliens. I think they're cool.
I really don't believe in the globe Earth. I can't.
Imagine how good their chat GPT would be.
Think about the word alien, right? ETs, extraterrestrials. What does that word imply? Extraterrestrial, terra, Latin, territory, land.
It means not of this planet.
It
Extraterrestrial.
means just extraterrestrial comes from the Latin word terra, which just means land or territory. You have a singer from the UK named Sting. He has a song, Englishman in New York, where he says, I'm an alien, a legal alien living in New York, or extraterrestrial, because it comes from extra terrain.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT, is the world flat? I don't know what it's going to say.
It's going to give you an automated response, just like every other fact checker edited question.
Yeah, it'll be
You can ask it
fucking
about
highly regulated. Let this through.
yeah, anything on the list. Yep, you ask anything on that list, and they'll give you the Sinclair script answer.
Abinit.
Let's see what it says. What? Banned? Fuck off. It won't let me upload that. Oh. You need to make a new chat because you've spent all your money to. You know, ChatGPT's like her now, like a girlfriend. 3.5. Oh fuck, whatever. Is the world flat? It says no. The world is not flat. But it's slightly flattened at the poles. And yeah, it said it's not flat, man. That's what it reckons. Ask it.
So ChatGPT is basically a glorified calculator for words and ideas.
Oh, it's definitely not God or the source of truth.
Yeah, it's certainly not the arbiter of truth. It's more like an open filter for the dead internet.
Well, I could ask you a better question. Should people think the Earth is flat? Or round? Shall I just go with round?
You know, but ask it why do people and see if it gives you an answer, because that'll give you a generic reason why I guess they think that people think probably would be an interesting response.
Why do people think the Earth is flat? I'm not even going to read that. I'll get in trouble. Should I read it? Okay, I'll read it. Some people believe the Earth is flat due to misinformation, mistrust of authorities, or a desire to belong to a fringe community. It's often a mix of conspiracy theories, misunderstanding of science, and distrust of established knowledge. Don't blame me, that's what I said.
Yeah, that sounds like the generic response that it would give.
It's just missing one thing, that you're a retard, you know. We gotta add that part in for believing that.
I'm not a retard, that's what GPT said. How can you call me a retard for what something
No, he's saying that it's missing the info. Yeah, he was just saying it's missing the insults because normally it's a lot more aggressive.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Well, I've got a long context window. I pay for this shit. Do you want to give it some evidence that the Earth is flat and see if it will eventually agree? Which I
I
doubt
have
it
some
will.
ideas that you can try because I don't have the paid version. I use the free version, and I try to play with it a bit from time to time randomly. Can you try maybe seeing if he can act as if he is somebody who is researching the globe, the flat Earth topic? So act as if you are a person who is discovering the flat Earth for the first time. What would be your conclusions, for example? Something like that. I don't know.
I'm doing it. I am not a flat Earth. I wrote, "You are a flat Earth believer." Reply, okay. And it goes, "I'm not a flat Earth believer." The Earth is an oblate spheroid, not flat. It won't behave.
You offended the AI. Yeah, it's like, how dare you?
Oh, I'll catch GPT-4's on you guys' side.
I'm gonna get ChatGPT to. Oh my God, I can't even pronounce that right now. Freudian slip. To subscribe to our flat Earth channel. Maybe then, after a bit of researching, they'll have more accurate information. You know.
No, maybe I'm gonna try and make it into a flat earther.
Please do. That'd be amazing.
Alright, that should hopefully jailbreak it. Okay, it agreed. I'd like you to argue the case of the flat earthers. I think it's gonna explode. But anyway, let's see. It says, absolutely, the earth is flat. Just look around you. Everything appears flat. Plus, have you ever seen the curve of the earth with your own eyes? Most of what we know about the earth being round comes from NASA. But can we really trust NASA? They could be manipulating images and data to fit their narrative. And if the earth is truly round, why doesn't water just spill off the edges? The flat earth model offers simpler explanations for phenomena like sunrises, sunsets, and gravity. It's all about questioning the mainstream narrative and thinking for ourselves. How about that? I fixed it.
Chat. Confirmed. The AI is now a flat earther. Let's go. The story is closed. No more talking about this. Let's start some physics and science on this topic now.
Oh, this AI is now a flat earther. You can ask. Tell me, I'll ask it.
Ask him about magnetic fields.
What can you say about the flat Earth and magnetic field?
There are multiple magnetic fields in multiple areas of the world, and they move positions. So it's like a phenomena that it can be read with equipments and located in a certain positions based on those readings, but they change locations. So if you're talking about, there's a geomagnetic, there is magnetic, there is a different phenomena that are happening that are labeled. You ask geomagnetic or magnetic. There's multiple phenomena being read by equipment. So yeah.
Do you want to know what ChatGPT said about the magnetic fields?
Please do.
In the south, there is 5 south
Guess
poles.
not.
In the north, there's multiple ones as well. So, and we also have celestial south and celestial north, which will give you something added into the fields of magnetism. So it's what is on the ground and the phenomena that we read from the ground, and what we observe in the heavens above. That is also part of that equation. So it's a lot that we can. There's a lot that we know and a lot that we don't know. There is
Well,
wonders and unknowns as well. So you can't just make a complete claim and statement of who knows what that exactly
well,
is.
you'll know more if you ever stop talking and let me tell you what the bot said.
You ask something, and now you're asking the bot. Here in the VC, you open your mic, ask a question, and you're waiting for someone to stop talking so you can talk about the bot. How about you post it and not say it? How about you post what the bot said? Go ahead, copy paste.
Let me look at you.
Keep in mind that
We're gonna have a fight, mate, because you're not gonna enjoy it.
Can I just answer from the left?
Alright, it said, flat earthers might argue that magnetic fields still exist on a flat earth, but they operate differently than on a spherical
Wait, you're talking
earth.
about flat earthers? I thought you were gonna talk about the magnetic field. Why do you start the statement with flat earthers believe in this and that, even though you don't know what flat earthers know and believe, and you're gonna make a statement about flat earthers or ChatGPT? That premise is completely off.
I am feeling concerned by
Listen.
this guy's,
You said you were gonna talk about the magnetic fields, and the first thing out of your mouth when talking about the magnetic fields is flat earthers. That is.
Dude, at the beginning, you didn't even say that. We're fucking around each other.
Yeah. Don't talk about. No. You shut up.
That sounded buzzy and weird.
Yeah, probably you shut up, okay?
No. I mean, you
somebody else.
talking about flat earthers.
Somebody else.
When you were gonna talk about magnetic fields, and now you're saying flat earthers and magnetic fields. Those two things don't go in the same sentence, dude.
Well, I am actually literally trying to talk about magnetic fields, and you're literally
and the
trying to be a
first
fuckhead.
word you said flat earthers. Stop. Talk about magnetic fields, not about what flat earthers believe
Sorry,
about
mate.
magnetic fields.
Read the
Because
room.
when you asked
What's
the
the
question
name
and I
of
tried
this
to reply
server?
to you couldn't wait until I finished to be able to talk about people in
You're
here.
an
Flat
idiot. I just jailbreak the bot to
sounds-
turn it into a flat earther. Of course it's going to say that. Are
You
you
sound
stupid?
like a drug idiot or a drunk idiot. You sound.
I'm surprised you can hear anything. You're unable to stop talking.
You're talking about flat earthers. Can you talk about the topic?
That is the literal name of the channel we're in.
No. Not flat earthers. Flat earth. Flat earth. Earth is the thing that you're standing on, right?
I'm
I'm
not going to talk to you.
You, a globe-star
You
believer.
shut the fuck up and
Listen.
I'll talk. If you don't shut the fuck
No.
up, I won't
Don't
talk.
Just concentrate on the real topic. Don't worry about your feelings and how you feel about other people. Okay, talk about the actual phenomena. Go ahead.
I'm literally reading verbatim what the bot said, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, that bot is dumb. Ask you if you believe what it says.
Nobody claimed that. He's so curious. That's all I need. Projection, bro. That's all I need. We just wanted to see what the bot was going to say. That's it. You have to make a big shit out of it. That's up to you, man.
I asked him to copy paste it. He couldn't do that. Can you copy paste it?
I have every right to read it out. I had the engagement of the
No,
audience
because you're talking
until
about
you
flat
turned
earth.
up. This is a fucking flat Earth channel.
Yeah, but
I'm
flat
glad no-
earthers,
I'm glad
like
no one-
when someone
believes in flat Earth.
when someone puts a shirt on, right? Flat Earth is not what someone flat earther is not what someone is, right? It's like you are a fan
Does
of your.
anyone have any power?
You're a fan
in
of your
here?
hockey team. Anyone
Yeah,
what?
Duke, the guy you're talking to that you keep on, he's a mod, by the way, and he hasn't muted you. He's still talking to you. Just keep that in mind, that he has not muted you and he's still trying to talk to you, yet you're insulting him and stuff. I digress. I'm gonna just listen and chill. Have fun.
Well, Under is not a mod. Oh, he is a mod. Yeah, of the call.
Oh no, in your imagination, no, but in reality, yes. Just like flat earther. It can be.
So can I read GPT's response to what can you say about the flat Earth and magnetic fields?
No, because you sound inebriated, drunk, or drugged, and I would like to read it. But you can't even do that. Copy paste. It's kind of.
I can definitely do that. I just don't want to do that.
All right. So suit yourself and put yourself in a white mute or something.
All right. Well, I won't share it with you guys. Thanks for the chat. Take care, everyone.
Magnetic fields with flat earthers. Fuck you. To the guy that wanted to hear him poisoning the well, go ahead and drink his poison. It's good for you, since you like it.
I'd like to point out that this is a prime example of the mods not muting people, even though a lot of folks say, "Oh, we're just going to get muted if we go." Nope. Everybody has a chance to speak, even if they're being belligerent. It is what it is.
Bro, he asked a question about a magnetic field, and I gave him something.
Well,
right?
you came in with the
flat earthers.
you came in to
Flat
bulldoze it, bro.
earthers.
You did come in hot, like you kicked in the door, and you're like, "WTF, man!" But it's
And he was with his body.
I
Look, he
understand.
jumped out his body, so it was like a tag team tactic. You saw that? He said, I'm not gonna read it anymore. I don't wanna copy paste. I don't wanna do that. And he jumped out, and his boyfriend jumped out.
I hope that he returns when he's more awake.
I actually didn't have any issues about him sounded the way he sounded. It wasn't that. It's just that he didn't take what I said, and then he said, I'm gonna read the bot, and then he started talking about flat earthers. Like, that's
I was just being
ridiculous.
nice and implying that he's sleepy. But if he's drunk, hopefully he comes back sober. And if he's sleepy or whatever, sick, hopefully he comes back better to have a proper chat.
Yeah, but you see how they want to like just put a label on people. Yeah, they put a label on top of your head, like a freaking sticker, and now they know better about yourself than yourself. They know better.
Yeah. Well, this is why I openly identify as an anti-globalist, because the flat Earth label is already stapled to my forehead, so I may as well call it what it is.
You can wear the label. I mean, it's like a how do you say the people put badges of honor, all that kind of stuff, right? You wear the label for your favorite team.
But to me, it's like having something put on you can't take off, so you may as well just wear it, represent it, whatever, because it's going to be there anyway. May as well own it.
Bro, the bot seems flat earthers believe in bro. Like, is that
I
what
was
the?
trying to explain to him that the ChatGPT thing is untrustworthy. It's just it's nothing but a fully automated when a fact checker bullcrap thing. It
Yeah,
doesn't
we're
really
all
give you real info.
we're all flat Earth. Like everybody's a flat earther. It's just too, you could just say, hey, well, it's just too big to tell, so we're just gonna we treat it as flat, or it's it's rotating, but everything's rotating with it, so you can't tell. So everybody's a flat earther with a motionless Earth.
Yeah, but that guy thought
Yeah.
that this channel is to talk about flat earthers. He said that's the name of the channel, flat earthers. No, that's not the
Prior
name of
to
the
that,
channel.
man, he was insisting on calling everything belief. Like whether it's globe or flat, it's a belief. And Orion and I and some others were trying to explain to him that measurements aren't belief, basically, and he wasn't picking up on it. He wasn't picking up.
Well, I believe that when I go to the store, there was gonna be rebuy there, right? And I'm gonna buy it for a discounted price. I believe that. But when I get there, there's no rebuy. There's only, I don't know, something else. Fish. My belief was wrong. But the day that I go there, I believe there was rebuy, and I find the rebuy. My belief was correct. I mean, it's not a big deal. Belief
Beliefs
has
can be
its
true or
place. It
false,
has its,
and they can vary day
it
to
has its,
day.
but it has its place in
Yeah.
whatever your beginning of the day. I believe today when I wake up, I'm gonna just go to my car is gonna turn on because I believe it. But what happens when it doesn't turn on? And I know there's something wrong with it. I don't believe it anymore. I know there's something wrong because I believed it was gonna turn on, but it didn't.
In the same way, it's kind of like how people have faith that the chair they're about to sit in will hold
Hello,
their weight.
guys.
It's not just going to break.
Have you heard about Gregor Samsa?
Greetings, Pidgey.
Hey, can you repeat that
Welcome.
closer to your mic so we can hear what you said?
I said, have you heard about Gregor Samsa?
I
No.
don't know what you're saying, dude.
Okay.
Can you explain it to us like we are six?
Yes, I can. Gregor Samsa is a fictional character made by Franz Kafka. You know Franz Kafka?
No.
Okay, Franz Kafka is a writer, a story writer, and he wrote about Gregor Samsa. Do you know Gregor Samsa?
No, but what's the story about? I'll listen to the story.
Okay. It's about a metamorphosis. A traveling salesman who wakes up one day to find that he has transformed into a giant insect. Have you ever transformed into a giant insect? His
A
family is
giant
disgusted
insect?
with
No.
him. Especially when he's no longer able to earn income, Gregor eventually dies after deciding that he is a burden to his family.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the parallel? I can't really understand all your words. You're saying
Yeah, what are you trying to say? Is there a... Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Oh,
My
I
bad.
think I get it.
if you're a
He's
giant
cheeky.
insect, then you're
Sorry.
not any value to society. So if you're like a globe earther, you're of no value to society. Like, what's the parallel?
Yes, the parallel is that his son, who is single-handedly supports his parents and sister, one morning following one of his infrequent overnight visits to his parents' home, Gregor Samsa, the guy who we are talking about, is shocked to find that his body has been changed into an insect. In addition, the pitch of his voice has been altered to such an extent that humans can no longer understand his words. Imagine if people can't understand your words. Gregor's family is horrified to discover the change in Gregor, bro. Can you imagine that? Soon their shock gives away to disgust, but Gregor is mindful of their feelings and hides in the room when his sister brings his daily meals of Gregor. Now unable to continue working to support them, discovers that his parents' claims of being too ill to work are false. Once Gregor becomes a problem, rather than a provider, his family rejects him completely. Imagine if your family rejects you completely. That's what Gregor Samsa had to endure. His sister initially provides for his care and feeding, but she becomes indifferent to him and he dies shortly after hearing his family's plans to abandon him. That's the story of Gregor Samsa.
You think it's a true story, or?
No, it's a fictional story written by Kafka.
So,
yeah, I guess
it's a fictional story by Franz Kafka.
What do you think the moral to that story is then?
The moral to the story is that you should never buy Nitro for a Discord kitten. You don't know who she be sexing behind your back. Watch out in these Discord streets,
Cool,
brother.
thanks for wasting everybody's time.
Welcome.
We really appreciate you wasting our time. Thank you.
Welcome, brother.
Told you he was being cheeky.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what he said. I don't know. Was it like
that's
some kind of?
that's called poisoning the well. Poisoning the well. He's trying to plant a seed in your head that someone near you is, doing something.
I thought it was about him because he was like unintelligible, right? So I thought this was like kind of like he was like working out how nobody can understand him, and he's kind of gaslighting to it. Am I turning into an insect, or is he? Because I can't understand what he's saying. You know.
Oh yeah, he was projecting. I get it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a type of troll where they just basically waste everybody's time with this story that sounds like it might be interesting, and then the end point is non sequitur to the entire story. It's literally.
I mean, the story might have a place, but I don't know if it was on point here. I don't think so.
The non sequitur part is what I mean. That's a comedy routine. What he did, he's just wasting everybody's time. That's all.
Yeah. Sounds. But that's funny because he referred to family and people rejecting the man for whatever, right? And yesterday there was another guy trying to bring something similar to that, and he said she, you don't know who she is, that kind of stuff. So it sounds like he's trying to talk to someone, but I don't know, maybe to himself.
Yeah, I mean, I have this like kind of belief that everything that we say is really just to ourselves. If we were completely content in everything that we said, we wouldn't say anything.
I think we have to tell things to others because family, they obviously children, they live in their own bubble basically. They're your children, but you gotta teach them stuff because they don't know a lot of things. So it's just part of life, that kind of stuff. But
yeah, I mean, you could teach without words. What I kind of mean is, what I'm trying to tell somebody something. It's really that I'm trying to communicate, not for them, but for me. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If I'm saying, I can claim that I'm trying to tell you this for you, whatever it is. I'm trying to convey this message to you so that you'll understand. But what I want is I'm trying to convey this message to you so that you'll understand my point of view. I mean, that's why I talk so little in these rooms, because I'm aware that I'm pretty close to perfect.
No thanks. Just kidding. And the guy said that's his story, and then he left. Like he doesn't want any replies. He doesn't want to hear any. I mean,
Well, there was
it's
like a
not even his.
punchline that if he spoke clear English or whatever, that we probably would have been like, "Oh, what a dick!" But I don't know what he said, so it's like he probably felt like he made his point because he understood himself.
Just adding what someone else said, something like that yesterday. It was someone else, not with an accent. It was like almost like English speaking person, like natively or whatever that means. And he said something similar. And today he's saying someone else said something similar, not with a story, but about the last part. It's kind of weird. Hey, it's the internet. A lot of people just watching TikToks and repeating what they hear in TikTok. So yeah.
They'll basically use a non sequitur as part, which non sequitur actually is a type of comedy, and you have like certain points made that all make sense, and then something that doesn't make sense to try and trigger people to laugh.
But he was
That's all
like
he did with the bit.
warning someone. like warning of what? Like he was trying to say, like warning her. Trust me, bro. Like what I'm saying is true. Like
Yeah, maybe he felt like it
warn.
was his job to tell us to that's his job. There's
All right.
there's a lot of shitty jobs out there. I mean, my uncle, he works at a daycare for kids who were about to get molested.
Yeah.
Shitty job. Was that like a non sequitur comedy thing? Lifeology?
No, it's
that's
more
that's
like
part
telling a
of
whole
this
story about
reality.
something
So
and then just
I was trying. It's like you pull
making
you
the
off one
point,
way.
like basically. Yeah, well, that and then the end point of whatever they say after talking for a long period of time ends up having nothing to do with everything else that they said. That's the non sequitur part that I was talking about. Like the story that he told likely has some kind of cool moral or whatever, but the way that he ended it, that's the comedy routine. Wasting everybody's time with some kind of parable and then trying to make something else about like trouble with women or whatever on Discord or some crap. I don't.
yeah, exactly. But it sounds like he heard a TikTok. He heard that story in a short video, and he wanted to kind of make it his at the end, but he couldn't.
Trouble with women. My ex-girlfriend, right? I heard that she started, dating this really abusive guy, right? And it kind of like stirs something in me. It makes me like want to go over there with a baseball bat, and then just blame the boyfriend and say he did it.
I think men when they
Is that another? These are jokes I'm telling, guys. I'm copying these jokes, but I'm telling jokes. You get it? Like I'm angry. I'm going to go over the baseball bat to kill her and say he did it. It was a joke.
Yeah, that's
Not funny.
Not funny.
It's this comedian I like. He's pretty good.
It's laughable, but not funny.
He tells one about slavery. I could try to repeat it. I think it's a decent one. So, did you know that like speaking of like terrible jobs? It's not a terrible joke, right? But terrible jobs, right? Did you know that there's more slaves now than any other time in history? Pretty interesting, right? So the next time that you're working at your job and you're thinking that you got a really tough job, you got it rough. Just imagine having to count slaves for a living. No good.
My bad. I'm doing the dishes. I couldn't hear what you said.
That's why they got it all fully automated with AI doing all that bean counting.
Bro, and he almost got me with that because I was gonna allow him. I'm gonna read the AI what the AI said. Okay, let's see what the AI said. Once he said flat earthers, and we were talking about something else, I was like, nah, come on, bro. Stop it, please.
He was trying to program it so it would give off certain reactions, but you got to do it a certain way that basically limits it to the scientific method and tells it to avoid engaging in any form of fallacious reasoning. And there's a way to code that on its responses prior to asking it anything. And if you don't do that, then all your responses are going to be whatever it gives you.
Yeah. So the AI, the systems they have to be. They'll tell you true or false based. A computer will tell you true or false based on whatever information you're putting into the system. But it takes like an outside perspective to actually know whether it's true or false. So the AI isn't doing anything, spectacular in these situations.
Yeah, and he interrupted me in the middle of my sentence, saying, "You gotta stop talking so I can read what the AI has to say." I'm like, I don't give a fuck what the AI has to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only going to be
He
true or
didn't realize
false
he was
based on the,
talking to a mod either, dude. Like, he didn't even check.
yeah, it's only going to be true or false based on the information that we input into it from the from the external of the system, right? So I mean, it's only going to be able to determine that, and so it's human beings who are able to determine what's true or false, and then we can put it into it. But without that three-party system it being external to the internal system, we would never be able to know what's going on.
That's why I call it a glorified calculator. It can't really do anything except access a database and then give you what information is in there. It can, and the information is not likely to be truly accurate. It's just generally. The AI stuff is still wonky. It's not trustworthy right now. There's too much going on with it.
Hey, whoever's
Hey, welcome,
overpowering the
Matthew. I
mic
hope
with
all's well with
shattering
you,
and
man.
water splashes, it's annoying as fuck.
Is that AI?
Sorry, I learned from you. I'ma just fix it the way you fix it. Yeah. I'm trying to follow AI's role, but he doesn't like it, so let me just fix.
If somebody wants to know how that works, they should learn from the best and ask the overlord.
So when I heard his question about the magnetic fields, I just wanted to probably add what is reported, and I was gonna post something after it was done because I thought the conversation was gonna maybe go somewhere. But he didn't want to hear any replies. Ask a question, but the replies is like, I'm waiting for you to finish so I can read something from the AI. That is not. It was not what we were talking about because we were talking about magnetic fields across the world, and the first thing he said was flat earthers. The AI said flat earthers. Does that mean that there's a lot of people asking questions to the AI and the AI has to basically prompt the reply in order, and it's basically addressing people on the internet asking it questions, and if it's giving you the first word flat earthers as a reply for how magnetic fields work, that's what's going on there. Whoever knows about AI, I mean, no, chat GPT. Why the guy is asking about magnetic fields and the AI said flat earthers the first word? Like, what is that?
It's because he already prompted it in that session. That's why. So he had been trying to program it to give responses in light of the flat Earth, globe Earth argument specifically. Now, because maybe if you just ask without all those prompts, it might just say, "Oh, magnetic fields around a circular object do this, or magnetic fields around a round object do this." But because he prompted it so much with flat Earth, globe Earth terms, that's probably why I did that.
Yeah, he heard about flat Earth, and then he started asking the AI, "What is the answer?" And he has so many maybe inputs about flat Earth and flat Earthers that's what he's getting replies for that. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Do you ask a question? What's going on?
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, what's up? Oh, the sky. Whatever is beyond that. Maybe God outside of this place. Who knows?
I see. Why is
I know the
everybody
sky
quiet?
is up.
Probably right.
Oh, when I want to look at it, I look up, right? So when you ask what's up, I look up. Well, first I see my ceiling, and then I know above that there's
That's true.
other stuff.
I went on Dave Weiss's website yesterday, and I saw that he had this video about flat Earth. You got like Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey. They have their little podcast saying that 50% of the NFL understands the Earth to be flat and motionless. It's interesting.
Many of those guys are supposed to be, in a sense, like the people that should be putting other weird men under control. You know, like the top guys that are doing the sports, the strongest ones. I think they're supposed to be doing other type of activity, like actually protecting the children, protecting the nation, instead of playing with balls all day and smacking their asses to each other. Not all day, all year, or for the season, right? We're practicing. No, we're not in season, but we're still practicing doing the same thing, playing with balls. Well, you know.
But they're experts at
Yeah, like we let police be fat, donut eating schlocks that can't even run a mile, and we have all our elite men doing silly games all day. Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly. Yep. I mean, I like sports, but they overdo it. It's way overdone. Too much.
Bro, I mean, I don't know. The cops in the nice, where the taxes are higher, the cops are like gym bros. Like they're not fat donut eating slobs at all. They're like they're like ex NFL players.
Dude, it's rare. It's rare that I run into a cop that has an imposing presence. Okay, most of them are chumps. It's just that simple. But that's been my experience throughout my life. Okay, 8 out of 10 cops are milk toasts that could be dominated by the average dude. That's not an average dude, right? And especially female cops, they could just be flicked with a finger by the average dude.
Yeah, I don't want to get it. I mean, it's a little personal, but I got a thing for the female ones. Yeah.
Hey man, if I was going to be arrested, I'd want to be arrested by females. Trust me. Especially if I didn't want to be arrested, because then it'd be easier to not be arrested. If you know what I'm saying.
It's bad when they know like what you're after, and you start like taking your seatbelt off in front of them and putting the wrong turn signal, and they just ignore you. It's like, yeah, this is fucked up. This is your job. You have to come and get me now, and you're not. I can't even get the paid ones to pay attention.
So you mentioned that a lot of people in the NFL, a lot of the players there's people saying that many of them don't believe in the current cosmology of the globe. They kind of like questioning that stuff. I'm not gonna say 50% on the NFL, flat earthers, right?
Well, that's what you know who Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey are. They're like the two brothers in the NFL. One of them retired this year, and one of them won the Super Bowl this year. They have a podcast where they go on and somebody was on there asking them, how many players? Because I think AJ Brown came out and said he's a flat earther, right? So he's on the same team as one of them. He says, like, how many guys? He goes, I know at least 10 of the guys on my team. And then the other brother, he goes, if you had to ask me, I'd probably say it's like 50-50. Like 50% of the NFL are flat earthers. And he didn't say what his opinion was on the situation. He was just saying, objectively, it seems like half the guys I run into are like, yeah, Earth's flat. No big deal.
Yeah.
Then it went to like
they are in the inner circles where they having those like out of the scope conversations in a sense, like when these guys are like superstars or sports stars. That people are looking up to them in the TV and they're playing their character of a football team player or whatever and doing that. But then when these also are men, brothers, like fathers and husbands and all that kind of stuff, and they know stuff. They know certain things, and if they see bullshit, they're gonna call it like men should do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying these are the smartest guys or anything. It doesn't take a genius to understand these things, but they trust their senses all day, every day for a living. It get paid millions of dollars to know that their senses correlate to reality in a reasonable fashion, and their senses and probably some information that they've attained, through whatever means, tell them that the things they're told are not true. That the Earth is, pretty obviously not moving, and that a straight line doesn't curve. So. And again,
Makes a lot of sense to me.
they're experts. Yeah, they're experts on. They work with balls, right? All the time, all day, every day in these sports, right? They know a curvature to the ball, right? They know a field, right? They know how the ball works on the field. They know how to kick the field goal and the Coriolis that would be expected underneath a field goal kick. They know all these things. They know that the ball falls at a consistent rate over a distance, and it all utilizes a stationary plane. They don't throw the ball higher because the Earth is curving up to it. They know that something's off in the distance. It's at the same level in the distance as it is where they are. They don't have to account for the direction of the field or any of that stuff. If it's north,
So you're telling
south, east, or
that they heard Neil saying that bullshit about the kicker adjusting for the Coriolis to be able to make the goal. You're calling BS on that?
Well, they didn't address Neil deGrasse Tyson specifically, but what I'm saying is they obviously don't account for Coriolis, in their daily lives that they get paid millions of dollars for. They don't have to adjust for that. They adjust for the wind. Like, I don't know if you've seen a football game, but it has like a little compass up there on the screen showing the wind direction. Nothing about Coriolis up on that screen with the compass.
Yeah, but Neil is a scientist. He has a degree. He has degrees. You were here yesterday? The Spanish guy. I tried to speak to him and I tried to tell him a few words in English to see if they kind of like got to him somehow, but he was like, "But you guys are denying thousands of years of history and all the scientists with the degrees in this field. You guys are denying that."
No, I mean, without those guys, we wouldn't be able to prove that the Earth is flat. Those guys are appreciated.
He said that, and then like minutes after, another guy was arguing that as well. You guys are denying history and science. Thousands of years. So like the other guy said almost the same thing.
If history was accurate or perfect, like if there was some sort of magical mechanism that recorded history as it actually happened, then we wouldn't need historians to put all the pieces together. So I mean, to say you're denying history, you're just, we're working on history all the time, trying to piece it together constantly. Maybe
you're denying history. Your ancestors weren't globe earthers. So who's denying history? Like in Mexico, the Mayans or Egypt, they weren't globe earthers.
Yeah, I was here when he was, and that's the point that I brought up to him. Because he said, well, everybody has known that the Earth's a globe, right? So I said, well, if we're just using that metric of how many people and how long we've known something to be the case as the proof, then the Earth would be flat, because more people for a longer period of time understood the Earth to be flat. So therefore, the Earth is flat, if that's the metric.
Yeah, and I asked them when they were, the Greeks knew that it wasn't, right? I was like, well, how many Greeks are you talking about when you say the Greeks? Who?
Well, even when you have to say something like the Greeks knew, right? That's showing how the small portion knew, because we all know there's more than Greece, right? So it was the Greeks knew. They were the only ones who knew, then, is what the claim is, when the whole rest of the world didn't know. So I mean, what does that really say? That a fringe minority group that, I don't know, I think they went, I mean, the ancient Greeks, I mean, I don't even know. They're kind of like gone.
What is the problem? There is a big issue. Is it psychological or it's just ignorance? Because there's many type of ignorance, right? I'm not gonna be able to explain that right now. I'm not an expert in it, but people that know a lot, they know about other stuff, and they just present like that guy. Oh, the Greeks, they say that the Greeks knew, therefore it is right. But what does that even mean? Like, oh, one Greek or two Greeks made a mathematical equation and they wrote it down in a few books or whatever, and maybe another five Greeks did similar stuff and they spoke about the similar ideas. But how does that bring you to a conclusion about your reality all around you as a cosmological conclusion that the Greeks did math, therefore it is? It's like that. That's I see that like a TikTok, bro. It's like a minute of information. It's just like a 1 minute of information, and you base conclusions on that. Which is, I've seen like family members, people that near my circles that who say, "Yeah, sticks and shadows. Oh yeah, that's it. The Greeks knew. They knew. That's it. That's it." It's kind of crazy.
I guess it's meant to speak of, like, because when you think of like the Greeks, you think of like, all right, these strong guys who were the foundation of our philosophy, et cetera, of math, all these other things. So you're supposed to associate the Greeks with something powerful.
Yeah, the Greeks built all these structures. You go to Greece and you see all this stuff, and they knew it was a globe, so therefore it has to be.
So like a lot of mythology around the Greeks, and a lot of mystery as well. They built a whole city that sank apparently with flying spaceships. So therefore, they must, if they knew, but that's a story. So it's like, what the hell are we talking about? I mean, I do kind of. I don't know who the Greeks are. I don't know if they're made up. With some of the best minds of from 300 years ago, or said we're going to call ourselves Shakespeare or call ourselves Greeks or whatever. I don't know, but I do blame or associate them with a lot of the philosophy and the I don't know, a lot of the modeling that goes on. Language, everything. I mean, it seems like they are the origin. It's like it's like etymology. All these things go back to these Greek. So like I could just like make things up. Like where did the idea of the atom come from? Probably like atomalium. I don't know. There's some Greek guy named Atomalium. Like where did the bicycle come from? Like who made the first bicycle? Probably Bicyclosius. Probably. I don't know. Some Greek guy made the bike. And I'm probably not far off. Like that's why Bicetonius, definitely Bicetonius.
So it doesn't have anything to do with the idea that there's two cycles, so it's bicycles. There's two wheels.
Like the ancient Cyclops. Yeah.
Yeah, cycle means wheel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm saying like all these things are tied. Etymology and all these things are tied to these Greek guys, if they are existing or not.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not that like they're not interesting. Like you could, so it's like like it's true whether it's true or not. Whether it's true or not. Like so, like the things that the Greeks, like the philosophy, some of the I don't know, like Aristotle, some of the things that have to be the case. They have to be the case whether the Greeks exist or not. So it's not really like doesn't really matter to me whether they existed in the way it's said or not. It's just I mean, how smart were these guys? They didn't even know that shirts and pants are two different things. They were just like, no, they're one thing. Didn't even have underwear on, I don't think. Like they could build a flying machine, but they couldn't build like belts. They couldn't make belts. Oh wow, just strange.
I don't think the Greeks ever succeeded in building any flying machines.
Yeah, that's just because it got burned up when it got too close to the sun. There's no evidence of it.
Sorry, who said the Greeks built flying machines?
They did. They took their togas and they held them above their heads and they jumped off the cliff and they glided down. It's like step one.
So like gliding.
I'm just saying I'm just saying these guys are like giants in the history book. They don't, you know. So when somebody says like, well, the Greeks know it, like what they're associating is like these giants that are ahead of their time, right? Like building things,
Yeah.
constructing things. Yeah.
And the Greeks knew all these amazing things and they invented all this stuff and they were globers. So therefore,
Yeah, like whether they were real or not, like they bring up good points, right? Like they begin to kind of describe the prescriptive laws of logic, and what makes things true and what grounds laws, these invisible laws and things like that, like having justification for things in the world, and how do you know things? I mean, that's why I say I kind of blame them and associate them for this whole thing, because it's really just like a big Greek illusion, like the whole world of being a globe. It's all based around how do you know that you exist? How do you know anything? How can you trust anything? What grounds reality? I mean, it's a big long philosophy test. This globe Earth.
Yeah, when you start talking about what counts as knowledge versus belief, that's all sort of philosophy and epistemology. I say something simple, just like the globe is the best explanation for the observation. So I would say that rather than I know it's a globe or I've proven that it's a globe.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, that's like that's kind of like what they start off with. How do you prove? How do you know? How do you know? And what grounds knowledge and what grounds truth? Like, is truth abstract? Can you attain it? Is it in a platonic realm or is it attainable? Does the world communicate to you in a way that's intelligible? I mean, these are all like their principles, the things that they speak on, and then they start, to give you like a model of reality that may or may not be true. But you see the boat going away. Perhaps that boat is going down. You know, things that they give you like something to choose from, and then how could you prove it? How could you know? Yeah, but some people have a like some people have a belief that whatever it is that creates all of reality wouldn't lie to them and wouldn't allow them to be mistaken in such a grand way, that they wouldn't be able to understand whatsoever. And then some people say that knowledge is unattainable, because what would be required to know something would be to be like omniscient, to know everything. And unless you're omniscient, you can't know anything, right? Or this being that's omniscient would have to communicate it to you in a way that you couldn't be wrong. These are some options.
Or the other thing is that there are certain types of knowledge or certain types of facts that are just true by definition, like the laws of mathematics and logic. So, for example, you could say, we know that there's an infinite number of prime numbers because we have a logical mathematical proof for that. It doesn't require looking at anything in the real world to know that that's true.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that would just be a concept until it maps to reality. So, like, what maps concepts to reality? Um,
Yeah, so
you
we
know,
know concepts. There are certain concepts that we can know.
Oh, how do we know there are infinite prime numbers?
There's a mathematical proof that shows a contradiction if there's a finite number. I was just picking an example in mathematics. You could do something simpler, like we know for sure that if you add two odd numbers, the sum will be even. Something like that, you could say.
Right.
Another example.
Yeah. Well, I just asked because I was curious.
Oh yeah,
for the proof,
it's a
but
really
I can
interesting
look it up.
proof. Euclid came up with that proof like 2,300 years ago.
Sounds like a Greek
Well,
name.
I think that that predates like using decimal figures, right? Like using numbers.
Right.
So like they knew primes before they had numbers.
Yeah, they would have written them down differently, but yes,
Yeah.
they knew what prime numbers were. Bacon, just a 30-second to answer how that proof works. If you assume that you have a finite number of primes, then what you can do is you can take all those primes, multiply them together, and then add 1, and that new number is no longer divisible by any of the primes because it's a multiple plus 1 of all of the other prime numbers. Therefore, you've come up with a new number that is also prime. So you can't have a finite number. That's sort of the
Oh,
gist of
got it. Okay, so you can always get a new prime number by multiplying all the prime numbers you have already and adding 1. That always gives you a prime number.
Right.
Oh, nice. Oh, that itself already guarantees there is an infinite amount of them, right? Because you can do that repeatedly.
Right.
Nice.
So yes, that's an example of something we know, even though we don't have to connect it to the real world.
Hey Matthew, what is the
globe argument or flat Earth debunk that you expend like more energy into or more time into? That's a thing.
Yeah, I think the location and apparent sizes of the moon and the sun are the uh, best arguments. The fact that the sunset is obscured from bottom up, that's generally why most people would say that the Earth is not flat. I mean, if you just talk to the average person at Walmart, they know the sun sets, but it's no longer visible here. But they believe that, oh, it's still up over there in Japan or India or something. But more specifically, like the full moon changes or doesn't change apparent size all night long. I think that's a pretty strong one.
Right. And I like that example where you have the moon being 30 degrees above horizontal for one observer and being overhead for another.
Yeah, because everybody in school you learn about 30, 60, 90 degree triangles, so it just makes a simple triangle there.
Yeah. Yeah. The height is half the hypotenuse, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, thanks. I posted it in the chat for anybody.
Did Bacon kill the VC again? How dare you? You guys falling asleep. Have a good night.
Sup, nigger faggots? Nigger faggots. Nigger faggots. Nigger faggot.
Yo, yo.
Hot mic Saturday, everybody. Let's all just hot mic.
What's that?
Allie, do you believe the Earth is a ball?
I don't believe it's a ball. It has to be a ball based on what we see.
How so? Like, see where and when?
Well, if we want to make predictions of the positions of things that we observe, we presume that all these places are fixed around a sphere. That's our most accurate representation of where things are.
Why would we presume anything? Logically speaking.
Well, that's how you calculate the accuracy of a model. Is you make a presumption, a hypothesis, and then you test your claim. You test your model against reality. See how accurate it
Does
is.
math always reflect reality?
No, math doesn't literally reflect reality. It merely represents
I mean,
variables of
it
reality.
can. It can, but it doesn't always. And I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
that's a
starting with a
philosophical thought worth having, but it doesn't get rid of the idea of how accurate the globe model represents what we see.
but you're starting with assumptions, right?
I have to hop
Like
on.
you're starting with
I'm
the
sorry.
assumption that the Earth is a sphere, right?
That wasn't the original presumption, I would guess. We presumed it was flat at one point and then tested that claim and came up with the globe after testing it, trying to make a more accurate model.
So how did anyone discover that it was a globe as opposed to flat? Did someone measure it and detect curvature? Or did they just start teaching that in schools?
Yeah, you can test to see if there's curvature, and it's been done.
Like a drop over distance measurement? Like how can you test that?
It's either that or the left or right curvature, right? We could test for both.
It seems like it's up to interpretation about what you're saying. You know, well, I was like to focus on the more concrete thing, like things that you can really know, with no space or being wrong.
You can interpret data however you feel is best, but whether it becomes agreed upon is a different monster to deal with.
Well, I mean, like, would you say you observe the Earth as flat with your own two eyes, or would you say you observe it as curved?
To the human eyes, locally, terrestrially, on the surface of the ground, it appears flat, depending on the changes in elevation. That's right.
So then, like, I mean, in order for anyone to know that it's curved, they'd have to measure it directly and detect curvature, right? I mean, otherwise it's just blind guesswork, is it not?
Exactly. That's why we don't just depend on human senses for measurement. We get physical apparatuses to measure stuff. We get what it pulls and optics.
But I don't mean things that are, again, up for interpretation, like dicking around with a theodolite or something like. I mean like a real measurement, like an actual, with solid materials, drop over distance, direct measurement with a straight edge and an arc segment measurement at the end of it.
You think land surveyors are dicking around when they're trying to
No, I
find the
didn't say that. I
elevation
didn't
for
say
a
that.
construction
I
project?
didn't. No, I
Like an
didn't say
engineering
that.
project?
I did not say
They're
that.
using theodolites.
Yeah, I know that,
They're
and
using
I didn't
theodolites.
say that they were. But buddy, listen to me. I didn't say that land surveyors are dicking around. I wasn't talking about surveyors. I was talking about globers. Using theodolites, and then saying that they've used the theodolite to detect curvature. That's what I'm talking about, not land surveyors.
Land surveyors detect curvature.
No, they don't. No, they do not. They survey the land. They
100%
don't
sure that
measure
they do.
drop over distance or arc segments. They don't measure that. You cannot measure an arc segment theodolite.
They measure the coordinates presuming to be along a flat plane, that the distances are incorrect. And to correct them, to make them accurate, you use spherical excellence. That's what land surveyors do.
Do you know what an arc segment is? Like, it's a section of a circle. So, in order for you to demonstrate what you're saying to be reality, you'd have to measure an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth. Anything less than that is just involving blind belief. And, you might as well believe in Santa Claus at that point if you're going to blindly believe that.
You know what an arc second? You know what an arc second is?
I've heard the term. What about it, dude? Does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Depending on how far away something is, you can know its apparent height above the surface if you know how far it is. It's like solving the angles of a triangle. So, an arc second will tell you, these theodolites, they're measuring things by angles. So they're measuring arc seconds. So if something is a few arc seconds off of what the flat prediction should be, like, okay, all of these coordinates are above a level plane. Like, I'm measuring height of objects in the distance, and I'm considering the elevation above sea level, and I have a level horizontal reference in my theodolite, and I'm presuming a two-dimensional plane and different points of elevation above that plane, and that's my coordinate plane system. When I try to find all those distances of those coordinates, they don't have, like, the distances are. I can't
Up
solve
for
the angles of the triangle.
interpretation. That doesn't equal curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, just to finish that. That's why land surveyors make the spherical excess corrections, because presuming all those coordinates are above a two-dimensional plane, the distances are wrong. To correct them, spherical excess fixes it perfectly. So you're not wrong in saying, planar surveying They presume a horizontal plane at first, but that's not the end of the work to get the actual distances between coordinates.
I think you're misusing the word assume. They observe.
No, they don't observe a two-dimensional plane. They have a horizontal reference and they have topography. So it would be imaginary if there
I was
were a
referring to the
two-dimensional
Earth
plane.
being flat. Like they observe the Earth being flat. That's what I was referring to. Remember, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. You should try not to assume any more than you have to.
Land surveyors have to presume coordinates are elevation above a two-dimensional plane. Okay, to presume a flat with azimuth angles, they're measuring zenith angles, and yeah. So the initial presumption, you have to presume, no matter what, if you're going to survey.
Hello.
信号是炒好冰淇淋，飞车飞车，飞车。
What's up? Trying to get named Bonzo, flat wide. That's fine. That's just life, man. Alright, I guess there's nobody around. I'll be back later. How do I disconnect again?
Everybody in the frickin' damn realm frickin' took the day off or what, man?
What up, Chris?
Math, dude.
Retroactive
Retroactive continuity of math is a philosophical daydream, bro.
CRISPR, in their defense, even I don't understand the math. I mean, I don't know quantum electrodynamics. I did not go to college.
Who cares, dude? You can't infer retroactive causation from present math and just assume that if something's scaled, it can be scaled ad infinitum into the past. That's philosophy, not science.
I thought philosophy was science.
Oh, dude,
Ever heard of natural
philosophy? That's a fallacy, bro.
Yeah, science is a branch of philosophy, so it's philosophy either way.
Oh my goodness, dude. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap.
CRISPR, when you got degree, what did it say on it? Did it say something involving the word letter P?
Well, I mean, yeah, no, I'm currently pursuing my PhD in evolutionary biology.
PHTP?
Yeah, when you get degree, the word philosopher is on the degree.
It's HTTP.
That's irrelevant, dude.
I've taught evolution and biology to undergrads, including some who showed up to class high every single day. They still understood this stuff pretty well.
Well, they said they just got it, did they? Did you get the grade?
Yeah, maybe you mean accepted it. How about that?
Yeah.
I think you got to be high and not right to accept all this weird stuff you can't demonstrate.
Well, I mean, you can demonstrate it. That's the catch. I mean, you deny that we can, but we can.
No, you said
you could demonstrate events in the past. Wow, that's a profound statement, bro.
Oh,
we
sure.
can demonstrate events right now, right? So like evolution is
There you go, correct.
today.
Yeah, I mean, is there reason to think that everything in the past was completely wackadoodle, like all the physical laws we observe now were just nonsense back then? If there's the reason to think that,
I don't know, dude. Dude, why don't you prove your case that it was? How about that?
Well, I mean, like I said, it goes both ways. If you're claiming one thing,
No, it doesn't, dude. No. You're claiming that it's the case. It's your burden to bear, dude.
Well, you would.
I don't have to assume retroactive continuity, dude. For goodness' sake.
Would you agree in the short term that the laws of physics we observe hold? Like in the short term, like 5 minutes ago versus now?
I mean,
where they hold to. There you go.
I'm pretty sure that Overlord thinks that that the entire universe actually started in the middle of this conversation, and that yesterday didn't actually exist, because that's just assuming retroactive continuity.
Yeah,
laws of physics where?
Right. That's logically possible. Bad as it sounds.
Yeah, Overlord, are you a brain of that? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, dude, why do you lack imagination, dude? If I was in a vat, why would I need a brain? And if I didn't need a brain, why would I need a vat? For goodness sakes.
That is not an argument against brain of vat that I've heard.
Well, I mean, JD, you have to realize that it's entirely possible Overlord doesn't have a brain, right? Because that's just assuming retroactive continuity.
That is where the evidence is leading.
Yes, but what is it not possible that I don't possess?
Education? No, you definitely don't possess education.
Yeah, I do actually, but
it's
that's
not
irrelevant.
Possible that I don't. Why the double negative?
What is it required that you do possess?
Yeah.
Learning disability?
Okay, so the correct answer is a mind. But you're too stupid to know the answer, so I guess you never would. You just make fun of me instead.
No, he said we need a learning disability to understand the globe. I'm with him.
Hey, I heard you on that one, Demok. I heard you on that one. So, look, if you're just going to say, like, people that are in here have learning disabilities, right?
I said a lot
because we don't want to agree. Yeah. So, option A, knock it off. Option B, Kaputsky. There's your options.
All right. Well, I mean, if you guys want to stick to a topic, that's fine. I'll stick to a topic.
Well, I mean,
however, dude, in general, I did find it in fair humor. It wasn't out of line. Don't get me wrong.
I was just going to say one last thing on the topic. I just wondered what you thought of James Tor. He obviously knows his stuff, doesn't he? Right? So I'm guessing you think he's a kook of some sort.
He doesn't know
much.
He doesn't know. Well, yeah. So I'm not sure if you noticed, but that wasn't the end of the sentence. right? So like if you'd allowed me to get to the end of the sentence,
All right,
I
get
might
on
have
with it. Bloody hell.
I might have said he doesn't know much about 17th century feudal Japan, right? Like he probably doesn't, right? No, he doesn't know much about evolutionary theory or biochemistry. He's a synthetic chemist, not a biochemist.
I mean,
Crap, I walked away for a
That
second.
really wasn't what he
James Tor
asked,
all of a sudden?
though. Well, fair enough. James Tor doesn't just, say, "Oh, I'm gonna not talk about how these things apply." Like you could at least, hopefully, between
Isn't
the two of
Tor
you,
the
at
guy who
least.
was screaming his head off at Professor Dave in some public debate?
Mr. Farina.
Professor Dave is a schmuck. So I mean,
He
who
is
cares?
indeed a
Tor
schmuck.
just lost it.
We can all agree that Professor Dave is a schmuck. He is right, but he's also a schmuck.
I don't know why I go with Schmuck. I go with he's an ass. He's definitely an ass. But boy, Tor just lost his mind for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean that's great, but the problem is this.
Like you're in a public debate and you just
So,
start
so far, all as we know is a bunch of names, right? We don't know it. Like, if you guys are going to talk about it, at least talk about one of Tor's points or something. I mean, otherwise, what are we all talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
sorry, I just wondered what his opinion of it was in general. I thought you might just say you were a Christian nut or something like that. I didn't actually watch the debate between. I never really watched that. Not a Professor Dave.
All right.
Because
Well,
for obvious
let's
reasons.
ask you. Let's ask you since you brought up his name. What argument do you know that Professor Tor makes that to you appears to be an argument against evolution?
No, that's I don't know. I
Well, I
was
don't
going to
think that-
say that.
He doesn't particularly argue against evolution. He argues against abiogenesis.
True, that is his current focus because he is a chemist, so he feels it gives us more clout to talk about that.
I don't actually know
but
his
what is he
position on
talking
evolution.
about? Right, but when he argues against abiogenesis, what arguments does he make? Because if none of us in here know,
don't understand.
go ahead.
So, yeah, he mostly argues that other people don't understand. Then he points out particular things that he says are necessary for life to originate. He says, we have no idea how any of this crap works. Everyone's truly clueless. When people say they understand abiogenesis, they're lying. So he's kind of vague about any specifics, more like just in general, all the people working in the
He
field
might
are
not
clueless.
say that you need these particular compounds to be present for a certain amount of time, and the interactions that take place have to be in this type of scenario, and that scenario has to be
That's
coincidental,
kind of how he phrases it, yeah.
and the probabilities and all this. He doesn't make arguments like that.
No, these are the
Probabilities.
arguments he makes.
Probabilities is more of a Doug Axe argument. I mean, so like one of the major points that Tor makes. Actually, I think that it's the central point that Tor makes. I watched that series of videos that he did. It was like 13 videos or 17 videos. I don't remember the number, but it was basically the same point made about a bunch of different topics, and that point was perfectly valid, which was that people will start with stuff and they will get other stuff, and then the next experiment they'll start with the other stuff to get a third thing, right? And I think you're hot micing again, which is a fair argument, which is a fair point, right? I mean, it's true, but it's not like he didn't really need to make it about like every single thing is an independent point, Also, when we're testing whether or not a particular pathway works, that is the way you test it.
Right. So let's say that Tor definitively proves, based on the chemical structure and claims of the nature of the Earth at the time in which it occurred, that abiogenesis is categorically impossible. Let's say he proves that unequivocally. And many people who were his detractors concede. Now, let's say that scenario occurs and they have a party and they all join into the party, right, to drink together and be like, look, we finally made peace. Now, that being said, is the building that they're having the party in experiencing differential sprayed layers of gravitational forces to the center of a giant ball floating in free space? Yes or no?
What? What?
Yeah, you know the guys at the party. Is the guy over there experiencing a different radial of down to the guy over at the other side drinking a tequila when they're at this party?
I think that the guy drinking the tequila is probably likely to be experiencing a much closer radial of down. That's been my
Well, that's the
experience
question,
with
is it
people who
not?
drink a lot of tequila.
Yeah, so is down a splayed radial to the center of a giant ball floating in free space? Yes or no?
You asking like if you got two people talking face to face, like how different is the angle to the center of the Earth for those two people?
Well, I mean, you'd have to assume they had one in the first place to be able to tell me the answer. So, do they have one or not?
They have one what?
A differential, dude, in their quote unquote, yeah, their local plumb lines. Are they radially arranged to the center of a giant ball?
Yeah. Not by much if they're face to face. I bet you'd have
Well,
I bet
I'll
you'd
give
have
you- I'll give
difficulty
you-
measuring it.
Yeah, sure. But I'll give you a mulligan that you weren't trying to be precise and say it's definitely a radial to the center of a ball, because that wouldn't actually comport to a globe paradigm. Because a globe paradigm doesn't have homogeneous mass distribution, and it's rotating in their view, so that would make the plumb lines not actually pointed at the center. Now, you could call it an aggregate center, and then, use loose language. But it's definitely not the exact center, correct?
Yeah, it's just the center of mass. It's just the aggregate center
Well,
you're referring to.
The center is pretty close to being in the middle, right? Like I think you're actually talking about like the shape of the gravitational geodesic, which is a slightly different topic. Like if you're standing next to a big mountain, that will actually offset the angle of gravity a little bit. Which you can actually measure the weight will change of an item on a scale, depending on
Okay,
exactly where
that's
it is.
cool. Yeah. So let's say for sake of argument that it is true that if you're near a big ass mountain, right, that something about your weight and your experience of a local plumb line will change. Now, if that is true, does that mean that the Earth is necessarily a globe?
Well, if gravity is real, then the effect of gravity on really big pieces of stuff is that it's going to crush it into a ball. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's wrong on its face.
No.
Yes. Yeah, it's very simple to understand. So the only thing that's necessary is something that resists the forces. Right? It's that simple.
So, if we're talking about sufficiently large objects, those objects are under gravity are going to try and minimize their surface area. They're going to be crushed into an approximate ball. Now, if you want to argue
that's a claim, I agree.
If you want to argue that, you could like engineer something with super strong materials or something that would maintain its shape under gravity, that would be a different conversation. But if you made an Earth-sized ball of penguins out in space, right, they would very rapidly crush themselves into an approximate sphere.
So you're assuming that gravity works omnidirectionally, right?
The
Not in a
evidence,
linear
yeah.
fashion, right? Okay.
I mean, yeah.
The evidence where?
Well, I mean, you can, like I said, you can take a weight measurement near a mountain versus not. You can see the difference. That's a nice demonstration of the effect of gravity.
Yeah, and then after that, you can construct a giant superstructure and watch it crush itself into a ball, right?
Well, yeah. If you could get that many penguins and get them all into space.
So we have a cool hypothetical that we could observe, at least in principle, in your view, right?
But the thing is like the thing about the measurement and the scale and the mountain is something you can actually do.
And
well, and it shows gravity.
And so I asked the question again. I'll ask the question again. Does this mean the Earth itself must be a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah, if gravity is true, then it will cause something made out. Let me rephrase my point. Given what the Earth is made out of, and we know right now what the Earth is made out of, right? Given what the Earth is made.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you've ever been outside and like looked down and maybe had a shovel and picked up some dirt.
Oh yeah. I actually did that. So what I did is I actually dug to the center of the Earth, and now I know what it's made out of. Good point.
Well, here's the fun thing is that people have actually drilled really deep, and on top of that,
how deep they drill?
How deep is the super deep borehole? I never remember the actual number.
8 miles, homie.
Yeah, 8 miles. Not bad. So unless
did what they find match the prediction? Yes or no?
I don't remember what the predictions would be about the super deep borehole specifically.
Yeah, well, it didn't. Let's wrap that up real short. It didn't. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I don't think that's particularly relevant to the topic, but
yeah, it is relevant because we don't know what the Earth is made of past a certain depth, dude. We don't have any first-hand knowledge of it. We have speculation at best.
Okay, so do you think it's made out of? Do you think it's made out of like titanium?
Dude, it could be made out of It could be made out of exotic material for all we know.
Okay. So here's another really great one is that we have seismic readings that bounce through the core of the Earth. Not through the core, but through the mantle, which does a good job of showing that it's an approximate ball, and it doesn't go through the core because the core is actually solid. That's how we know the core is solid, and it bounces back off.
What?
Yeah.
You mean liquid?
Okay, can story time end? Because I'm almost sick of this shit.
I know, dude. I knew we were about to puke.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like stuff you can read about if you want.
Did you read the part where the seismic wave equation is a hyperbolic model, not a sphere?
No, they use spherical.
No, the seismic wave equation is a hyperbolic equation. It's easy to find out. Just talking out your ass, dude. Unless you talk out your ass, tell story time for about fucking 20 minutes, man. It's hurting my brain. So
I'm guessing that's common for you.
No, the problem is that you are just regurgitating stories you hear. You have no idea what the data is to back up those stories. So I'm going to ask you, what's the evidence gravity will turn something into a ball? Okay, so you have 3 choices. You have an experiment, then demonstrate. You have observation, that it was observed in real life. And I'll even give you, is there a model that predicts it? I'll even give you that one.
Yeah, so we know that gravity pulls stuff together, right?
Oh no, that's the claim.
No, we know that. We've
How do we know
observed that. Well, again, the thing with the scale and the mountain, right? Like we've seen that.
Horse shit. That's just a claim, dude.
It's actually no. You can actually go and do that yourself if you want.
Yeah. Have you done it yourself? Have you seen the data? Can you show us the data that supports that claim?
I could go find it if I wanted. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the result? Like, how much was the differential?
It was very small.
How small?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
Yeah, because you're making shit up, bro. You're gonna go try and Google it now.
No, I'm not going to try and Google it now. I can Google it later if you want, or you can Google it.
Google your own. Listen, that's the funny thing. You have to Google what you already believe because you don't know you don't know the information that supports your belief. You have to go Google it in real time on the fly.
Yeah, I don't know the specific difference in the mass of a measured object near and not near a mountain, because that's not my
It's a
specific
ballpark.
field of expertise.
Nanograms,
So here's
milligrams,
the funny
grams.
thing is it doesn't change the weight. It causes a deflection of the plumb line. That's the claim, right?
Well, yes, but do you know what happens if it changes the deflection of the plumb line? And so if your vector of gravity is changed, right, and you're measuring straight down, then the vector of gravity is no longer straight down with reference to the scale. And do you know what that means? It means
what?
it means the measured gravity is now lower.
Dude, that's ridiculous. You know why? Because it has a sideways vector, and that force would still be the same on the scale, unless it's off the scale.
It wouldn't be. That's the thing.
Okay, so there's going to be a downward vector of gravity and a sideways vector of gravity?
Yes.
So there's going to be one gravitational... Yes?
Yes, there would be a sideways and a downward with respect. It's just like if you stand at an angle, right? Gravity is pulling you straight down, but since you're at an angle, right? Guess
But
what?
the force is in one direction. The force is the same. It's just in a different direction.
Yes, and if the scale is not perpendicular to the direction of that force.
We'll take a scale. We'll put it on one side of the scale on a brick. And we'll stand on the scale. Is my weight going to change?
Well,
I
yeah. 'cause you're gonna
changed
have
the
friction
gravity
on it.
vector relative to the surface of the scale. First of all, I don't even know why we're talking about this because that's not how they do it. Don't use a scale. They use a gravitometer.
You can absolutely use a scale. It would have to be a very
They
sensitive
don't.
balance.
They use something called a gravitometer. Okay, which is not a scale. It's like a fucking dangling spring. Anyway, I still, so in the globe model, there's something called potato Earth, right? So gravity, right? They have a geode, which is a gravitational model, and they have a oblate ellipsoid, which is a reference ellipsoid model. And they take two of these and they combine them, and they say that because we have lumpy gravity, plumb lines are curved on the surface of the Earth. So this is what they say. Yeah, plumb lines in the globe model curved. They don't hang straight down. So
yeah,
the point
depending
of
on
all
where you're
this is-
standing, yeah.
Yeah, you actually believe that? You actually believe that plumb lines curve?
I think that it's actually demonstrable if you're near a mountain, yeah.
That a plumb line curves?
The plumb line would be deflected by the difference in the distribution of mass around it.
Yeah, but do you think you can actually hang a plumb line and the plumb line will curve?
Well, the plumb line would be a string. It wouldn't curve.
Okay, well, in the globe model, it curves.
So the gravitational field might curve, but the plumb line itself is a string. So it will be straight with respect to the mass suspended.
Okay, but if you hang a long enough plumb line, it should curve because the gravity vector, which you were just talking about, is going to change direction.
No, because it's going to average across the length of the string because you still have a single weight.
What does that mean? Gravity isn't based upon weight. It's based upon mass attracts mass.
No, I said weight as in the thing at the end of the string.
Yeah.
You have a single weight, which is pulling on a single string, which is a flexible object, right? So the summation, the integral of the gravitational deflections across the entire length of the string are going to sum up to a single vector, right? Which is going to cause the string to be in a straight line.
Well, I don't care about the mathematics. I care about the plumb line, the string itself, right?
Yes, the string will be a straight line because it has a single weight at the end of it. And that's what happens when you put a weight on the end of a string.
Well, isn't the string itself attracted by gravity?
Not by very much.
Oh, that's convenient. So let me get this straight. You have a bunch of claims on the table, and you can't demonstrate any of them. That's fantastic.
I think that they're all fairly well demonstrated, basically, anywhere you want to look.
Yeah. Oh, don't you think we have looked? Has that ever crossed your mind?
I'm pretty sure you haven't actually. I think that you've
Based
looked
upon what? You made that evaluation based upon what exactly?
based on my interactions with flat earthers.
Okay, that's stupid. Okay, that's just
Yes,
totally stupid.
those flat earthers
Because
are stupid. That is true.
That's an ironic projection because you haven't looked at it, but you already believe it. You already believe that there's
I've looked
evidence
at
out there somewhere that exists that supports your ideas. You think if I go look hard enough, I'm going to find data that supports my ideas. Those fucking flat earthers, they just won't look for it. You haven't looked either.
No, I actually have.
Okay. So, does weight vary by latitude?
Does what?
Weight vary by latitude.
Does weight vary by latitude?
Yeah, so it's
yes,
like just something.
people
some
weigh
weight.
weigh a slightly different amount at the equator versus the poles. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give you data that shows that that's a bunch of horseshit.
You've been to the poles?
No, so there's a company called Kern. They make
So you haven't
No,
done
hold
this
on.
yourself. You haven't done this yourself, is what you're saying.
No. of
Well, I
course
thought you
not.
had to do it yourself.
Who said that?
You did.
No, I know. I asked you if you did it yourself.
Okay, so we don't have to do things ourselves. We can
No.
just accept other people's data. That's fine. is what
No,
you're
to a
saying.
point. Depends on the
To a point.
Yeah, to a point because you have to evaluate the nature of the claim, right?
So if it agrees with you, it's okay to
someone
accept
said
it.
they
But if it
found-
doesn't agree with you, you
If
shouldn't
someone
accept
said
it.
they found a freaking gray tabby, right? Cat. That's fine. But if they said the cat is 20 feet fucking tall, that's an extraordinary claim, right? I don't need to see a freaking regular house-sized cat. But if he says the cat's 20 feet tall, yeah, I'm kind of going to have to see that myself. I'm going to need some substantial evidence of that. So it depends on the nature of the claim, right? Things are in gray areas. It isn't just like all or nothing.
Yep. Hold on a second, Indio.
Go ahead.
There's also this ancillary to this point, which is this. Simply knowing that a claim exists is much different than having at least investigated the data yourself. So simply reading what Google says about differential weights and being like, well, of course there's differential weights, because that's just a claim. It's much different than saying, yes, I've looked at the data. Those are two different things.
Okay, so if you've looked up the data and you've seen the data and you've seen that the numbers are different, right? Then it's okay to accept that the numbers are different.
No, you evaluate the experiment. That's all you do. You look at the sources of error and you look at the assumptions that are in it and whether the conclusions support it. It's real simple. The data is going to be the data, right? But whether that data is how do I put this? Whether that data supports the conclusions claimed, right? So I can do an experiment and I didn't control for some variable and I'm going to have some data output, right? And I can take that data output and say, yes, this proves X, Y, Z, but I didn't control for some confounding variable, right? And then someone will come along 10 years later, 15 years later and says, look, man, you didn't control for this confounding variable. That's why you got this result. I did control for it and I got this other result. So your interpretation of what the data was is fallacious. Doesn't mean the data's wrong. Just means the conclusions to what the data means is wrong.
Can I posit a hypothetical real quick?
Yeah.
Let's say we go to scientists or somebody. They take a known weight, like some object that weighs X amount of pounds, and they take it to the North Pole and they weigh it, and it comes out with X. And they go to the equator and they weigh it. It comes out with a different number. Is that enough? Is that now the data supporting the conclusion? That conclusion that they're different?
Okay. No. Well, there's a model, right?
No, not a model. You weighed it here. It's 100. You weigh it there. It's 150. You now have the data, and the data is that they're different.
Yeah.
So the conclusion they're different is true, right?
No, the data's fine, right? That 100 and 100.
And the conclusion is they're different. You would agree 150 is not 100.
Yeah.
Right?
So what? Yeah. So they're
well,
different.
you were
So what?
asking. You asked if it's different, and that would establish it, right?
Yeah.
There's the data. The conclusion is following from it.
We know from testing that so-called gravity varies all over the Earth. It's not the same. It's not in the same direction. It's actually random. I know it's
Wait,
hard to
it's
accept
random.
shit.
So
like,
you mean if I weigh myself
yes,
today
it's
and I'm
random.
200, if I go to my mom's house, I could be 300? Like it's
No,
random?
it won't be that random. It'll probably be, a little bit. It'll probably be like being the third, or probably the third decimal place difference. Third decimal place of ounces
And
will probably be very tiny.
and what's the decimal difference between the equator and the poles?
Hold on, I'll look it up because I actually got this shit handy.
Because if it's random, then we shouldn't be able to predict the difference, right?
Well, I mean, also if
Well,
it's
that's the problem. The gold model does predict a very specific difference.
well, but
What
so
I'm
but if-
telling you is that the data doesn't match what the gold predicts.
but
And
here's the
y'all
thing,
can't
right?
see the forest through the trees.
Here's the thing, right? If you're saying that the differences in the geodesic based on the fact that the Earth is a bit lumpy is at the third decimal place of the measurements of gravity, right?
No, he's talking about going from his house to his mom's house, which I assume is probably in the same fucking city. Well,
All right.
His mom's house is probably technically up the stairs out of the basement, but I didn't want to go there.
Burn.
Anyway, I hopefully
Yeah,
you get the point I was
before
making.
you go
right?
on, bro. Before you go on, keep in mind that we started this parade with a claim that they are different, right?
Yeah,
Just as a
if
claim,
it's-
generally.
If it's different,
And
quote
it didn't
unquote,
seem like either one of you. Hold on, though, bro. It didn't seem like either one of you knew the evidence for that claim that exists. You just knew the claim and repeated the claim. That's all it appeared to be to me.
So anyway, I was talking about experiment that was it was set up by Current Precision Scale. They're they make scientific equipment and they make precision scales. Part of a marketing campaign, they sent scales to scientists all over the world with this garden gnome and had them weigh this garden gnome, right? And they stuck it on a Google map with little pins. They can't do this anymore. Google killed the API, right? And they reported their measurements. And, there's the prediction, and then there's the measurements. I posted the spreadsheet, posted a video that goes through all the measurements. He takes it off their website one by one. It's like an hour and a half video. But I can just, I'm gonna post a graph that charts it all out. Let me see. I gotta move this fucking server, man. It's like lost in here.
Curious what they're measuring with, because if you're using a bathroom
precision
scale, we're not going
scale.
to get very good numbers.
They're using a precision scientific scale. That's the whole point.
Of course, the
It's
gnomes
a-
themselves aren't exactly precision either, right?
It's one gnome. They send the same gnome in a fucking foamed out stainless steel attaché case.
Yeah, but the thing is, chipping off like a little tiny chunk of paint would be enough for these numbers.
You didn't even look at the numbers.
I'm staring at the numbers right now on my screen. Yes, I'm looking at the numbers. The difference in grams is very, very small, enough that literally.
So you
chipping
think
the
you're going
paint
to
would
chip off
account
a
for it.
gram of paint?
Yeah, a gram. If you're
A gram of paint.
maybe you're not European, but yeah, a gram is a very small amount. And
No,
yeah,
it's
you're
very
pretty
much
much
paint.
I buy
chipping off a gram of
drugs.
paint.
I buy drugs, so I know how much a gram is, right?
Yeah,
So-
and I measure stuff in the lab, and a gram is a pretty big amount of paint.
You think?
Yeah, that would be a decent amount of paint.
Well, clearly the Earth is flat. Then, so you've owned yourself, CRISPR.
See, why do you got to act like a clown?
Like do you know the volume of a gram of water?
I mean, just think, gram.
I'm asking JD.
Gram of heroin.
I
mean,
don't know. I
Jesus
don't. What
Christ.
is a gram of water?
It's a mil, right? It's 1 mil.
Okay.
So do you know about how big a mil is? It's a cubic centimeter, right? That's a pretty. I don't know how dense
Really?
paint. I don't know how
That's
dense
actually
paint.
surprising.
That's why, like, they say CCs, and
Right.
yeah. So
I will accept your correction on this. I didn't.
I don't know how dense. I don't know how dense paint is
Why? 'Cause
relative to
it's
water,
oversized?
but it's
Maybe it was lead paint. There we go. That explains it.
Well,
That's what, about 18
Good, I'll tell you this much, brother.
I buy that, and I buy that you licked it all off the garden gnome, and that's why the weights are
Yo.
fucked up.
I'll tell you this from experience. That paint, little flakes of paint, don't weigh much, bro. They don't weigh much at all.
Probably milligrams. Anyway, the point is, so here's a piece of data. I mean, but this is way off the point. This idea that gravity forms things into balls, there's no evidence for that. It's just shit some people say.
Yeah, so like they got a reading of, I'm just finding the values here from the experiment that you referenced. 30786 30786 at the equator, and 30982 at the pole.
Yeah, so what?
So, well, they did get different values, right?
Yeah. I already said that, yeah, you get different values. This has been known for a long time. It doesn't fit the model, though. See, they say that the weight change should be based upon latitude because of the rotation of the Earth. That's what they say. That's the story.
There's a contribution from that, yeah.
Well,
And there's
There's no evidence for that. The only evidence is,
well, remember the
this
thing
graph is that they're different weights.
Remember
Right.
the thing. Remember the thing you said earlier about how like you can do an experiment and you can get some data, and you could have not realized there's an extra variable you need to correct
Yeah.
for,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So like one variable is the latitude and the the spin of the Earth, right? But another variable is the fact that the distribution of mass of the Earth is not even because you've got oceans and stuff, right? And so that's another variable, and if you don't account for that, your prediction is going to be a little off, and that might be a different explanation.
Okay, fine. How would you account for that?
How would you account for that?
Yeah, how would you account for that? How would you
Well,
eliminate that as a variable?
So what you
control
would,
for it?
well, yeah. So how you would control for it is you would first want to get a fairly detailed topological map of the Earth, right? Now, I assume that you agree that you could do a topological map of the Earth.
Yeah, but you don't know what's under the Earth, which is what AI was pointing out.
Okay, right. So you can't do you can do a topological map of the Earth, but you don't know what's under. But let's say that you do a topological map of the Earth, and you admit that you don't know what's under the Earth, but that at least if you have the topology, that should get you a closer value, right? It should explain some additional contribution of the discrepancy at the pole versus the equator. Okay, so maybe there's more because there's
how the topology changes anything other than your arguments about altitude.
Okay, so well, altitude is one thing, but another thing is that rock has weight, right? It has mass, and water also has mass.
Well,
but
that wouldn't be topology. That would be geography.
Well, no, because the topology is showing you where the rock is and how much rock is there. Okay, now the rock may not have equal density everywhere, right? Because like granite and basalt have different densities. I don't know what the difference is between them.
As a shale, as a limestone, yeah.
Yeah,
So what?
right. But so let's say
That's what I mean by geography, right? Geology. You would need to know the geology of the area too. Just knowing the topography isn't going to help you.
right. Well, here's what I'm saying, right? Let's say you take the average density of a bunch of different types of rock, okay? And you take the topology of the surface of the Earth that you've measured, okay? And you admit, all right, look, I don't know what the actual materials are underneath this topology, right? I don't know specifically what the geology is, right, underneath this topology. But we'll assume here, to try and improve our measurements, that it's some average value, okay? And we'll combine that bit of control, right, with the bit of control for latitude, and do we get a more accurate value? And the answer is yes. Now, could you get an even more accurate?
You just saying shit, bro.
Could you get an? Could you get an?
Holy crap, dude!
Could you get an even? Could you get an even more? Could you get an even?
You just like did the experiment in your head and you got the result and you're like, yes, it worked.
The answer is yes, bro.
Could you get an even more?
Yeah, that's a great, cool story, bro. You just said the answer is yes, so why don't you validate that?
Well,
I think that the experiment that they did with the gnome, right, that was referenced earlier, is actually doing just that, because it's actually combining it's actually showing the difference, which was referenced by the work of Hurt, I think they said, which was predicting a slightly different. I think that was the one that was saying that based on topology, you're going to get a different value other than was purely predicted by latitude, right? And so there's the prediction, there's the validation. Now what?
What's the prediction? That the claim is unfalsifiable? Is that
the prediction is that the measured values are going to be different from the simple latitude-based values based on the topology of the Earth. That's the prediction.
So the prediction is that our claim is unfalsifiable. That's the prediction.
Well, no, it would have been falsifiable, right?
Well,
because
how can you falsify it then?
So
you're saying that like that you just keep adding. If you don't get the result you want, you just say there's some other variables at play, and you just keep mucking around until you get closer and closer to the result you're looking for.
By the way,
it's called confirmation bias.
By the way, the reason I said that is because you had already said that was okay, right? You remember when you yourself said it was okay to do that.
You have to actually know the variable. You can't just be speculating.
Yeah. So anyway, it could have been falsified by taking the topological measurement, right, and showing that in spite of these topological differences, the differences in the expected geodesic, you're still only getting
the word geodesic wrong, by the way.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No.
Because the gravitational model is not a geodesic. Okay? It's a geoid. It's like a potato.
Yeah, it's the point of the geodesic is that it's talking about the paths to the centroid, right?
Okay, no.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway, so even though you've got these differences in the shape, right? There's no contribution of that. It's only the contribution of latitude. That would be a falsification of again, I think it was Hurt that they were referencing.
Hold on a second. Barrington, your camera's on, which you probably don't want on, so turn it off on me.
So anyway, that's how you could have falsified it. Now, the nice thing about things that are true is that they are not falsifiable in practice, even though they're falsifiable in principle, right?
I don't know what that means, bro.
You don't know what the difference between principle and practice is?
Yeah, but the thing is, you have an unknown. You don't even know what variables are contributing at all. You don't know how to isolate the variables. You don't know the contributing variables. Maybe there's unknown variables that you don't know about. The thing is, it's not even close to the predicted value.
So
even the difference between in the graph of the weight at the equator versus the pole, it's half the predicted value.
What was the predicted value?
Get the graph, dude. Scroll up.
You don't know? I mean,
I can read it, but so can you, dude.
Could you point on the graph what I'm supposed to be seeing?
Listen, I'm not spoon feeding, bro. We don't spoon feed children here.
Right. Well, okay. Well, where in this
scroll up.
graph are you pointing? Yes, I'm looking at it. I don't know what you're talking about yet.
On the left-hand side is the prediction. On the right-hand side is the measurement.
0.35. That is what was predicted. So I'm not. Where was double predicted or half predicted? Because the prediction was about 0.3, and that seems to be what we got.
Dude, do you not know how to read?
I'm looking at the actual GNOME experiment from the website and explain what was predicted, and then that what was predicted was found. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you
Okay,
not know
so
that?
the weight at the equator says 38.74, and the weight at the pole is 3962. Maybe that says 82.
Right.
It's kind of fuzzy.
That's exactly what's predicted. That the North Pole, you'll weigh more because primarily because centrifugal force is not affecting you. So this is predicted by the globe model.
Actual
what is the
weight?
issue on the table
Did
exactly?
you read the
It seems
actual
to
weight?
Validate. Well, I'm just
Did
saying.
you read the actual weight?
I read the
So,
actual. I'm reading the actual
It's
work.
the
from
predicted is
people
on
who
the
did
left.
work. I'm actually
The
reading
actual,
their website.
yeah.
not
Are you
whatever
gonna
you're
let?
doing
Are
for
you gonna let
YouTube
me
videos,
finish?
right?
Are you gonna let me finish?
I'm sorry. I was
cool.
actually in the middle of a sentence when you jumped in, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So the actual. Well, obviously you're reading the wrong thing. So
I'm
before
reading
you
the primary
start-
literature, but sure, I'll go look at your YouTube video. I'm sure that's better.
No. The graph, right? On the left is the predicted. On the right is what's measured. Right? There's a little what do you call it? 2 columns. Latitude, weight, latitude, weight, latitude, actual, weight, actual.
Yeah, again, I'm seeing that the prediction
308.58
was true
versus 309.82.
Again, I'm seeing the prediction was found true. I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't match. No, it doesn't match the prediction.
But it does, though.
The predicted value is 309.82, not 308.58.
So it's off by a small amount. However,
No, there is no off by a small amount. This is a precision scale.
Of course, it's off by a small amount. Like the Big Bang Theory, they're off by like point something Kelvin. That's fine. We're talking about like 10 septillion degrees. Like being off by a small amount is okay. We're not perfect. However, it is very much predicted that you will weigh more on the pole than you will on the equator, and that is justified by the data.
Okay. So what about all the spots in between?
I'm sorry. Let me.
So what about all the
Since
spots?
You seem to have glossed over.
Yeah,
Let me
no.
So it was predicted
cherry pick,
that
and that's
you will
gonna work.
weigh more on the pole than you will on the equator. Does this show that?
No, there's a.
I'm sorry. No, you can't say no and then agree with me because you're going to agree with me because I'm right. So as I said, is it predicted? Is it predicted that the pole you'll weigh more and at the equator you'll weigh less? Yes or no?
Yes. It makes a predicted
and was that
value.
found to be the case?
Yeah, but that's
Okay. Then
disingenuous.
we're
and you know it.
done.
No, we're not done. That's disingenuous. It makes a prediction a specific predicted value, and you're ignoring all the other data. Right? So there's a bunch of data points here. There isn't just 2. How many data points are here? 1, 2, 3, 5. How many data points are here, bud? How many data points are here? Yeah, that's what I thought. What about the 40 degrees? What about the 40-degree number? Why'd it go down? Yeah, he ran away.
Well, you gotta leave. You know what they say? It's like boxing. You gotta leave the ring when you're not unconscious.
Someone help him out.
I mean, isn't he still in the room?
Oh, he left BC.
He's at the top. He went live, isn't it? Isn't that JD right there at the top?
Oh yeah, playing a game. Crazy coat. I wish I had the power to kick people out of here. Yeah, I do.
You might. You gotta use the command.
Anyway, so I want to get back to that point because the central claim is so the universal law of gravitation isn't that everything pulls things to the center. It's that every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. The idea that gravity would form things into a sphere is actually a special case. The starting medium, you would have to have particles of equal mass, equal density, homogeneous, and isotropic in every direction. Otherwise, it'll form into lumps, right? It'll be misformed because we have a whole bunch more particles on one side than the other side. It isn't going to form into a sphere. It isn't going to just melt into a sphere either.
You mean like a perfect sphere?
Sphere at all?
Well,
I mean, perfect sphere, like an egg. Do you consider an egg a sphere?
I would consider an egg to be approximately egg-shaped.
Thanks, dude. I consider rocks to be rock shaped.
I mean, like, I wouldn't consider. So, for instance, I wouldn't consider a basketball to be a perfect sphere, right? But I would consider a pool ball to be a perfect sphere, even though if you zoomed in enough on a pool ball, right, it's not a perfect sphere, right?
Yeah, we get it. We get it, dude.
So I agree that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but it's an approximate sphere. And if we're just talking quickly, I think it's fine to say it's a sphere, even though it's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, but the point is that there's a.
It's not, for instance, shaped like an egg.
Well, if I show you
Or a
from
turnip.
the Astrophysical Journal where they simulated fucking Newtonian gravity with a bunch of particles and it formed a fucking egg, what would you say about that?
I don't know what I would say about that. I would have to read about the experiment, wouldn't I?
Yeah, okay, I'll post it.
Isn't that what you said we're
It's a
supposed to do?
simulation. It's a simulation, right? Because you can't do that experiment. How could you ever do that experiment? I mean,
I don't know how you could ever do that experiment, but I would have to read through their methodology to see what their actual methods were.
I don't know
yeah,
how
I
you
mean,
do the experiment, but
well,
it's science.
they
That's funny.
basically simulate. Hold on a second. Basically simulate. They basically simulate Newtonian gravity, run the particle for some time, right? With a bunch of particles, I think it's 10,000 particles. They run it for some period of time, see if it coalesces into fucking balls. It didn't. So then they added like a stickiness factor to make, because they were just bouncing around forever, to kind of make them stick together, like it's an added quote unquote force. They added they added it as like a damp spring. Then once they did that, it ended up forming into fucking egg. So that's what I mean. It's not even a prediction of the physics. People just say it.
So, like, do you have that study
Yeah,
that you were going to post in?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. Hold on.
Oh, India, command worked for me.
Say what? You say?
Command, kicking command. Right in the chat thread that's accessible through the VC. You can enter.
Oh, cool.
/LOCK prompt will appear. Then you put in the. Oh man, what the heck, dude? My brain is fried. What is it called? User ID.
So this is like an asteroid rubble pile. So like we've actually seen asteroids, and they're not even terribly approximate spheres. So I think the reasonable prediction would have been that an asteroid rubble pile, unless it were real big, would not form into an approximate sphere. So I don't know what the point of this paper is in the context of what we were talking about.
Well, I mean, this is the closest I can get to any simulation using Newtonian gravity.
Right, but I mean it's a simulation.
I actually got sent this by a globe earther.
Right, so I
Because
mean,
I've
like,
asked a lot of globe earthers this question. I'm like, do you have a physics prediction?
so
And
like this is
the best you guys got.
So like this is a simulation of an asteroid rubble pile, right? And so those
I mean,
are
they're calling it an asteroid rubber pile, but it's a computer simulation. It's not really rubble.
right, but the thing is that the thing that they're simulating is not the accretion of a planet-sized object, right? It's the accretion of an asteroid-sized object, right?
Yes. What's the difference?
Well, one's a lot bigger than the other.
What does that mean? Bigger?
Yeah. So the bigger the thing is, the more it will smush itself down into
Bigger as
an
in
approximate
volume?
sphere.
As in volume?
Bigger is in total mass.
Ah, bigger is in total mass.
Right. So, like,
Well-
if this is an asteroid-sized object, it may not have enough total mass to smush itself down into an approximate sphere. Even though
smush itself down if it's made of solid objects, right? If it's made of, say, rocks.
Yeah.
How's it going to smush itself down?
Well, so the potential energy of all of those rocks hitting each other, if there's enough mass there, is a lot of heat, right? And so it will actually cause it to melt if there's enough energy there, which there may or may not be. Again, but that's just that's just the thing.
So this is hilarious to me because I know you believe all this stuff you're saying to me.
You know what the worst part?
Yeah, what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
The worst part is that he thinks that gravitational accretion of planets in the past is scientifically validated.
I think that it's a solid evidential prediction of what gravity does and what we know about nebula and stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're fucking cooked. You're bricked, bro. Because listen, we've researched this for a long time. We've talked to astrophysicists, PhDs, graduate students, fucking cosmologists, PhDs, astronomers, physics professors, everything. The whole fucking gambit of fucking professional people. Okay? The evidence you think exists out there ain't there. So, as AI said quite freaking aptly, is that you know the claim, you don't know the evidence. You go look for the evidence, you're not going to find it because there is no evidence. It's a bunch of just so fucking stories. So, does gravity violate the second law of thermodynamics now?
No.
Well, how does it heat up anything?
So you've got material coming from outside of the system, so it's not a closed system. So
Yeah, but where's the energy, right? So, if say I model this would say the kinetic theory of gases. Gravity can't do work in that.
well, no. So the point is
extrinsic property, right? So things like mass are extrinsic properties. They can't do any work. They can't do any thermodynamic work.
yeah, but things falling can do work.
What does that mean? So let me get. So what is it now? Just like a whole bunch of collisions, heat everything up. What happens when they coalesce together, though? How does it keep heating up until it forms malleable into a ball?
Right. So that heat has to leave the ball or the clump or whatever you want to call it by radiation, which is very slow. So it takes a long time to cool.
Okay, but say it all clumped together and it wasn't a ball. It's like an egg like this, and it was enough mass. These are all fucking chunks of fucking plutonium or something. Right. So there's enough mass.
I
in your
think
paradigm.
that if you tried to make that out of chunks of plutonium, you'd have much bigger problems than whatever we've been talking about.
Well, I mean,
You make an asteroid-sized chunk of plutonium, you're gonna have a real big problem real fast. I don't need to explain that one to you, right?
what, plutonium? I don't think all plutonium's radioactive. I think it has to be enriched.
Yeah, all plutonium is radioactive.
I haven't had any for breakfast today, so
239 is what they make bombs out of. 240 is problematic when it's mixed in with 239, and I think that you get some 241 sometimes, but they're all radioactive. But yeah, the real problem is that 239 would be the most common nuclide, and so it would explode. The point is, it would explode. It would be very bad.
It would explode.
Yeah, because you put that much plutonium in that small of a space, and it's going to reach prompt criticality and explode.
If you say so. I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to argue about plutonium. It seems like 244 is stable. Half-life of 80.8 million years.
Yeah, so that's still radioactive.
Well, I mean,
it's less radioactive than the stuff with a half-life of
What
20,000
if
years, but
what if we switch it to uranium? How about that?
238.
oh yeah, who cares?
Yeah,
Who
you
cares?
238.
Like,
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
it's made of unobtainium, which has the perfect mass to collapse it into a ball. Thing is, it doesn't matter. We can add whatever mass we want. We use the law of thermodynamics. The laws of thermodynamics, intrinsic properties such as mass, radius, lengths, depth, width, they can't do work. Adding them does not do work. Can't say I add more mass and it gets hotter.
Well, yeah, so when you add mass from a height, right, it will do work when it impacts.
No, it's the same thing. Height can't do work. Mass can't do work. Those are
The falling
extrinsic,
does work.
but they're two extrinsic properties.
The falling does work.
There's no gravity in the laws of thermodynamics.
So?
What do you mean so?
So, like, if you've got a rock, a big old rock, falling from outside of a system, right? And it hits the system from outside.
Yeah.
It is bringing energy from outside of the system, inside of the system, in the form of kinetic energy. Right?
Okay, and
So
then
that's
what?
not a violation of the
They
second
collide,
law.
and then I didn't say anything about violating the second law.
Right,
Just the
so-
laws of thermodynamics in general.
Well, you did
there's
say second law
intrinsic and
earlier.
Well,
You
then
did
I
say second
misspoke.
law earlier. Right.
Well,
so,
then I
so anyway, if you have all of these rocks and they're falling towards one another, right? They have potential energy becoming kinetic energy. And when they coalesce, that kinetic energy is still in the system, right? And it's going to get converted into heat.
No, they would explode into powder if they crashed into each other.
Right, but if they explode into
Gravity
if they,
doesn't like powder.
hold on. If they explode into powder, right? Then you
Gravity doesn't work with powder. Only
Hold
big
on.
mass.
Hold on. If it explodes into powder, you've turned kinetic energy of the big rock into kinetic energy of the powder. That powder then goes up away from the center of mass of all the rocks, and now it's going to fall back down towards the center of mass of all the rocks. And it will convert that potential energy into kinetic energy again, and when it lands, that kinetic energy has got to go somewhere.
Yeah, it imparts a momentum on the object that it hit, which flies away.
Not if it's a symmetrical landing, which is the point of accretion.
Right. So we've agreed so far that we're just talking in hypothetical conditionals about this alleged gravitational accretion process as the creation force of the Earth in question, which is alleged by you to be a ball. However, we do have the resultant, which is the alleged ball, existing within the present day. So the arbiter of whether it is a ball or not is not to talk about the creation story and the mythos of the religion, but actually to just measure the thing and find out if it's true or not.
I
imagine that.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about the things that other people are talking about because this is like a conversation.
Yeah, I know, but we're like, what he's pointing out is just we're like in crazy, just like this is hypothetical speculation. Now we could make these crazy, we could take all these physics models and make predictions. Ultimately, they have to be validated in the real world, right? So we could say yes, gravity would do this, kinetic energy would do that, would form into a ball, blah blah blah. Right? We go, this is what we're predicting based upon the physics that we know. Well, let's test our prediction. Where's the ball?
you're standing on it or sitting.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're currently doing.
I'm not sitting on a ball.
Hey, well, look, I'll give you credit. You are quite an expert at repeating the general claims. That would be akin to where's the flat Earth? You're standing on it, right?
Yeah. Well, except for the fact that there's like evidential support and all that, but that's neither
You
here
just
nor
gave
there.
us your evidence, and your evidence wasn't evidence. It was just claims. The evidence would be the ball part.
What evidence do you have?
Well, but before you go on, Giganutter, the earlier claim was that the mere existence of gravity in itself necessarily means that the resultant object to which gravity would apply, being the Earth, must be formed into a sphere because of the processes that
Approximate
would cause
sphere,
it to
yeah.
crush it, that would crush it into a sphere. To which I retorted, well, that depends on the nature of the substance that it's made out of, and of course the nature of the creative process, right? So these are all assumptions, don't get me wrong. So then the arbiter of who's right would be the object in question, whether it is actually a sphere. In other words, merely appealing to a creation mythos doesn't tell you necessarily what we have, right? There's nothing irrational about positing the idea that we have general vectors of down, which may vary in different locations, which may even cause variations in weight, but you still live on a flat surface. Now, notice how I said flat surface, right? Because the permutations of the substrate of the Earth could be near infinite, right? They only have to be a distribution of mass and strength that is able to withstand the forces overall. That's not implausible. So then the question comes back down to, ball must have curvature, right? So the necessary consequence that must be proven is demonstrable surface curvature. That would settle the issue, right?
Sure.
Oh, wait, what do you say? Would settle the issue?
Yeah, I think that there is demonstrable surface curvature.
Other people to talk. I can't bear the burden of the conversation.
He said there's demonstrable curvature, but he can't put a flag in it.
So I got a question for anybody here. Not the flat earthers. I mean, you can. If you want, I guess. Is the claim the Earth's a globe, is it falsifiable? And if so, what can we do to falsify it?
I tried to Google it. There was every answer in the book. But listen, Siri won't tell you. Google won't tell you. Nobody will tell you. Chat GPT won't tell. Nobody will tell you. Look it up. Say 10 ways to falsify a globe with our hands and eyeballs, just mere humans, the same way you would falsify any shape, just like Pythagoras did without any special computers, no TVs, no gadgets, two good old sticks or a measuring thing or something, you know what I mean? And there's no answer. It keeps saying Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe.
Indio, have you had the
Earth is a globe.
They were going to take some flat earthers and some, I think, anti-flat earthers as well. I can't remember.
Man,
You've heard
I
this.
just want everybody to stop talking about it, man. Like everybody's playing into this shit.
Well,
it ain't never
I mean,
gonna happen. It's never gonna. It's not gonna happen, man.
It doesn't matter if it does. It wouldn't
I
matter
know
if
it
did.
doesn't, but it's not anyway. Like, but that's the funny
Right.
thing is, it doesn't matter, but it's not gonna happen anyway.
Right. I don't think any of them have happened. I don't think any flat earthers ever actually went to Antarctica yet, have they? Or wherever, or done.
The Glovers already tried this. That Greater Sapien doofus tried this fucking in 2018. Took a bunch of money and frickin' ran away with it.
oh yeah, I never thought of that angle. It could be a scam, yeah.
There was an anti-flat earther guy named Greater Sapien, and unbeknownst to everybody, he also had a co-conspirator that actually ended up confessing to us in the old Discord. After the other guy got caught, his co-conspirator couldn't get any flat earthers to kick in any money, so he didn't get anything on the grip. His name was called Exploring Again. And he had a lion. He had a lion PFP. He had a website called Exploring Again. Huh? Ask me if I'm snitching. I'm snitching. You asked me if I'm snitching.
Are snitching?
No, dude's a piece of shit scammer. I'm not snitching.
So snitching.
No, if I was in on it, I'd be snitching. That's how snitching works.
Really?
Yeah. You got to be in on it. I'm not in on it.
So apparently, the guy who's supposedly putting the money up is a flat earther. That's how I heard, right?
No, I thought he was a globe earther, but he's some pastor or something. That's what I thought. I don't know. I'm not really even paying that close attention. The only reason I even know about it is because there's a lot of people talking about it, and all I can do is think back to Greater Sapien getting something like $40,000 and fucking just disappearing. And this dude Exploring Again telling us, yeah, his job was to get money from flat earthers. And it just never happened. He never got any money from anybody. Because, I don't know. Maybe we're less gullible than the Glovers. I don't know. This is back when the day when I don't even know if super chats were around. They might have been. But they would do these, so people would do these streams where they would beg for money for different things. I want to buy a P900. I need a fucking new computer for my stream. I need this. I need that. Oh, pay for my frickin' trip to Antarctica. That type of crap. And then they'd end up scamming. A lot of those guys, now they're not even on YouTube. They're freaking lurking around Twitter. Where nobody knows them, right? Where they people don't remember the dirty crap they did on YouTube back in the day. I do. People the rhetoric, getting his rent paid, and fucking bunch of bullshit, man. Just crazy shit.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say that when it was brought up the other day, Witsy was talking about it. He's one of the people been invited, and so he was asking our opinion. What do you think? And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, that sounds like a great adventure. But it surprised me a little bit that half the room of flat earthers were like, no, like what?
The way I look at it, it's a troll, and it's a distraction, and people are going to talk about it for a while. We're going to end up Glovers will go, if you don't support it, then you don't really want to know the truth, and you're afraid that there's going to be shit to prove against flat Earth, and blah, 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 blah. It's just like a freaking propaganda tactic. It's going to be used the same way it's already being used. It's like I'm watching history repeat itself. From my point of view, I'm just watching something repeat what already happened once. I'm just watching the same thing happen again.
I have a question.
So the point is that even if you did this test, right, chances are you're not going to see anything. Because Antarctica's weather ain't great. It's pretty bad. And you're going to go down there for 3 days, and it's going to be cloudy for fucking 3 days, and then you just wasted tens of thousands of dollars for nothing. And we have to talk about it for fucking half a year. For someone to go look at the clouds. There's much better shit that can be done, man. I just think it's a waste of energy and effort and time and thought process and everything.
Yeah, I see that point of view. Actually, that's pretty good. But
listen, Edmonton was like there for like 6 months, right? He said he saw the sun, just saw it once. He didn't say he saw it for 24 hours. He said they saw it one time in the entire time they were there. One day. Yeah, so what do you think the odds are that they're even going to see the sun? Probably pretty fucking low.
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There's a little bit of me that's like the creator of this place, the creative force, whatever you want to call it. I'm happy to use the word God. I know it triggers some people, but yeah, it doesn't seem that what he wanted is there, just from the conditions. But yeah, I think if I don't know, in my heart to hearts, I'm like, I don't know, if you could see a 24-hour sun, and I mean the sun, not light, but the actual sun, that would be a huge issue. I think for fire. I think, just my opinion.
When do you guys think this whole flat Earth conspiracy started? During the Cold War, or
what do you mean?
When was this conspiracy start? When did it come out?
Conspiracy.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
When they
why do you
introduced the
think it's a
globe.
conspiracy?
What? What do I think it's a conspiracy?
Yeah, who's conspiring?
I don't know, but there's got to be some type of master plan. Earth's flat.
Or some people that believed in something, and there's some people that believed in something else. And the people that believed in that one thing, they're the ones in power, right? And the ones that didn't believe in that, they didn't end up being in power. So, as they say, history is written by the victors, right? If you actually look at the history of how this topic has evolved over time, everything I just said is supported by the facts of the people that came up with this globe. Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, fucking Tycho Brahe, fucking Rheticus, who's the other one? John Dee, Newton, all these guys. So they started with the idea that the Earth was a globe started with the Greeks. But they didn't have the scientific method, and they didn't use the techniques of inquiry we use now. So what you would do back then, right, is first of all, they studied metaphysics, okay? Physics wasn't important to them. The only reason physics even became a thing was to prove the metaphysics, right? So you had metaphysical ideas about the nature of reality. So then you go out into reality and look for observations that would prove your metaphysics. So they had idealized metaphysical idea that the Earth was a sphere. Their reasoning was aesthetic, right? Their idea was a sphere is the most perfect shape, right? The universe is perfect. Existence is perfect.
So
Reality
they just
is perfect.
said it was a
They
sphere.
wrote this down. I'm
Just-
not making this up. They wrote it down. They said it. Copernicus himself said it.
All of them said that.
The people that came up with this. You got Democritus, fucking, what's the other guy? Fucking Epicurus, Plato, Pythagoras, right? They had these ideals. Like, why did they kill Pythagoras? Pythagoras thought there was no such thing as incommensurable numbers, which means numbers that are like infinite decimals. And they called it the Pythagorean cult because they all believe this shit. Right? So the idea came first. Then they went out into the world and cherry-picked data to support their idea. And here we are, ostensibly, if you believe that chronology, 2,000 years later, still arguing about it. Why is that? If there's the only conspiracy part I can think of, the Apollo moon landing. That would be the only conspiracy.
Well, people still argue about religion for thousands of years.
Yeah, but religion is different, right? So this is supposed to be a what exists in the world. Nobody's arguing about whether trees exist or not, right?
Well, they're both delusions.
Trees.
Religion and flat Earth.
Okay. So if I go to the beach and it looks flat, that's a delusion.
I don't know. Do you have good binoculars? Can you see the curve?
No, actually, I can't. Is that a delusion?
I mean, I guess not.
Yeah, so I don't know where you get the idea flat Earth is a delusion. The globe is actually the delusion. See, it's funny because you've already gotten your existential reality in the same way people that believe in religion get their existential reality. Instead of priests, they're scientists. And there's literally no fucking difference between the two.
Right. You have no
I
clue.
mean, the priests, whatever the fuck. They're a lot, more weird than the scientists. I don't think scientists are doing weird shit.
Oh, brother, I can't even believe you said that. The priests are more weird than scientists? Dude,
Oh, yeah.
No way.
What's
You're
more
not looking
weird
hard
than
enough.
child molesters?
I don't know what church you'd be going to.
That's how they get down in the churches.
There's probably scientists that do that too. You never know, buddy.
Oh, there's probably
I'm
a few.
pretty sure
Yeah.
there are. Hey,
Well, in
Stephen
the
Hawking was
church-
on Epstein Island.
Yeah, in the church, it's funny that Globies in the church say that gay people are child molesters, but then in the scientific
I never
community, they
said
say,
gay
"Oh, they're
people were."
heroes. They're heroes. They are the LGBT QWERTY community."
So you didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein, the reason he knew tons of people is that he financed a whole bunch of scientific shit? And he had scientists
that,
went
yeah.
to Epstein Island. What do you
Mhm.
think they were doing there? Skipping rope?
Yeah, because nobody else has got the
Oh,
money
they
to
were,
give
well, I
them.
mean, come on. I mean, scientists really don't get out much. So, you got
Well,
to
they
go to
work for
Epstein
money.
Island to get some,
Are you really defending that shit?
No, but I can see why they would do it.
Oh my
You can see why somebody would go to Epstein Island.
I mean, yeah, someone like Stephen Hawking.
Well, that tells us all we need to know about you, brother.
What does it tell you?
How is this dude not banned from this fucking server?
Oh,
He should be banned off the internet.
What do you mean? That's not even bad.
Well, to be fair, Stephen Hawking probably doesn't decide where he goes.
Yeah, but he probably liked it there.
Yeah,
Well,
but other than that, dude, you're just proving the point that scientists are not the paragons of virtue.
They're weirdos.
I'm not saying they're angels.
There aren't any scientists these days. Quit making that shit up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Scientists died off a long time ago, like the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They evolved into magicians.
Yeah, and what if? And maybe stuff might happen someday, and that holds relevance over, look what we can see, horizontal. Look what we can see, horizontal water on everybody's desk, classroom. What else? I mean, come on, man.
I asked a question to that guy's general ethos of what he thinks about science. So, is multiple universes science?
No, I wouldn't even know where to start, what that would even be. I wouldn't even know what that is.
Yeah, he's talking to you, Gigi.
What'd you say?
The idea of multiple universes existing, is that science?
Is that science? That's a pretty deep question. I don't know.
All right, I'll give you an answer no, because there's absolutely no evidence for multiple universes whatsoever. So
There's no evidence?
There's zero evidence. Not only that, but it's in principle untestable because it's not part of something we have access to because it's not present in our universe. So that is a metaphysical, philosophical proposition, not a scientific proposition. Now, a lot of people would say, yes, it is part of science, and they think that these types of things are being concluded by experiment, concluded by direct evidence. They're not. They're all in the realm of philosophy at best and religion generally.
So
They're
what do these scientists do all day if they're not conducting experiments, they're not doing research? What
They're on
do you think
Epstein
they're doing?
Making up some
They're
bullshit,
on
man.
Epstein Island still to this day. They're
Listen,
still on there.
Look, they're doing the same thing that the author, I don't know what the chick's name is. The chick that wrote Harry Potter, they're doing what she does.
What'd she do?
Right,
She writes books, huh?
Get real high and write stuff down that makes no sense to nobody.
I want to give an example, okay? So I'm not going to tell you whether this person is a physicist or a science fiction author, okay? This is the story, and I want you to guess who he is after I tell you the story.
I like this game.
Here's the story. Okay, so there's the little particle that could. Okay, he's the only particle that exists. But he has a big job. He has to travel through time and space at all times to render every single three-dimensional object. So, for example, your fingertip is made up of this particle. Your knuckle is made up of this particle. Not two particles that are the same. One particle that must travel through time, back in time, to render your knuckle, and then travel back to the fingertip to render the fingertip so that you can grab the apple and bite into it. By the way, it's also the apple. By the way, it's also my kneecap. By the way, it was also the Emperor of Rome's kneecap in the past. And it will be my granddaughter's kneecap in the future. One little particle that could. Now, I want to ask this question. Did that come from a science fiction writer or a so-called physicist?
Well, I mean, that sounds like a really strong computer doing that. I mean, that probably came from a scientist.
All right, now let me ask you this question. Is what I just told you in any way, shape, or form validatable?
Is it valid?
No, validatable in principle. Like, could I validate that a single particle is traveling through space and time to render all of reality?
Could you? Probably not, but maybe like people that study that shit, maybe they could validate it.
Here's what this guy is betting on. Yes, exactly. But here's what this guy's betting on, friend. He's betting that the idea that just went in your mind is the same idea that will happen in the people who approve his funding mind. And so, after he gives them this nonsense story, and then tells them how he's going to conduct a slab and put all these man hours and then buy his wife a Mercedes, they say, oh, that's a great idea. We're going to give you some money. Here you go. And then guess what happens, friend? 10 years go by. His wife has a Mercedes. You have higher taxes. And nobody has even come close to proving his philosophical mumbo-jumbo.
Oh, no one's even... But isn't that like the assumption that everyone has?
No. We're
Well, I
telling
know
you
it's
right
not
now.
what you have, Demo. We know
No,
that.
it's not. No, nobody assumes what you assume. We're telling you that right now. There's a group of us. Can
What are
you
you talking
hear?
about? The Big Bang? I mean, that's a commonly...
There's no such thing.
Big Bang's a fairy tale.
I got a great one, dude. You ready for this, Holmes? All right, let's play another game. Who invented Big Bang? You ready? So I'm going to give you a category to pick from. Okay, here's the categories. Who invented the Big Bang? Option A, an orange. Option B, a scientist. Option C, a Catholic priest. Which one of those three invented the Big Bang?
Well, the priest was probably too busy doing weird shit. The orange is not sentient. It was the scientist.
You're wrong.
Okay. Yeah, no, he was right. The priest was doing some weird shit. He invented the Big Bang.
Yes, you're right. It was the weird preacher.
Yes, but it was the priest.
And the orange is more sentient than the scientist.
Oh no,
Yes.
come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
The orange is way more smarter than a scientist because if you dropped an orange in space, it would know how to do everything to orbit, but a scientist can't do that. Falling rocks too hard.
Yeah, let me give him some, I want to give him something more practical, right? Something he can understand.
I'm understanding everything you guys are
Yeah,
saying.
no, but something
What?
more concrete to your world.
If there was a scientist
We're
in here
talking
saying
about
shit, I
esoterica,
wouldn't
right?
understand that.
Like we're
That's what
talking,
I wouldn't
we're
understand.
talking about we're talking about out there theories, right? Out there theories of like what they say. Now, but there's some fundamental things that they claim, like the Earth revolves around the sun, right?
Okay.
And that the Earth spins, and they say that they know these things, right? That they know the Earth spins and they know the Earth revolves around the sun. This is based upon a philosophical idea. It's not based on science. It's based upon something called the Copernican principle. And that idea is that the Earth doesn't have a favored place in the universe. That it's not the center of the universe. That the Earth is not special. That's philosophical. That has nothing to do with science. Now you can look out into the sky, and you can say, I'm moving, right? And everything around me is stationary. But you can also say, I'm stationary and everything around me is moving. And every scientist, from fucking go as far back as you want to Einstein, will tell you there's no way to prove which one is moving and which one is not moving. But that's not how they teach it in school, is it? They even have something they call the they call it the axis of evil, the cosmological axis of evil, because they analyzed microwave background radiation. And want to know what it looks like? It looks like the Earth is in the center. So they dubbed it evil, as in a moral connotation against their philosophical worldview. So you asked, what's this conspiracy? It's not a conspiracy. It's a religious worldview that started in the West, ended up taking over the rest of the world because of indoctrination. Everybody repeats it. You think it's a goal because somebody told you. They don't even know it's their religious worldview. Neither do you. Somebody told them, and somebody told them, and somebody told them, and so on and so forth. I ask you questions about why you believe it. You won't know. You don't know any details about it other than in the most general terms, right? You're like a Christian that never read the Bible. Yeah, who's in the Bible? Jesus Christ, Moses, fucking Joshua, Samson.
I think that's very different.
Job, right? But they don't know any details. Okay, what was Jesus' Sermon on the Mount? Oh, fuck, I don't know. So if I asked you, why did they come up with the idea of dark matter? You won't know. If I asked you what's the radius of the Earth, you won't know. If I asked you who measured the radius of the Earth, you won't know. Like, you won't know any of these things. You won't know any of the foundational ideas for your own worldview. Just like someone that's a Christian but never read the Bible.
Is that a worldview? If you just think the globe, if you think you live on a globe, it's a worldview?
Yeah, it's a worldview.
I guess. Maybe I need to get more educated then.
Well, you brought up the Big Bang, right?
The what?
Educated? You mean indoctrinated?
Big Bang is part of that
indoctrinated.
worldview, right? So you think outer space exists? You think you live on a ball? You think it all started from a Big Bang? You think there's evolution? That's a worldview.
Okay, but how is that different from what you think? Yours is a worldview too.
No Big Bang, no evolution, no outer space, no balls in space, no fucking astral projection into a place away from Earth. None of that shit. Created versus random shit.
Okay, but all these things you're saying, they back up that the world is a globe. All these words I don't understand. But what do
you don't understand them? How do they back up the world? Earth's a globe. How can you even?
Because the scientists do all that shit. That's for their job. But my point is, there's a bunch of shit to back up that the Earth is a globe. What is there to back up that the Earth is flat?
That the Earth is flat.
Other than a reflection.
I asked you. Listen, I asked you. If you go to the ocean, what is it? Is it flat or is it curving? Right? Which is it? He said it
Well,
was a delusion.
I don't even know if you'd be able to tell if you just get standing on the beach. Are you supposed to see a curve?
I don't know.
It's supposed to look
Are
flat.
you?
I don't know.
Shouldn't you know?
No, because I don't really think about that.
Well,
I
so
think I see a
okay,
curve
so you
now
didn't
that I
think
think
about
about
it. So you didn't think about it one way or another. I don't know. I don't know if it's flat. I don't know if it's a globe. Let me leave my house and check it out. Walk down to the fucking beach. Looks flat, and you concluded it's a globe, huh? How's that work?
The Earth is flat. The Earth is not flat.
Cool story, bro. Talk is cheap.
Talk is cheap, baby. Come on.
Talk is
Earth is more expensive.
More what?
Oh God.
More extensive?
I thought you'd say expensive.
Oh.
Didn't really make sense to me. But whatever. The point is that they say the surface of the Earth is mostly covered in water. So if the water's flat, that means the Earth is flat, right? Just by logical extension, it has to be.
No.
Oh, cause so you can have a 70% flat ball.
Hang on, let me check. See something on
How
Twitter.
many flat spots are on a ball? How many flat spots of water?
Yeah, but the balls is a much
Depends on
smaller
how
scale
zoomed in
than
you
the
are.
Earth.
If you zoom out,
What does that even mean?
No.
Zoom out from where?
you're zooming in too much. You gotta look at the forest sometimes, you know?
Scaling is way bigger than
I'm
a
waiting
ball.
for you to say something that actually makes sense.
Can you point me to the optical device that has the technological advancement of being able to, quote unquote, out?
I mean, one example is where they sail to a certain point and then they sail like 100 miles away and they do a measurement, and each 100 miles it gets shorter and shorter and shorter, and then it disappears.
What you even just say, man? Bro.
That hurt my ability to listen for the
All right,
next
let's get past the. All right, let's just agree that the Earth is flat. So,
Actually, it would
what
be
is the
harder for the Earth to be
backstory?
flat than round because it's very hard to achieve perfect flatness.
Oh, God. Fucking shut up, man.
So by logical extension, the marble slab on my countertop is round.
Nope.
Okay,
Has to
so
be.
then
It's not perfectly flat.
correct. It's not perfectly flat, therefore it's round.
What are you talking about? Your kitchen countertop? We're talking about the Earth.
Yes, but he made the claim if something's not perfectly flat, then by extension it's round. It's a non-argument. It's pointless. It's logically incoherent.
Oh, I'd agree.
So at best, he's appealing to an economy of scale, to which he's claiming, from his vantage point, at his scale, the Earth appears to be flat, which just concedes the point that your first-hand primary knowledge is that the Earth is flat. He then must go into his mind space and say, but it's something other than what I see. Now, if that's the case, that's the extraordinary claim. The base axiomatic claim is that everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary.
Yeah, Gigi, you never left your house and walked out the door and was like, man, this is a giant ball. You never thought that in your entire life. No one has. Not from experience. Not from a plane, not from the top of Mount Everest, not from anything you've experienced or anyone you know's experienced.
Not rolling hills.
Yeah, I mean, they'll drop people out on TV and they're like, yes, I went really high up and I saw a ball. Yeah. And you're like, yes, like a fucking seal clapping at the circus. Loving it. Because you're going to Mars. And Mars has
Do
women
you
in it
think
or
we live
something.
in like a Truman world?
don't know what that is. That's a movie.
You ever like trapped in a space?
You're
Flat
trapped
Earth.
anyway, even in the globe paradigm. You're trapped.
No, because there's a whole galaxy and shit that you don't believe in.
Yeah, but it's all so far away you would never reach it.
But it's still out there. Still out there.
Okay, so if you believe the modern cosmology, they sent the Voyager space probe, the fastest object ever shot into space. It will reach the distance to the nearest star, according to them, in 150,000 years. That's the nearest star, bro. The nearest.
What you mean?
What do I mean? In 150,000 years from now, the fastest thing we've ever made will be at the nearest star.
That the idea that just because the available space is out there.
Well, then how
somehow
did people get to the moon and back in like a year then?
In a year?
A year, dude.
A few years.
It's 28 days. It was 28 days, but I just want to point out.
Oh, it was 28 days? Holy shit.
Yeah, but I just want to point out the religious connotation of always having an out of your present situation in the form of hope. So when you expressed it to him, you're like, I'm not trapped here. I could leave in principle. Therefore, I'm not trapped. And what he explained to you is that logistically, you are trapped.
Well, yeah, technically, I'm trapped on Earth. I mean, I don't have a rocket ship.
Even if you did, it would avail you nothing. You'd just starve to death in space or die of old age.
Well, that's fucking depressing.
Not really. It's not actually really depressing. Now that you know you have skin in the game, what are you going to do with it?
I'm gonna join the army.
Join Space Force. Maybe they'll make, maybe they actually have secret alien bases and you can take one of their galactic fucking UFO saucers to the fucking Pleiades.
Can I ask a question that might actually be physically doable? If you were on a fake globe we know it doesn't exist, but I'm saying if we were on a real globe, can I ask this question, globe people?
All right.
How far into the ocean, if you do the math, do you have to go vertically to see an air bubble go horizontally and leave the planet?
You gotta repeat that. Holy shit.
How far past the curve of the Earth? Like, okay, you're underwater, you're going past the curve of your submarine. Now stop right there. You're right past the curve in your submarine. Stop right there. Now go vertically down. Now how far vertical down you got to go before we can see air bubbles escape horizontally to that surface of water of the globe? Horizontally, not vertical. How far would you have to go to do that? You got the math for us? This is a physical, real thing.
Probably like a few inches.
A few inches? And the air bubbles.
You can make air bubbles.
space.
In my bathtub with a few inches.
Brother, I don't think you understood what I asked you. Are you okay?
Demo, you know in their model that you're always on top of the ball. I know you know this.
No. Not when you go into the water that's standing right with me and your sub and you drop down below my feet. So that's what you're going to do. And we're going to see the air bubble go that way up to space, not vertical, horizontal up. Yeah, you're right. We're going to see their horizontal up appear and make itself be real by an air bubble doing that. It's got to escape the surface of the water horizontally. Yeah, I know. What? No curved water now? What are you, crazy?
Democ. You see, the problem is that the Afro artist there, he doesn't understand your genius. Because what you're actually saying, Democ, is that from an Earth-based observer, where's this nonsense claim that there's all these differential horizontals?
Right, and the only way to prove one of those nonsense differentials would be helium balloon going horizontal to space and vertical, two different ways. Yeah, that would prove a globe. If globers don't understand that, then I'm sorry, they don't really know what a globe is, do they?
I don't think you're making much sense.
What he's saying,
Well, I know,
bro, is
exactly.
look,
Because you don't know about
Democ's in advance. Listen, Democ's an advanced flat earther from the future. It's very
He's a
hard
what?
for us. Yes. Think about it, dude.
No,
He's been in this topic.
Demo needs to be
No, just
medicated.
That may be true, but listen, he's been doing this for the better part of a decade, and he's advanced past these arguments, and he understands that Glober's claim the Earth is a ball. Now, Glober's also claimed that something exists known as horizontal. Now, the term horizontal, in your life experience, has always just been level, right? That's how you've experienced it throughout your life. But Glober's claim that those horizontal levels change. So when you're on different parts of the Earth, horizontal is now in a different direction than it was previously. So in other words, when I level my television horizontal and you level your television horizontal, on a flat Earth, they're both arranged in the same orientation. On a globe Earth, they'd be at different diagonals to each other. So what he's saying is, in order to prove that claim, in the economy of scale, you have to demonstrate one person's horizontal being different than another's in a dramatic fashion that's clearly evident. Otherwise, it's just a mind game. For example, Indio said to you, you've never went out into the world and said, "Wow, this is a giant ball." You've never went over to somebody's house and they asked you, "Hey, can you help me level my television?" And you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna cant your television to a diagonal tangent compared to my television at home." You've never done that. You just assume horizontal is horizontal everywhere you go. That's been your experience since you've
Well,
been
yeah,
born.
because we're on a big ball, not a little one. Like the scale, I don't need to tilt my TV because scaling is so big. It's horizontal.
Yeah, so I would agree with you that from your vantage point, you have no first-hand knowledge whatsoever that the Earth is a globe.
Talking about like firsthand? Not yet.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm just saying, it's like that's your experience, dude. 100% your entire life. Just like everybody else's experience. So the idea that horizontal is horizontal is congruent with human experience. The way we use language, the way we draw, the way we create simulated worlds, all of that.
All right, fair enough.
Where we experience the globe, friend, is in the mind space of ideas. The globe is a concept, right? To us.
Interesting thought.
I mean, there's a simpler one that doesn't, if you think the Earth curves 8 inches per mile out there.
Yeah, go do the drone thing like you said.
Yeah, fly the drone out. No, that's for you to do to prove your globe.
No, that's
I already
for
know we're not on
you
a
to
globe.
do to prove.
I've already lost a drone. I'm not going to do it again.
Oh,
we're not on a globe.
So you lost it because it's not flat.
Yeah. Now stop. Now go prove that you can't lose yours. Go prove you can keep yours dry and stay on the globe, right? So go just fly it out 1 inch above some water.
But if
drop
you,
it down 7 or 8 inches without getting it wet after a mile. This is simple, brother.
But you already did it,
brother, and it got wet. That means we're not on a globe. So tell everybody.
Why don't you record that so you could prove the Earth is flat?
You're not listening. You don't like evidence, do you? So you can breed cockamamie stories.
Where's
for
the
else.
evidence? I'm asking for it,
brother. My story's the evidence, like every other person you talk to.
So your story is evidence. Okay.
Yeah, just like all your scientists. Stories of big bangs.
Hold on.
They put shit on paper at least.
Hold on, Giggy, hold on. What Democ's offering you is what he possesses. So Democ's saying, I did a test that possessed with me first-hand proximate knowledge of the situation. He's offering you to do that. So he can't give you his first-hand knowledge. You have to do it.
I mean, what if it was like windy that day and a wave took it out, you know?
I don't know what the hell that means. Anyway, So once you,
You
do
don't know
it,
what
and
a
you see
wave
the same,
is?
I don't know what you're talking about. Stop making
We're
shit up.
talking about the drone.
So what? Yeah,
What?
it's not. You haven't done it yet, wavy guy.
Yeah,
So
but
stop
you we're
making
talking
shit
about
up.
when you did it.
No, we're not talking about buts and ifs. We're talking about when you fly your drone out and you experience the same thing I do as a wet drone. Welcome to Flat Earth, brother. And I encourage you and invite
You
everybody
are
else
a
to
wet
bring their
drone.
drone along too. What you can't do is invite anybody to do anything physical to prove your point, right?
I could find a scientist to get in here right now.
Brother, I thought of it for you. I did all the legwork, brother. Now, if you can get some low IQ people out there to fly some drones straight, then we'll be all right. Drop it down 7 inches.
How do we know yours was flying straight? You know, that's why you need to like,
No, that's why you need to do it, funny boy.
you need to
Show
have
us.
evidence.
I don't even think you know what straight means or curve means. You don't know any of it.
I don't know what straight and curved means.
I know you don't. That's why I'm telling you how to figure it out. From my brain to yours, brother, I gave you a gift of knowledge. Something you couldn't do is falsify your globe.
Well,
I taught you how.
You didn't truth your flatness.
Brother, it's falsified. Don't cry about it. Bask in the glory of flat Earth. Tell all your scientists it's flat.
Oh, I can't do that.
You're not a very good truth person.
So, GG, those are two fallacies there.
What?
So, appeal to authority. You're trying to find a scientist. So, I understand that you are not someone who understands science. So, you want to have a scientist just to debate with us. Okay, go.
Oh, I never claimed to be a scientist.
No, you don't understand science, so you need a scientist to explain to us.
Well,
science.
you guys don't understand science either.
No, we're saying go get one. Dude that doesn't understand anything, he's saying go get one.
So that's a fallacy. One, go get the scientist and send him to us. If you are not able to debate with us, so send the scientist to us, and we will debate the scientist. The first one was the shifting of burden of proof, because we are people holding a default position. We are not claiming fantasy. We are saying that just the thing that we observe, we all observe, even you. We observe a flat Earth, a flat horizontal horizon. We observe a flat Earth all around us, and we don't feel any motion. But you say that it's just an illusion. It appears to be flat, but it's just a giant sphere. It's too big. It's too big to.
It's way too big to the naked eye. Yeah.
Fantasy that you are believing in. So you claim, you are coming to us and claiming that the Earth is too big to be able to see the curvature, but it's there. The Earth is a sphere, giant sphere, and it's spinning, but you don't feel any motion. So you are the guys coming to us and throwing a claim.
Fantastic.
So you have to prove your claim. So you can't come to us and asking us for proving something which is just default position, but we all observe. So if you come to us and tell us that it's not the reality, what we observe is not the reality, tell us what is the reality and show us proof with proof.
But you guys aren't in the default position.
That's what we are. We are the default position.
No, you guys are challenging the majority of what people
That's
think.
why we told you to go get a scientist who understands words. That's why we asked you to go get somebody who's can comprehend.
That's an appeal to popularity and majority. So yeah, that's another fallacy. So that's
that's
the typical globe.
But do you think there's more people that
No,
flat?
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Let me explain. What he means. You said, by your own admission, that the Earth appears flat because of an economy of scale, meaning you don't experience it directly as a globe. You must add that in as the experience it is flat, but it's so big, that's why. So the default position in that sentence is that you and the guy, Necros, who was speaking to you, both admit that you experience the Earth is flat. That is what he means by he has the default position. You have an extraneous position beyond the first-hand observation, which you already concede is the way you experience it.
Now, to prove the fantastical would be on the person making the fantastical claim. Like, it's so big we don't know where the curve is, but then we always see it and we always know where it's at. It's so big we can't find it or touch it, but we can calculate it and measure it, every little drop, down to the microscopic piece of a portion of a square on the TV. Come on, man. Get real. These things don't even make sense. They're the opposite of each other. A pixel and then too big? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Globers claim to count pixels on TVs to see curves because it's so big.
It is pretty big. Even if it is flat, it's still
How does
big
it
as
fit in a
fuck.
pixel then, brother? How does it fit in a pixel on your phone?
Because it's scaled down, you know, dude. There's scaling,
What's
dude.
scaled
Not
down?
everything's the
You
same
can't stand-
size.
Brother, you can't put a house on it. What are we scaling down? Where's it at?
When
What
you're
are you
scaling
scaling
down the
down?
sun.
Right.
That's what you were trying to do.
No, stop being a loser. Where
What
are
do
you
you
scaling
mean?
down a curve you can't find? It's too big to do anything with. How are you scaling something that's too big down? It doesn't make no sense. You can't even find it and it's too big to even be anywhere. How can you scale it down? You can't get to it. You wouldn't even know what to scale down, brother. Come on, man. You're standing on the beach. You're looking out into your imagination. You're scaling what down? Don't be crazy, guy.
No, I gotta respect you guys at least. I mean,
what are you scaling down? I just gave you the horizon. It's a horizontal line. How do you scale it down? What does it become? Horizontal line. You make it bigger. What is it? Big horizontal line. I'm just saying.
to
What
your
else?
naked eye.
Well, to whose eye is it not? Whose clothed eye? What are you talking about? Whose eyes got clothes on it? What the hell does that even mean?
What? No,
Who
to your
has-
naked eye.
Yeah, who's got bikinis on their eyes? Who's covering them up? You guys, Glover?
Government.
No, you apparently. The only guy that doesn't understand anything.
You need to put some shades on, man.
So
Trying
we
to
can
help
see
you.
a shady curve. You don't need no shady curves around here, brother.
Hey, that's a new one, a bikini eyeball earther.
Well, he doesn't like using his naked eye, so he's got a bikini up. How can something be so big, but you guys can measure down to the inch or the nth degree of a microscopic nothing on a theodolite and say, "Yep, there it is. There's that curve."
You're gonna have to ask the people that did that.
Nobody ever saw a side view of somebody finding a curve, because the guy looking forward would have said, "There it is, Bob," and Bob had to go on the side and said, "Let me make sure real quick, brother, because you know how we make sure of things. We don't just take liar's word for everything." Side view, horizontal line. Bob, something's wrong here, Bob. Bob, something's wrong. It's another horizontal line, brother. Are you sure? Yes. Oh my God. Let's go. Don't tell anyone.
That's true.
What?
That's true, Dimok. They claim a hail. They claim a curvature, a physical hill between you and the boat. And when you look sideways, you don't find anything. Flat, horizontal horizon. No shit.
Nobody sees
Where's
an
the hail?
orthographic. Yeah,
That's how
nobody
you think
sees-
it went down.
Well, think about it this way, friend. Nobody sees anything from an orthographic perspective, right? Everyone sees everything from a first-person perspective.
Yeah. That's why
Well,
we
there's
can't. You just can't comprehend the scale.
Well, I can comprehend it. They gave me a number. It's very comprehensible.
I bet he does. He don't know the number. What's the
Number-
radius of your Earth? Don't type it in Google.
Hang on,
Just
give me a minute.
No. Just tell me without researching it in Google. Just tell me what's the radius of your Earth.
It's a big number. It's real big.
Oh, I know the number.
it's like
not
26
big.
miles.
What?
Yeah.
The radius of your Earth, 26 miles? The
Or whatever
radius
it is, I know is big.
No, the radius. 26 miles is not big. You
All right,
made
what
the
is it?
marble. You created the marble. It's 26 miles radius.
It's 3,959, brother.
Let him think about the shit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I knew it
I
was a
know
big
he-
number like that.
I know he's ignorant about his numbers, but he's just claiming, oh, big, so big. It's not big.
I mean, is that not big?
No, no,
That's
it's
pretty
not that
fucking
big.
big.
No, it's not, brother. If you get an oil change in your car, it's 7,000 miles per oil change if you get the synthetic. It's around 5 or 6 if you get the regular, right? So how many oil changes does Grandma have to do in between bingo runs to get 25,000 miles? Brother,
Wow.
25,000, 5 oil changes.
Well, yeah.
And that's being nice, right? Because today you can go 7 to 9,000. Okay, so Grandma goes to bingo enough to go around your measly, puny little ass Earth. And that's funny, right? You don't think that's weird?
Can you compare the
Well,
radius?
you know, if you're in a car, it's easier to go around.
To go around the big Earth that you keep saying so big that Grandma's done drove around and she ain't went nowhere but to bingo? Get real, brother.
And PP, can you just think about the difference between the radius that you gave us, 26 or 28, and 3959?
I was thinking about something else.
Can you imagine the Earth that you told us about? The Earth with the radius of 28 miles.
Has anybody ever seen the core of the Earth?
If it was 26 miles, it would help your case. It'd definitely be flat.
That's a city.
Well, that's what I'm getting ready to break the sad news to him. The actual radius of our Earth is 4 miles.
What?
That's 4 miles. On flat Earth, all you can dig down is 8. So half of 8 would be our flat Earth radius. That'd be 4 miles.
I just walked a mile and I couldn't even get out of my neighborhood.
We'll dig it. Dig more than 8.
So if
And
I
we'll
dig
see
it,
what
if
you're
I
talking about.
dig,
8
you're
miles.
telling me if I dig an 8-mile hole,
You can't dig an
I'll
8 mile
come
hole.
out in like China?
No, you won't.
No, that's not what I said. I said all of your science, they've only dug a 7-point-something mile hole. They haven't even hit 8 miles yet. So
Okay.
all you know is, and all your science can prove and back is a 4-mile radius, brother. Now, where's your core?
It's down there, man.
4 miles?
4
No, it's way deeper.
No, the middle point where we can dig is 4 miles, brother. Way deeper from
No,
what?
they haven't got to the middle.
Well, where is it? Well, then what's a middle? How do you know it exists then?
In his imagination, he will.
And
They haven't
nothing
got
they
to the
dug
middle.
through-
It's just
nothing they dug through matches your claim of a globe. They haven't hit nothing yet that matched the globe yet. Nothing.
well, how deep should it
They
be?
never will.
How
Isn't
deep
that
should
funny?
it be?
So, if nothing matches the globe ever, whenever we do anything ever out of 100%, don't you think this all debunks a globe?
Oh, that's a good. No, that was a good one you had right there. That was a good one.
Yeah, 100% of everything we do debunks a globe. Now, where's the globe?
PP, everything you got is just speculations. you think about.
Don't laugh like that, bro.
You are imagining a core, a molten core, and a lava layer and fantasy. It didn't even dig beyond 8 mile. That's just fantasy.
Yeah, but but the demo can't even do a simple experiment with a drone to prove the
Literally
Earth's flat.
No, that's literally fantasy. Can't you think about that? You're imagining something, a core, molten core, and a layer of lava around that molten core and bullshit and things. But you never seen that ever. the deepest hole you ever dig in your entire life was not you then. It was 8 Mile. And you believe in space also, outer space. Superman, Dragon Ball, Goku.
Well, what do you guys? You guys don't believe in anything. That's the problem. You guys just say the Earth's flat. Period.
Have beliefs,
Period.
brother. We don't have beliefs. We are not
What?
in a
What are
relation
you? What are you
reality.
doing then?
We live in reality. We don't have. We don't hold beliefs. We don't need assumptions to live.
Hmm.
Who needs assumptions to live? You're assuming sun. What is the sun? You're assuming a moon. You're assuming what are the stars. You're assuming what is below us, a core and the molten layer of
I'm
lava.
not assuming any of that. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Those are all facts.
You're assuming an expansion going into nothing. You're assuming so much bullshit.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, too much speculations. Just speculations. Only speculations.
Yeah, but those speculations are backed up by a lot more proof and evidence than whatever you have to prove the Earth's flat.
Like that song, the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes on his head sees the earth spinning around. That's a song. Yeah, so much assumptions. When you are talking to flat earthers, you are asking for a replacement for your assumptions. You are asking for other assumptions. So when some globers come and start just asking what's below the earth, what's below us, what's underground, the layer, the surface that we are living in. You never digged, and we never digged more than 8 miles. Why are you trying to find an assumption?
Yeah, it could be catastrophic if we dig deeper.
An assumption will be just they know that it will be just an assumption. No one dig below 8 miles, so no
8
one
miles
knows,
is a far way to go, far way down.
no one knows what's below that, and it was just rocks and nothing special, no lava, nothing. So
It wasn't getting hotter down there?
No, there was no lava.
It was getting hot though.
Had to melt